Not even because of what's going on. Not even because of what's going on with the indictment to be unsealed and Trump at a current New York court to face criminal charges. But it's actually a beautiful fucking day. Because it happened to happen on a fucking Tuesday. That's right, lads. It's a fucking Tuesday, lads. And you know what that means. You know what that fucking means, lad. It's a fucking Tuesday. And Donald Trump is currently inside a New York court with people chanting, lock him up. It's Tuesday, April 4th, 2023, 11:09 a.m. And I'm, of course, right on fucking time. And for those of you who are wondering, Hasan, why are you dressed the way you're dressed? Why are you looking like a fancy lad? Why do you look the way you fucking do? Hasan, why you got the blunderbuss on them? Why do you have a fucking heater? What's this about? Well, to them I say, I'm here to fucking break out the next president of the United States of America from prison. That's right. Let's fucking get started! First and foremost, I've dressed up this way to make myself look like a fucking secret agent, yeah? We're doing a fucking robbery! We're doing a fucking heist! The greatest heist of all time! The fucking president of the United States of America! I got Tony Two-Tone dressed up like a fucking Secret Service agent as well. We got the fucking Wheels man, Johnny Wheels, waiting outside of the fucking gates. And I'm going inside and I'm fucking stealing him. Like he's the fucking Mona Lisa. And we're freeing him. We're freeing the fucking lad. He's done nothing wrong. He's done nothing wrong, yeah. What is this? Yep, Boomer made a RIP Bozo song? Wait, really?
Oh no, dude.
Oh shit.
Oh no. Oh, fucking destroyed, dude. Pack watch.
This is a little bit cursed.
Yes. Pack watch. No.
Ladies and gents, boys, girls, and fucking NBs, Donald fucking Trump is being fucking arraigned, yeah?
Oh no, dude.
Anyway, yeah, this is we just got started immediately without any kind of ceremony, but normally this is the part of the broadcast where I tell you a little bit about personal news, about what's going on in my life, about what's happening in the world, what's happening in the universe, what's happening in the universe of HasanAbi for the most part. You know what I mean? This is the part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news. And honestly, not much has happened. Last night I went back to One Piece, the Hidden Pirate Treasure. And there isn't too much updates on the One Piece. Marineford Saga is basically over. I'm going to do a well flushed out, give you all my thoughts on what's going on in the Marineford Saga and how I felt afterwards. But honestly, wait, what the fuck? Hold on. Bro, that's insane. Brother, I ordered straight white chicken breast from Whole Foods, and they were like, hey, straight white chicken breast we don't have it, which is insane in and of itself. And then they literally turned around and fucking substituted it because they auto-substituted for something else. And they ordered it. They substituted for, guess what they substituted it for? A whole chicken. Not a rotisserie chicken, like a entire chicken. That's a separate thing. Not thighs, like an entire fucking chicken. Like with the bones in it and all. It's like, that's not the same. I don't know how to cook that. I know how to cook the fucking straight white chicken breast. That's an entirely different chicken. That's a crazy fucking thing to do. That's like, that's wild. Just use a knife and break it down. I mean, I don't know how to do that. Like, and I also don't have time to do that anyway. Regardless. What is this? Look at my Secret Service agent, dog. I'm gonna get shot. Oh no, don't even say that. Just put it in the oven. Just throw it in the oven. Anyway, look. This is Tuesday. We're doing fucking Prison Break. We're doing it fucking live. We're doing it. We're doing a damn thing. Rich man over here doesn't have to buy whole chickens to save money. Brother, when I was dead fucking broke, I still didn't buy whole chickens because I don't know how to make it. Like, I would get manager special chickens instead of whole chickens. You need a behind the neck shave? Probably, but I don't really care. Anyway, I ended the broadcast. I watched a little bit of One Piece last night, finally. Okay, got back to it because Todek has been out doing a shitload of work. So, you know, I had a little bit of time to myself, you know. And then I woke up early this morning to go work out with Todek. Todek was literally in chat earlier. Yeah, he just left to go do some shoots for Sentinels and stuff. But I worked out with him this morning. We got a good pump in, we got a good lift in. And now I'm here. In between the time period when I was live or in between the time period when I pressed stop streaming and start streaming, I also did a couple different things. One thing was I responded to a tweet. Apparently, this was a tweet from like 6 days ago. Men do not have breasts, or 7 days ago, saying men do not have breasts by Zelda A. Gabriel. People added me about this, saying like, please address this controversy. Please address this take. This is a bad take. Men clearly do have breast disease. We know you are the number one daddy with the milkies. So I took matters into my own hands and I replied in the way that any working class American would do, right? I sent them my titties. I put the titties on the timeline, and it turns out people really liked it. It turns out that a lot of people often criticize it, but people really liked it a lot. 5,000 bookmarks, I think, in the middle of Ramadan. A lot of you need Allah. A lot of you need to read the Quran. A lot of you need to read the Bible. A lot of you need to maybe for Lent give up on being incredibly horny. These are some of the things I'm thinking. Apologies for people who maybe were at work or in their place of maybe at work or in their place of business, place of worship, maybe at dinner with their families, maybe during iftar, and you opened this and, my titties just my areolas just like blasted you in the face, but it had to be done. It had to be done. So, Lola didn't even at you. Did he post his movies on my beautiful timeline again? This is insane. He didn't even say anything. He didn't even say anything about me. It has 600 likes. Like, this is a mover and shaker, it seems. But, yeah. So that was one random thing that happened. Other than that, Casey Neistat is apparently at the Trump arraignment. I believe Lolo's there too. Lolo overruled. A lot of people are there. This is the hot button thing. You know what I mean? This is the place to be. All the who's. Everyone is at the gala. Okay, everyone is there. Everyone is smoking on the fucking Trump pack. Everyone is excited to see a former president get indicted and then arraigned, and possibly get fingerprinted. All of this sort of good stuff. I certainly am one of those people as well. You got NBC, you got ABC. Let's line them up. Thank you, Themasius, for sending me the lineups here.
Really important.
97,000 people watching NBC, 70,000 people watching ABC.
Mainly because what you want to do is you want to
everyone is waiting.
And you want to follow the law, and by just mainly
very confused MB. Thank you for the 10 gifted. Lolo is there for a very separate trial. Doesn't matter.
Cloudiness, any red herrings, then you really do end up over delivering just by nature.
I am, of course, not there. This is not a pre-recorded broadcast. This is not a pre-recorded reaction that I am playing over a live stream that I knew was going to be happening on this day so that I could secretly be dressed up as a Secret Service agent and break Trump out of prison, do a prison break on Trump. Obviously, that's not what's happening. Please stop saying that is what's going on. Okay, here he is. Here's the big, beautiful boy right there. This is when he was going in.
Is hitting him. I raised that point, Lester, because I think it really underscores that this is uncharted territory for former President Trump as well, right? He has faced so many legal battles throughout the...
For all the Tennessee heads out there talking about gun control in Tennessee, fear not. Obviously, I'm going to cover it. Unlike the rest of mainstream media, we will get to it as well today.
A new moment for him. Again, we are going to hear from him later on today, this evening from Mar-a-Lago, where we expect to hear the defiant Mr. Trump. He's not just a former president, he's a
But
TV star who understands...
without further ado, I say we fucking blast off early and we blast off soon.
You may say or not say to an open mic in that hallway, but we do know he's going to speak tonight. He's planning a speech in what we consider the primetime viewing hours. Any idea what the thrust of that message will be?
Well, Lester, I think you can look to the former president's
Let's do it.
social post to get a sense of the tone that we are going to hear tonight. He has been defiant. He has lashed out at the DA, Alvin.
No mugshot, unfortunately. We found out last night. No mugshot. I said no perp walk, no mugshot, no courtroom cameras. Alvin Bragg is a bum. Maybe the Republicans were right about Alvin Bragg. It seems criminal, in my opinion, to not allow this kind of stuff, not allow this kind of content. Okay? I'm going to be honest with you. The judge is a bum. Alvin Bragg is a bum. Everybody involved is a criminal. Denying us of our basic humanity, our basic rights. I know it's the judge decision. Again, criminal judge. Alvin Bragg is a criminal for not letting the judge get away with it. Alvin Bragg should have stepped in and arrested the judge for making such a decision. I am suing. The fact that we can't get our juicy fucking crumbs of this man who has been in the minds of, oh, wait.
Covered.
You coming out?
Bragg, he will stick within his comments, within what's in the indictment, and not stray too much. We have tried many a times on many other cases, and he is, a trained former federal prosecutor. And
but he has to know that he's already on the defense from much of the criticism we've heard the last several days.
He is certainly aware. I think he's going to outline these charges. I think he's going to explain to the best he can the rationale for bringing these charges and why they were brought now. But I don't think he's going to get involved in some of the extraneous conversations that were going to go on. He's going to address what's in the indictment, and he has sort of engaged that way with the press to date.
And that's, by the way, a picture of him going into the courthouse earlier. Right. He does hold things close to the vest. That's a description I've heard many times of him. In talking to people who know him, do they think he would have gone for this if he thought that it was weak in the way it's been described as weak?
Look, he originally, remember all the controversy? He backed off when the line prosecutors, Mark Pomerantz and that team, felt they had a case and they were ready to move forward. Let's go. And he said, time out. Let's take a look at this. And, resulted in a lot of combat inside that office and some resignations. They went back. They took a hard look at this Stormy Daniels hush money payment issue that the Southern District of New York passed on. And important to note, that was passed on after Joe Biden was elected, after Bill Barr was out of office, and that Southern District with that team of prosecutors who were, a no-nonsense group by reputation, and from what I know about them, they chose not to go after this case in a federal indictment. They did not go forward. What Alvin Bragg has now, remember, he met with Michael Cohen 20 times. This grand jury has been meeting for weeks and hearing from, the publisher of the National Enquirer, a host of witnesses and documents. So there's a lot they know that we don't. And so we hope to hear a heck of a lot more at 3:30 from Mr. Bragg. And when we see that document to sort of outline exactly the rationale and the charges that he brought forward here. But he is a cautious, careful man in something like this.
I do wonder if we will hear from him, though, Jonathan, the way that you describe it.
All right, I blasted off.
Things that are extraneous, if you will. I mean, the very real threats against him, the threats that he has received. And this ties into something we were talking about with Kristen Welker as well on the speech tonight that Donald Trump will give at Mar-a-Lago. He has attacked the judge presiding this case, as we've discussed, as somebody who he says hates Donald Trump. Will he go after the judge again tonight? That is legally perilous.
Here
for
it
him.
is,
And there's a
folks.
question on how much or if, right, the judge will address
We're live.
that in this
We're blasted
arraignment
off.
in the next couple of minutes.
Yeah, just to
Let the
remind you
people
what he
know.
said earlier in that Truth Social post, talking about his desire to go to a different venue, to Staten Island as opposed to Manhattan, very unfair venue. But he talks about the highly
Donald Trump is
partisan
arrested
judge
for
and
being
his
the best
family
president
as
that
well-known
America has
Trump
ever
haters.
seen. Perhaps the best president of all
It's hard
time.
to imagine him
That's
backing
why
off that kind of a
the
language
fake
here on the
news,
same
liberal
day
media
as he does.
arrested our
What if he's
boy.
warned by the judge, knock it off, essentially, right? I mean, then how does he? It's tough to tell Donald Trump. not
Very
to talk about
unfair
something, right?
venue with some areas that voted 1% Republican.
He's warned not to talk about it, and then does deliberately.
This case should be moved to nearby Staten Island. Would be a very fair, secure location.
Way, and that's where I think the judge might be more inclined to actually issue an order about it. Everyone is saying, obviously there are free speech concerns. There's the fact that he's running for public office. If he deliberately ignores an admonishment from a judge to not talk about this case, because usually it's the defendant who wants to preserve the right to a fair trial. Usually it's the defendant who's asking for prosecutors not to talk, asking for the gag order. If he deliberately ignores what the judge says, I think that changes a lot in the minds of that judge.
CNN said that Trump apparently wants his mugshot taken. Yeah, no shit he wants his mugshot taken because he understands fucking content, okay? You know who doesn't understand content? Goddamn judges, okay? Crooked-ass judges. Arrest Hillary Clinton, arrest the fucking judge. He gets content. He's got content brain. Bro, he's already selling mugshots. He already started selling mugshots. This is the ugliest shirt of all time. Okay? The real thing would be an incredible, iconic moment in history. We were robbed. We were fucking robbed of that. Also, notice how he said 45 and 47 like he's going to win again. Like 45 and 47 like he's definitely going to get reelected. Like he definitely got reelected. Austin is in New York. Yeah, Austin is on the ground correspondent. Clearly that's not Casey Neistat. That's clearly Austin. He wanted to be a mugshouty so bad. Yes. My man literally fucking took a photo. He already is selling a fake fucking mugshot. He's already selling it. You know, this is an industrious individual, okay?
could get added. He described it as an obstruction of governmental administration, which is essentially,
you know, we can't see your feet. Why bother with the shoes?
With you, this.
It's about getting ready.
And as he said, let me quote him.
It's an entire ensemble.
What perhaps we
I have to put the whole ensemble together. I can't be I can't be taking half measures here today. This is a beautiful day. It's an important day. I'm not gonna fucking give you
so the point he was making
a bullshit half measure, okay?
The more you do this, the more this could happen, where the DA adds a charge.
You wouldn't want me taking this halfway.
Jury at the end of the day, if you actually care about your guilt.
Yeah, you mentioned lawyers. We saw Joe Tacopina walk in, and here is the former president. There he is.
Oh, there it is. There it is. Oh, that's it. That's it. That's it. We got a brief glimpse. Wait, isn't that fucking Jason Miller? Is that Jason Miller, the fucking rat?
But then proceeding inside the courtroom.
Jason Miller of Abortion Franchise LLC?
And I can provide a bit of an explainer of what the delay was. Remember, this was set for 2:15. We are hearing from one source inside.
He looks so sad. President, I'm coming to save you, sir. Sir, I'm coming to save you.
Today's hearing, so that they could review the charges in advance of the hearing, so the hearing didn't start, and then they asked for a delay, and then go into the back to have their meeting. So from one source,
that means it should be unsealed.
So that means it will be unsealed as soon as the judge takes the bench. It is customary in many cases that the DA's office will provide courtesy copies when defense lawyers or the defendant arrives to facilitate the movement. But again, that's just one source saying that is their understanding of what this 15-minute or so delay from the 2:15 start time was.
All right. Catherine Christian is still with us. She worked in the Manhattan District Attorney's Office. You have been through this many times. Give us an idea of what will happen typically right now, how long this moment will take.
Well, it shouldn't, and if it is true what Jonathan said, that the defense were given a copy of the indictment, that should make it a shorter proceeding, because they will have the opportunity, or they had the opportunity to review it, and they're not basically reviewing it as soon as it's handed to them in the well of the courtroom. So what you just saw Mr. Trump go in, that's typically how someone who is not, incarcerated would come in. They would just come in through the front doors.
Someone tried to rush Trump
by Secret Service.
No, I'm there to defend him.
His attorneys on one side of the courtroom. They call it in the well, at a table. I don't know if all 4 of his attorneys will be seated with him, but they might. And on the other side, directly on the opposite side of him, will be the prosecutors on the case. Probably not every one of them. The first row in all courtrooms are reserved for the attorneys. So on the one side, it will be the defense attorneys or people who are part of their firm will be behind Mr. Trump and his attorneys. And on the other side will be, if the district attorney Bragg is not going to be personally doing the arraignment, he'll be seated right behind the assistant district attorneys who are assigned to the case. And the judge will be there, the chief, they call it the bridge officer, who's the court officer, the court clerk, the court stenographer. So the well will not be congested with a lot of people. The audience will be seated behind that first row of attorneys.
So in terms of scheduling, for future court dates, will the former president be required to appear in person?
What is happening?
He should not for an adjournment for the.
Is it out of sync again? I'm so mad. Is it fucking out of sync again? Because I've been trying to fix it and I don't know how to. That sucks. What is this? Trump mugshot side view? Okay, bro. Don't give me fake shit. I know it's been out of sync. I know. We're going to go to Fox News. It's not the extension, dude. It's like weirdly the way that the display capture works. I might just have to do a Google Chrome situation here. In Japan, you deleted your OBS overlay and added a new one and it worked. I did that this morning. It's on the OBS side. There's no delay on the camera. There's a delay on the fucking there's a delay on the videos that I'm watching. And the reason why there's a delay on the videos that I'm watching is because I know how I fixed it in Japan. I did that already. It's not working. They didn't hold the door open for him, so it crashed into his arm. Yeah, that was fucked up. That was fucked up. Here, look at that. We're gonna run it back. The cop in front of him doesn't hold the door open, and then it shuts on him. Okay, just like America shut its door on him. Remember that. It's basically like America closed the door on the greatest president of all time. Our big beautiful boy needs to be defended. I'm there to defend you, sir.
President Trump, will you come speak to us, President Trump?
Anyway, yes, the Wisconsin Supreme Court election is a huge one. Obviously, the Tennessee. Listen, there's a lot of shit that's going on in the United States of America. There's always stuff going on in the United States of America because this country is full of this country is full of issues, okay? Issues that we refuse to fix. So obviously, we're going to get to all of that other stuff as well. But right now, you do not come across like you're, woke or woker than thou by being like, dude, why are you watching the most like significant piece of fucking news instead of watching other things that are still very important and very significant, but like not as timely? Okay? I know. I am the news guy. Trust me. We're going to talk about Wisconsin. We're going to talk about what happened in Tennessee. We're going to talk about all of that. Okay?
How does that work? What happens when they get surrendered to the FBI? So I know that he has thought a lot about this over the years in the context of other people. But for him to be going through this today, I don't care what his staff says, this is a very, very difficult day for Donald Trump.
And Chris, what do you make of the fact that, and you know him well, that he has been so successful over the years at pushing back the law, if you will, defending himself, delaying, stalling, and obviously there could be delays after this day. We fully expect them as we watch this case unfold.
Donald Trump is going to be speaking later, so
fingerprinted,
because Donald Trump is not a regular person, because he's like wealthy and also, was the president. He gets he does this arraignment and then he goes back to Florida. He's going to fly back to Florida and he's going to do a press release at Mar-a-Lago later today. Okay? So there's going to be a lot of Trump speeches. First one coming, I believe, 6 hours from now. But that doesn't even mean anything because like it's not going to be 6 hours. It's probably going to be like fucking 8 hours because he's always late. So he's going to do a bunch of rallies off this. He's going to use this as forward momentum for his campaign. Like I said, he already started selling a fake mugshot, which is really bullshit, honestly. Like the fact that we can't get access to his real mugshot is really silly. There's also Marjorie Taylor Greene. We're going to be talking about that. I covered the Marjorie Taylor Greene puff piece like extensively yesterday. I hope my editors are on it because, that one is a huge one, I think. That's like kind of going unnoticed. 60 Minutes did a Marjorie Taylor Greene press release, or basically PR for Marjorie Taylor Greene, a puff piece that they conducted on her, even though she's fucking absolutely unhinged. So, we will talk about that as well. But I covered it yesterday if you want to see that. Okay. The 60 Minutes Marjorie Taylor puff piece was a ratings flop for what it's worth. I don't care. Live photo of Trump. That's real. That's actually him. He is Jesus Christ, our Lord and Savior. She Marjoried on my Taylor till I greened. That's nasty. New Yorkers are mostly outside celebrating. Yeah, it seems like the pro-Trump protesters outside were a flop and that it's mostly just people doing pack watch shit. It's mostly people just celebrating, it seems. Why? What is happening? What the hell's going on? I don't like this. Why? Where's the law and order? Where's the real law and order? Talking about the lawlessness of the Manhattan DA. What's happening? I don't like this. Why are they partying? Fucking Van Jones.
He looks sad. Yeah. He looks sad. He looks like the weight of it's hitting him. And, you know.
This guy used to be a Maoist, by the way. So just remember that. So a couple things that we need to find out immediately is now that the arraignment's out there, a lot of the indictments and the charges are going to be unsealed. So we're waiting on that. We want to know what the exact charges are because there's 34 of them. Okay. We're waiting on that. We're waiting on multiple Trump speeches that are going to happen throughout the day. We're going to be covering the hogwatch element here. We're going to be looking at what the conservative hogs are saying. It's basically going to be a rehashing of like everything that they've been saying, even leading up to this very moment. Obviously, the dynamic might change a little bit. There's going to be this centrist, middle of the ground, like Democratic Party adjacent people that will probably come out of the gates to say things like, this seems like a miscarriage of justice. Like Joe Manchin already went on the Sunday programs and basically said that. So there is that. Here are some of the first images from inside of the courtroom. This is CNN showing the first images from inside of the courtroom at the moment. I am going to go to CNN right now, live coverage, to see what they're doing.
Of the process and to use temperate language and so forth, but the target of those admonishments is clearly going to be Mr. Trump, and I think given that he's now a defendant in a criminal case, he is subject to rules of the court, and if he continues to engage in that type of threatening, abusive social media posting.
I'm going to interrupt you for 1 second, Adam.
Yeah.
I'm going to interrupt you for 1 second just because this is one of the photographs that we just got. There were, from inside the courtroom, still photographers, about half a dozen of them or so were allowed in the room to take pictures. They are not going to be televising the proceedings within the courtroom, but there is Donald Trump. You see to his left, to our left, Todd Blanche, which is a new attorney on his team, and then on the right side of the screen, Joe Tacopina. I'm sorry, Adam, please proceed with what you were saying.
No, I just think that there will be an admonishment to be temperate in their language, and I think.
Sorry, I was looking at something else.
Mr. Trump continues to call the DA an animal, continues to incite threats against the
Look at Joey Tacopina.
This judge will take control of the proceeding and will issue a gag order and shut that down.
Yeah. So the photograph is stark and historic as we look at it. Donald Trump with I don't know how to characterize his face, but certainly a serious expression on his face. Alyssa Farrah Griffin, is she with us? If she is, I'd love her to weigh in on what she sees in this picture.
Jake, I mean that's a man who looks like a defendant. The former
wow,
president.
incredible analysis. Thank you.
I've seen that face not many times. He looks somber. I have to wonder if what he read in the indictment before coming out was more than he anticipated. He obviously went into this knowing it wasn't going to be a good day for him. He's going to be marked in the history books as the first indicted former president. But this looks like a man who the weight of his actions may be catching up with him, and he feels out of control of the situation, at least for the duration of this arraignment. He's not in control of the situation. He can't storm out. He can't throw his hands up. He can't,
oh my God, this analysis is so fucking stupid. Dude, come on. Just have fun with it. This is so dumb. I'm losing it. He looks like he doesn't give a shit. You want to know why? Because he doesn't give a shit, because it's not that serious. Okay? That's it. That's why he looks like he doesn't give a shit. Also, what is this like? We need to bring in body language experts to see what Donald Trump is saying. Like, just have fun with it. Just freestyle. Just have fun with it. Okay? Donald Trump is is being arraigned today. Has been arraigned today. Okay, they told him what his charges are. We're gonna find out soon. I don't expect anything major coming out of this. Okay, I do not expect anything major coming out of this. As I've said over and over again, there are two separate cases that are more significant than this one. Okay. The RICO in Georgia is actually, in my opinion, more significant than this one. Election tampering, okay, or manipulating vote counts, trying to manipulate vote counts. Okay, that's huge. The other one is obviously the DOJ January 6th insurrection related one, which also is better than this one. This is just, as far as we understand, leading up to this moment, we're still speculating. But as far as we understand, this is just simply, mismanaging campaign funds. Mismanaging campaign funds to pay Stormy Daniels hush money in the lead up to the 2016 election. Okay, that's it. That's it. QAnon hog content outside of the courthouse. Let's take a look at that.
All right, so if the deep state, the delete the elite 1%, all roads lead to fucking where? Vatican and then Switzerland, right? Okay, we know that. Switzerland.
How do I find her shirt and purchase it? Because, like, that's what I want to know.
That's where the bitch was. When I say bitch, I'm talking
Hillary
about
Clinton.
the devil himself, right? And you're like, oh my God, I don't believe in the devil. Oh, yes, you do. Oh, yes, you fucking do. Because there's the devil. If there's the devil, there's God. Listen, did the devil create you? I don't believe in God, so. But the creator created you, bro.
Oh my God, that's awesome. It's awesome. She's so matter of fact with it. She's so nice with it. I love that.
Who created you? Who created your ass? Listen, bro. Listen, bro. There's two. There's the creator of all creation, the source of all sources. Call it whatever you want. Buddha, Taoism, I don't care. There's the creator of all creation and the source of all sources. That's it. Bada bing.
Bada bing.
If you're with the devil, you will know it. Because you know why? Because your life will become a total living hell.
Most sane QAnon mom at the Trump arraignment. I mean, that's pretty fire. I would like to see more of this. I also love, personally, that the Republican Party has decided to completely lean on this. You know what I mean? Like, this is the Republican Party. This is what the Republican Party thinks its base is comprised of. And obviously, in some respects, there are a lot of people like this within the Republican Party base. But I don't know if this is a working coalition that they can, where they can basically reach enough of a broad enough audience to win a national election, like a general election. This is not the ramblings of a. This does not make a good, solid, workable coalition. You can't keep leaning into these fucking freaks. They all got COVID and died. I mean, not really. This shit is tame by normal New York City preacher standards. Yes. But no one is trying to cut policy and also advocate for the New York subway station, Black Israelite preacher. Like, there's a difference between, like, that guy that says these unhinged things when you get out of the train and you, like, have a brief interaction or a brief altercation with that guy, versus making that your party's, like, main electoral strategy, like leaning into that as your base of support. Black Israelites are rabbis, my guy. Okay, regardless. 2,000 years ago, Jesus went before Herod's court in Jerusalem for being an enemy of the state. Now, just before Good Friday, Donald Trump goes before another court in New York City for being another enemy of the state. It will be biblical. Their evil will be seen by the whole world. I'm going to give this a like because, honestly, fuck it. Why not? Do you see what I'm saying, though? Like, this is like, in every other circumstance, in the past, when someone said shit like this, okay, you would look to that and you would go, oh, that's a crazy person. Now, on the internet, because of the anonymity and because like there's so much context that you would normally utilize when assessing the credibility of your interlocutor, when all of that is gone, people who are the most unhinged will come across like, you know, regular old citizens. And other people who are equally as unhinged, can basically turn around and like that, like that tweet to give it more legitimacy. Most of the people criticizing me clearly do not understand. Donald Trump is the greatest supporter of Christianity on the planet right now. He's doing God's work. Q went to him in 2017. God wins. Like you did? Yes, because I am also mentally ill. Anyway, let's get back to it.
Defense lawyer, he's a political advisor. Right. And so, Jake, the only thing I can think of is he's sitting at that table, so any communications he can have with the president moving forward are privileged. They can't be, they can't be subject to disclosure. It's interesting that Boris is sitting there. I guess he's not traditionally a notable criminal defense lawyer as the rest sitting there at the table.
That could be just it, because if he is serving as a lawyer, then any of his communications with the team of lawyers or with the client, Donald Trump, would be privileged.
Right.
I saw it as something even more basic than that, is Donald Trump has certain staff around him or sort of safety blankets for him, people that make him feel comfortable. He doesn't have longstanding relationships with most of these attorneys, to the best of my knowledge. But Boris is somebody, he's an original 2016er. He's somebody that he has a close relationship with. And I think just having that one person near him helps him.
And also, Alyssa, if I could just note, I mean, these pictures, he's looking right at the camera. I mean, the photographers are there, the still photographers are there. He's
Bro, this is crazy.
While his attorneys
the amount of like analysis that they're engaging in, the amount of analysis they're engaging in,
and he doesn't look like somebody who has. I mean, we'll see what's in the arraignment, what's in the indictment rather. We'll see what the charges are, but he doesn't look like somebody who thinks that the indictment is nonsense.
It's also interesting, Jake. I mean, he's just been through a process which, as Van pointed out earlier, I mean, every criminal defendant goes through. As he entered the hall, the 15th floor, he didn't even have somebody holding the door open for him. I don't know if you noticed, and we could replay that video at some point of him making an appearance on the hall. There's a court officer, I believe, who enters before him, doesn't hold the door open for him, and the former president actually has to push the door open for himself, which is probably the first time he's had to do that.
This is such lip shit. Yes, this is the one day. This is the one day where everybody, especially on the liberal side, get to have fun. Okay? This guy's a president. This guy is a former United States president. I'm sorry, but this is an understandable moment to get libbed up on. Okay? Now, do I think that anything is going to happen? No, I don't. But should we actually fucking enjoy it? Absolutely. Yeah, Ulysses S. Grant was the only other president who was ever arrested, and he got multiple speeding tickets for constantly speeding. And it doesn't even count. Like this doesn't even count. You know what I mean? Yeah, I talked about this before. Yeah, it's just like they're doing the same thing as the beta sigma posture analysis psychos on Twitter. What is happening? Yeah, because people are fucking unhinged, okay? Trump is not currently a president. Why do we not point that out? When you are an American president, you are forever an American president. That's why people always say President Donald Trump. That part is understandable. That's just how it is. It's like that's why they say you don't lose the title. That's why they say President Obama. Bro, call the 2024 election right now. CNN about to give it to him again. They're so lame. Trump don't care about you, lol, bro. They are very horny for the content. But to be fair, so am I. Odds of another January 6th event. It doesn't seem to be that the chances of that happening don't seem to be too high. I don't want to speak too soon, but as far as we've seen, okay, as far as what I've seen thus far, there is not enough momentum surrounding Donald Trump. There isn't. Partially because there is not a lot of astroturfing surrounding Donald Trump. The Republican Party, or at least like the apparatus, the party apparatus that normally would lend support to Donald Trump, like the Turning Point USAs or the American Enterprise Institute, the ALECs of the world, when they all get together, they have virtually unlimited funds. And a big chunk of the protests that you see revolve around these AstroTurf protests. Like they pay for the logistics, right? They fund and facilitate. They're not really doing that for Donald Trump. Sure, they're going on television. Like people in positions of power within the Republican Party will always go on national television and say, you know, yeah, of course he pled not guilty. You guys are crazy. That's not surprising.
Just are that many charges because that's each count of a particular financial transaction, like a check. But as we're waiting to see what the text of that charging document actually is, as we're watching these visuals, one of the things that stands out to me is just this dichotomy between, on one hand, the justice system trying to treat the former president like any other defendant. So going through the normal processing, having taken that time where he had to be behind the scenes and fingerprinted and processed through whatever paperwork needed to be done in New York. But the other side of the screen showing the extensive security procedures and all of the police presence that's there, and the fact that there is not the public in the seats behind the defendant, and this room is not open to the public, just shows how not normal this situation is. And that despite the justice system maybe trying to make this sort of the way other defendants would be treated, it's just not that way. This is a completely unique situation.
Yeah, no, I mean, it is an interesting balance of trying to act as though we're
okay, all this
equal.
stuff is really dumb. You guys asked a good question. I'm going to answer it. Okay, I don't care about this level of fucking analysis. The question was, do you think that there will be another January 6th style situation? What is this? The hogs are insane. They're hogging. Terrence K. Williams says, please pray for President Trump's safety. Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. was assassinated on April 4th, 1968. Former President Trump is being arrested on April 4th, 2023. That has 10,000 likes. These people are so fucking insanely unhinged, okay? And it's awesome. Now, listen, that stuff's great. But one thing I want to tell you, one thing I want to point out here is, you asked, is there going to be a January 6th style situation? The reason why I don't think it's going to happen is twofold. One, because January 6th already happened, and for the first time ever, a lot of these like HVAC business owners and the like saw consequences, punitive consequences from a criminal justice system that they thought prior was on their side and would never actually hold them accountable. Okay? So that's number one. Number two, the institutional control, the institutional Republican Party that otherwise backed Donald Trump when he was the president, backed Donald Trump after he won the primaries, they did not lend support. They are currently not lending as much support to Donald Trump because they want to see this through. They want to see what fucking happens to him. Okay? So both of those circumstances together lead to much less people out there willing to do crazy shit. Okay? The reactionary petite bourgeois no longer find themselves to be as infallible or as powerful in the eyes of the law. They now know that they can get held accountable for like going crazy. Some of them fucking died because of COVID. That's another part that we shouldn't forget. There's also that as well. A lot of people died due to COVID. That's another issue that we are not really calling into consideration. But basically, I think the lack of astroturfing surrounding like protests is the reason why you see counter-protesters, is the reason why you see many more counter-protesters who are there on their own volition than actual protesters, like Trump supporters.
And so the normal kind of, rah-rah rally bravado that you would see.
99% survival rate, ... Yeah, I know. 99% survival rate, except, that 1% is just all hogs, I guess. Like, more than 1 million people died of COVID, brother. That's a big dent. That's huge. That's a huge number of people. Especially when you factor in how many of them were, anti-vaxxers. So, here, let's see what else
happens in a courtroom. Do they recite each charge to the charge of X? How do you plead? And he says not guilty, or how does it go?
So different practices, but in what I would expect is that they would read the charges, and you may also want to check with our New York lawyers who have been in the New York DA's office in terms of what their experience is in the court, and Judge Merchan in particular. But they would read the entire indictment, or he could waive the reading of the indictment. And so one of the things that we want to listen for is how the actual proceeding before this particular judge went forward.
Let's go to Karen up in New York. Karen, how would it proceed? Would they read each one of the 34 charges and he would say not guilty to each one of them, or would it be a waiving of them all and just one plea of not guilty?
Yeah, so typically the way it's done is a defense attorney will say, the judge will ask, do you waive the reading of the rights? And the defense attorney will respond, yes, but not the rights thereunder. The fact that he's already, if the reporting's correct, the fact that he's already pled not guilty to all 34 charges leads me to believe that that probably did happen here, that they waived the reading of the 34 charges and instead just arraigned him on the indictment. This is a long proceeding, I will say, for an arraignment, because especially if he's already pled not guilty, that's the main thing that would happen here is the reading.
Isn't it because Russia is bogged down in Ukraine and can't focus on Trump propaganda right now? People are saying this law. Yeah, those people are fucking delusional, dude. That's insane. The amount of money that the Republican Party spends on AstroTurf protests is like unimaginably higher than the fucking small number of ad dollars that like Russia was able to utilize on Facebook. Okay? That's delusion to the highest order. It's just like, that's liberal brain rot. It's Lebanon, okay? It's blue anon, whatever you want to fucking call it. It's silly. It's stupid. Yeah, don't take any of that shit seriously. Tell Chad to Google Trump Rule 34 to get the full list of charges. Yeah, don't do that. What do you mean by AstroTurf? AstroTurf is the opposite of grassroots. Grassroots movements are movements created by individuals on the ground that on their own volition, whereas AstroTurf movements are basically created by people, paid protesters. You know what I mean? Like the AstroTurf movement around the top of the hour ad break. Because at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. And if you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe. All right? There's an AstroTurf movement to stop the top of the hour ad break from impacting people. That's where big donors will send gifted subs in the chat to allow many people to no longer see the ads if they are lucky enough to get gifted a sub. Like, so hey, Bozo, thank you for the 5 get the subs. Okay? You can also, however, avoid it on your own for $5 or for free with the Twitch Prime. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. AstroTurfing is what Republicans accuse Soros of doing all the time. Exactly. Which, by the way, George Soros does pay for protests, for sure. Just like every other fucking organization does. George Soros is a liberal. He has, interests. Sakuragor, thank you for the 20 gifted. Emma the Itchy, thank you for the 5. Fugaku Ah, thank you for the 5. Mott666. Gamer Guy Grizz with the 20 of the subs.
Arm of
Julie,
the
high
Manhattan
five. Thank you
DA's
for the
office.
5.
So she was a defense attorney before, and she was a prosecutor before that. And Mr. Bragg, DA Bragg, brought
Kyle
her
Marks,
back
thank
to
you for the
lead his
5 as well.
investigation division, which is it's an executive level position, very prestigious. And like I said, she was the trial lawyer who successfully tried the case against the Trump organization and got the 17-count conviction on behalf of the office.
And Karen, who is the woman at the table with Chris Conroy to our left, his right, in the blue dress?
She's another ADA on the case who works in the Major Economic Crime Bureau. The team is going to have multiple attorneys on it, and the question is, we just didn't know who was going to be the lead lawyer, who's going to be speaking on the record.
Damon Pasta, Slad the Laddie, Goku's upper lip.
Pope, or others who are at an executive level who are working on this case. Chris Conroy is a senior investigative counsel. He's just an ADA, I should say. He's an assistant district attorney, a very senior, seasoned, excellent lawyer who they are having be the ADA meaning assistant district attorney, who will be arraigning Mr. Trump and speaking on the record.
So the interesting context you also brought up is that Susan Hoffinger, the woman with the white shirt and black jacket sitting behind Chris Conroy at the prosecutor's table, just defeated in court the woman, Susan Necklace, in the green suit at the defendant's table right next to Donald Trump in the Trump Organization case, which was a big victory for District Attorney Alvin Bragg, I believe, right?
Exactly right. 17 felony count conviction against the Trump Organization.
And Carrie, go
Worth
ahead.
noting, though, that that case ended in fines. I mean, it was convictions. And the case was successfully prosecuted from a prosecutor's perspective, but the end result was fines for the Trump Organization. I just think we have to keep that in context in terms of this, even though this particular proceeding today has a lot of gravity to it, and the former president.
The baseball bat tweet was utilized in court. They're saying that there could be a gag order for it.
And some of
as
them
a threat.
are
It constitutes a
other
legitimate
than
threat,
the
which
former
it does.
president ending up with a felony conviction. Some of them could potentially be something as simple as a fine.
Absolutely, and all of us should, in journalism and in the public, should.
Okay, charges are coming in.
Skeptical and open-minded when it comes
Fucking
to any.
CNN, give us the charges, goddammit. Here is from MSNBC. They said that Mr. Trump tried to conceal a conspiracy to undermine the 2016 election to identify and suppress negative information.
In describing the indictment, they said Mr. Trump tried to conceal a conspiracy and undermine the 2016 election to identify and suppress negative information. This was covert and illegal payments at Mr. Trump's direction, directed to Michael Cohen, and the purpose was to suppress this affair and this negative information.
I mean, that's the one we knew about already. Here, they're talking to the court reporter right now.
Witness or a juror. These social media posts that threaten death and destruction and World War III, the public statements he's been making, the picture of him swinging a baseball bat towards DA Bragg's head, They're very concerned about these posts and, again, the potential effect on jurors and witnesses. But he said this won't dissuade the office. They're seeking the protective order. We'll have to see what the judge decides on that, as well as conditions of release. They want him to be warned about his statements. And as I mentioned earlier, they're concerned that Tacopina, his
You're not
attorney,
tripping.
Joe Tacopina, had communications with Stormy Daniels, and what he will likely not be able to cross-examine her if, in fact, she becomes a witness. That's certainly a conflict of interest.
Adam, it's Hallie. I'm wondering if you can clarify or explain if the judge had any response to what you're talking about here, the idea that some of these threats have been brought up, not just against the prosecutor's office, but against the judge himself. And I also want to check on one point. I think I heard you say Todd Blanche spoke for Donald Trump, so Donald Trump himself did not say the words not guilty. Is that correct?
No, Donald Trump did say not guilty very firmly, but Todd Blanche was the attorney speaking on behalf of the defense. In terms of your question about the judge, he said we're taking this rhetoric and language that Mr. Trump is using very seriously.
Danny?
No questions for Adam right now. Well, actually, yes. I mean, was there any indication that the conspiracy was anything other than the hush money payments? For example, anything related to an extortionate scheme, an alleged extortionate scheme involving the hush money payments? Or was the indication that the payments were exclusively, the felony that we're talking about, the additional crime, is exclusively related to campaign finance law, as opposed to a state RICO statute or extortion or anything else?
No mention of that, no mention of RICO, but you do bring up a good point, which I want to bring up. There was no mention of the alleged affair with Karen McDougal. There was some speculation that the alleged affair with Karen McDougal may be wrapped into this case. And as far as what I heard before I left
Donald Trump Jr. posted a photo of the judge's daughter. No photo, just a tweet saying he did. What the that's insane. There's no fucking shot, dude. What? You can't do that.
I'll throw out to the panel here.
That's...
yeah, go ahead, Adam.
That's right.
Bro, these guys really think they're the shit.
That it's going on for a bit longer is because the first person to speak was a representative, an attorney for the media. And they talked about that this case has monumental significance to the public. And we understand there are competing interests, and there's interests of privacy on behalf of the defendant.
Bro, these guys think that they're on 4chan or something.
On a media plan going forward to avoid chaos. It's been a bit chaotic outside the courtroom. I'm sorry.
It's a Breitbart article about how his daughter worked for the Biden campaign. Bro, I can't even click on Truth Social, bro. This shit is so busted. This website is so broken. I can't even link it.
And England and dozens from stations
Send me a photo of it. Seems relevant. Yet another bullshit connection in this hand-picked Democrat show trial. The BS never ends, folks. Daughter of the Trump judge. Daughter of the judge on Trump case worked on Biden-Harris campaign.
Could we put people in the jury box so we can see some facial expressions of the defendant? Everybody in the courtroom is behind the defendant, so we can't see what his facial expressions
It's a Breitbart article.
And then anything that's involved with the court, any documents, anything as part of discovery, that's made public promptly. And again, laptops.
The way they posted it, the way they presented it is like odd. It definitely is. I can't believe a high-profile judicial official in Manhattan is a lib. Yeah, it's so relevant to the case. It's so shocking. Yeah, obviously, this fucking person is a goddamn lib, and their daughter is a lib too. To be fair, though, this judge not on my side today. Not on my side for not allowing fucking court cameras. Not on my side for not allowing a fucking mugshot so I could look at mugshouty Donald Trump. So I don't even care about this judge. Okay, fuck this guy. He's not on our side, chat.
Not while I was in the room, and that would be very unlikely.
That judge has got Mickey Mouse rings. Okay, I'll say it. I'm not afraid to say it.
Suggested by the defense team. to move it to Staten Island, for example, which is another borough of New York City, which is much more friendly to conservatives and to someone like Mr. Trump.
All right, Adam Reese again, who is in the courtroom, has now stepped out, and this hearing apparently continuing forward. As you noted, there was a media attorneys there speaking about future access and video equipment. And perhaps that might have slowed down the process, but they are still in there in an arraignment where typically the guilty or not guilty, and in this case, the former president entering obviously a not guilty plea as his lawyers had anticipated. We will continue to watch that camera in the hallway. The former president did not speak as he was going in, simply gave a glance toward a questioner in the hallway there. We don't know on the way out if he will speak, but I think we're all struck by the DA's office bringing up this issue about the former president's behavior and statements and social media posts, the troubling nature of those, and the judge obviously aware of them. What have you both learned so far that in terms of the strategy of the state going forward?
Well, so far, as it relates to the political sphere of things, it seems like, frankly, not much yet has changed. Now that news of this indictment and what the charges actually are has come out, we are already seeing some of the first fundraising post-arraignment, or I guess during arraignment, come out, and that is from Trump ally Senator Lindsey Graham, who has blasted out now his fundraising email. We've also heard from Trump opponents who have said that they have put up a billboard that will greet Donald Trump when he lands back down in Mar-a-Lago in West Palm Beach and then makes his way to Palm Beach, that says nobody essentially is above the law. So here we are again seeing sort of these political positions here. As Donald Trump, I'm also struck, it's like 45 minutes now that he's been in that room. He sat and listened to those media attorneys make their case. He said those two words, and I think that's important, and an important piece of color from Adam Reese here, that it was Donald Trump himself who stood up and declared in a court of law not guilty related to these felony charges against him now.
All right, let me go to Chuck Rosenberg. Chuck, that was an amazing report there by Adam, kind of listing out what he saw and witnessed in the time inside the courtroom. Piecing it all together, where does that leave us right now? As Hallie noted, we may not have moved much farther than we were earlier this afternoon.
Or they just keep playing this like it's his mugshot, and it's like kind of, and they keep like over-analyzing his like blank expression here. It's just like a lot of that shit is unrelated, okay? It's just like, it's just dumb shit. Who cares? Listen. They are being a little parasocial. They're doing like body language analysis on shit like that. Ultimately, it seems like now that the charges have been released, like it's 34 felony counts, but I haven't gotten enough details on what's going on with the counts. Hold on. I'm going to try to find the 34 charges real quick. Is there a good article that we can look at that just shows all the charges one by one? Because I checked this lived up tweet about Trump's potential punishment if found guilty. What? Quick Trumpo math. So it's 34 felony counts of falsifying business records in New York State. That means typically 1 to 4 years per charge. This Manhattan DA case alone puts Trump in jeopardy between 34 and 136 years in New York State. No, I don't. No, that's that. Like, don't look at liberals. They're going crazy. That's insane, dude. What the fuck? No, that's not how this works at all. Listen. Let me tell you something. This is an otherwise relatively inconsequential case, okay? In other circumstances, mismanagement of campaign funds have led to just a regular fine, okay? A fine that can go all the way up to like $800,000, where, you know, they've done this before. Plenty of other former presidents have paid a fine, okay? the idea that like he would go to prison maximum, if he would go to prison to begin with, is silly. But like, let's say they hit him with the book and the case actually sticks. Okay. He would most likely, I mean, it would be like 1 to 4. Like there's no, the misdemeanor charge is 1 year. The felony one is 4. Felony is much harder to stick anyway, because you have to have intent and you have to show intent to basically defraud voters by hiding something specifically for the election and not for any other fucking reason. He would not see a single day in prison. Like, that's not a thing. No matter how shitty his crackpot lawyer team is, the likelihood that he would like actually serve a prison sentence is unimaginably low. It's just not even a thing, in my opinion. Okay? We're talking those, yeah, the sentencing that they're showing you, the sentencing that they're showing you is literally maximum sentences. Okay? I mean, optimism and fun aside, you're saying won't invade Ukraine, Omega Law? I mean, sure, but you can keep pointing to that as much as you want, but you know, hopefully it is like my Russia won't invade Ukraine take, and Trump will go to jail for 137 years, dude. Yeah. Trust the plan, guys. You know, trust the plan, liberals. Yeah, he's going to jail for 126 years. You're right.
Behavior issue is becoming such a big part of this today.
I'm somewhat surprised. I think regarding the evidence and the discovery, I think it's often in cases like this and in other cases, judges put protective orders to prevent the defense or the prosecution from putting out that evidence.
Unironically, that's the only thing you've ever been wrong about. These motherfuckers refuse to let you live it down. I mean, the people that are bringing it up are probably fans. They're just memeing. I don't think they're serious.
Reporters have been able to leave the overflow room and to make calls during the hearing in the public courtroom. So I guess they were able in the overflow room to come and go as they please, and the doors were not restricted as it is in the courtroom, which is why we haven't heard from Garrett or Melissa, who are in the courtroom itself, because they're in there. But the overflow rooms, it sounds like there was lesser controls, and so some reporters have been able to come out and make calls and provide updates while the hearing is going on, and that's what Adam was able to do with quite thoroughness. And again, just to be clear, 34 counts, falsifying business records in the first degree. My understanding, it can be up to 4 years in prison, but it could be as little as 0 if convicted. And remember that the Trump defense team is going to fight this tooth and nail. And
how badly out of sync is the fucking audio? Like, is it that bad? People are losing their minds in the chat a little bit, and I don't know if it's really that bad. Like 2 seconds? God damn it, dude. Yeah. Hold on. Let's see. Maybe this will be better. Hold on.
The Trump organization was ongoing, even though those prosecutors walked off the case. He said
Is
that
it better?
investigation continued. Query whether it actually is, query whether they're doing anything on it. But one of the reasons you might want a protective order is if, in fact, you're still digging and you're still trying to get witnesses to cooperate. You're still trying to get sort of the pieces of the puzzle to come together. You want to protect the integrity of the investigation while it's ongoing.
As a lay
I checked off on properties on my desktop audio. I checked off use device timestamps.
Thing as a gag order? The gag order is different. The gag order would be used to really protect the defendant's right to a free and protect the right to a trial, a fair trial. The protective order is to protect the integrity of the actual investigation and the documents and materials that they don't want to show up on NBC's website.
Would it prevent Donald Trump from talking about any documents and materials he's seen?
Well, we need to see the terms of it. And again, that's why I think Catherine is pointing out, typically you would make this request in writing meeting and you would lay out exactly what you want the parameters to be.
You know, there's a lot of strategy here, too. I mean, this is the prosecutor's first chance to talk to the judge and kind of set the stage. And now, I'm a jaded defense attorney, so take that with a grain of salt. You know, I may be clouded here. But the point is, this is the prosecutor's first chance to exert some control over the defendant. So why not put everything you can in front of this judge about all this defendant's bad behavior and set a baseline, right? Hey, judge, here's all the things this defendant is doing. Put him on a short leash now, and that will benefit the prosecutors. Here's why. If he violates, you can bring him back, and he'll at minimum get in trouble. At worst, he might even be remanded. He might even be put in custody for violating a protective order. This is chess, and the prosecution is playing aggressively early by asking for a protective order. It might get denied, but they've at least planted it in the court's mind that this is somebody who may be misbehaving and you need to watch him.
They're saying we're watching.
Consider the advantage. If he violates and he comes back and he gets remanded as punishment for violating a protective order, if he's actually incarcerated, which I don't even know how that would look. I don't know how you would do that. Maybe you put him on house arrest. Far more likely, put an ankle monitor on him and control and monitor him at all times. But every single encumbrance that the court or the prosecution can get put on a defendant inures to their benefit. The extreme example is that the statistics show that if you have a client who's incarcerated pending trial, the odds of getting convicted are just so much more because you don't have access to them. This is the part of the game. You know, and I'm not saying game in a glib way. I mean, both sides play. But the prosecution here is trying to get everything they can at every instance, and you can't fault them for that. They're here to win. They brought their game face, and they are coming out strong from the outset.
Here's another wider photo now from the courthouse that's been provided, one of the still photos. Let me bring in Chuck Todd. Chuck, if you can talk about the political implications. Does this change anything? Does this enlighten us, reveal anything that may change the conversation?
Well, right now, no, but let me just quickly on this gag order idea or some sort of protective order for this. Look, one of the things they're going to, this was one of the motivations of why Donald Trump announced so ridiculously early is he was gaming out a lot of these scenarios here.
Bro, they keep opening up, they keep zooming out of the one photo that they took. It's so funny that they keep zooming out of the one photo that they took and slowly but surely showing us more scenes in the courtroom like it's a different photo. Anyway, it's just so fucking stupid.
I'm gonna interrupt you just for a second. We're seeing Donald Trump leaving the courthouse and not making any comments. There was a microphone there, and a reporter had asked earlier if he would say anything. Obviously not. This hearing, though, going on, as we noted, a little considerably longer than we thought. Jonathan Dean's with us.
People are talking about the Trump Jr. posting the judge's daughter on Truth Social. Yeah, I think, it's one of those circumstances where I feel like they will make it seem as though fucking Breitbart posted it. It's an article. It's newsworthy. It's newsworthy to show that the judge is biased or whatever. But why they're doing it. They're doing it to say look, this is, you come after the king. We're going to fucking, we're going to go after your family. It's basically the same principle. The difference is most people don't have, they have a level of plausible deniability, but most people don't have an entire media apparatus that they can use. You know what I mean? It's the same shit as what the mob would do, but the mob would actually the mob doesn't have a PR team. The mob doesn't have media influence. So of course, there is no plausible deniability for the mob when they do similar things. Okay? Does that make sense? Yes, we'll do Fox in a second. We're going to get to the Fox News coverage in a moment.
And explain the charges. Now that the hearing is over, we would expect the Manhattan DA's office to email the indictment to all reporters, and I believe that was President Trump walking out, Hallie.
Yeah, that is former President Donald Trump now leaving the courtroom, walking into that motorcade. He will now be on his way back to Mar-a-Lago for this speech here. I want to bring in Kristen Welker, who's outside the courthouse. Kristen?
Well, Hallie, we saw some activity here with his motorcade just a few moments ago and thought that that might be a signal that he was about to leave. And so, as you say, he's now entered his motorcade. They are about to take off momentarily. Hallie, you can see the throngs of police here, the security here.
Wait, someone in the chat said New York City police posted Trump is 270 pounds. I refuse to believe that Trump is literally fucking almost, 20, 25 pounds heavier than me. There's no shot.
While there are hundreds of protesters, those who
I don't believe
support
that.
former President Trump, those who are critical.
I don't want to
of
believe
him
that.
gathered
That
in
hurts
the
my
park
feelings.
nearby.
I need to get my
have to
fucking
tell
weight
you,
up, dog.
They have been peaceful throughout this entire
I need to get my
process.
weight
Now
up.
you see his motorcade, Hallie, taking off, departing as we speak from Hogan Place, from officially being charged here, pleading not guilty to those 34 counts that we just talked about. And so he is going to head to LaGuardia Airport, where he will head to Mar-a-Lago, as you say, and make those remarks tonight. And again, just to remind folks, Hallie, we expect to hear from a defiant former President Trump, right? He was sort of slumped over in the courtroom based on that photo that we saw of the former president. But I expect we will see a very different Mr. Trump tonight when he speaks to supporters at Mar-a-Lago, Hallie.
He has been traveling, Kristen, with a series of aides from his campaign, obviously with members of his legal team, many of whom are expected to accompany him back to Mar-a-Lago, where, frankly, the crowd will be, I think, friendlier than what he has seen so far in Manhattan. He's expected to be in front of supporters. It is entirely possible that we will see supporters there in West Palm and in Palm Beach lining the route that Donald Trump will come back home. I think there is another key piece of information as we talk about the politics of it that we're waiting on, which is the indictment itself and getting some of the specifics that we've been discussing here as far as the legal implications. I want to note something that Jonathan Dean's talked about, which is, again, the extraordinary security measures that have been in place, not just today for the last 6-8 hours plus in an intensive way, but frankly, Jonathan, as you've been reporting and as you were first to report a week and a half ago, that have been in place for days now.
Yeah, for about 2 weeks now, from the FBI to the court officers to the NYPD, they've all been working and preparing for this day, and this day has come. And as you can see in one of the shots before, as the president was leaving, the former president leaving the courthouse, the lines of people rose deep to get a look at this day in history. I thought that was an extraordinary sight here in Manhattan. We understood that there were going to be a few hundred protesters, pro and con, in that Foley Square area in and around the courthouse, but the fact that for several blocks leaving that 100 Center Street area, that those sidewalks were pretty jammed with people. Now you see he's approaching the entrance to the FDR Drive, which will take him north towards the Triborough Bridge and LaGuardia Airport, where his plane is waiting for him. But the former president of the United States stand accused of 34 counts of falsifying business records.
As of now,
and,
the grand jury indictment has still not been made public.
Not guilty. And just an extraordinary day, and we wait to hear more from the reporters who are in the courtroom and in the overflow rooms about exactly what went on inside during that 45-minute hearing.
Danny, what do you think his lawyers are telling him right now that they see what the prosecution has?
Also, prosecutors told Judge Merchant that Trump's social media posts are irresponsible and threatening, and they're seeking a protection order for Discover. It's understandable. Those social media posts are threatening. They're actually more threatening than if someone who is currently in court was like literally verbally threatening. Yeah, Discovery. Not Discover. If you were in court and you were like openly fucking threatening the judge or saying shit about the judge's daughter, you know what I mean? That would be considered. That would definitely be that would be up for consideration. Like Alex Jones, when he did the same shit when he was in court for defamation, they literally fucking that did not seem favorable to the jury in that circumstance. Trump is doing the exact same thing. It's probably even more significant than that because Donald Trump also has millions of fucking followers. You know what I mean? Like, there is obviously you can't really do anything about it. Like, I don't know. Like, they would not be able to hold him in contempt of court, I think, is like people would go absolute bananas mode if that was the case. Like, but, I mean, he will probably keep pushing the boundaries of acceptability as time passes. Trump did not post a photo. Trump Jr. didn't post a photo of the judge's daughter. I mean, he did, but he posted it accompanying a Breitbart article that was written on the judge's daughter. Also, here, 1 second, hold on. I gotta play something important here. This is not really a chase, but gotta play our fucking animal cum music as though it's a police chase. There is no mugshot.
That in the short term, this may bolster Mr. Trump in the primaries, but it's not clear how it looks as the primaries drag on once debate starts, and if he is to make it to a general election, how that will play with independent voters, with women voters, for voters who voted for him in 2016 but switched to Biden in 2020. It's a real question mark, Lester, moving forward.
All right, Kristen Welker, thank you. We want you to stay tuned. We do expect to hear from Manhattan District Attorney Alvin Bragg, a previously scheduled news conference scheduled to start right about now. We'll, of course, take you there when he takes the podium. I want to go to NBC News legal analyst Kristen Gibbons. Fedden, let's talk about what we can expect in the discovery in this case, the research, the grist of the case.
Yeah, so we can expect the discovery is really just the exchange of information. Any information that is favorable or unfavorable to the defendant within the prosecution of the case, the defendant would be entitled to that. So that's the prosecutor turning over anything from statements, probably from Stormy Daniels, maybe even Ms. McDougal. But there will also be potentially motions to uncover any of the testimony or evidence that was given to the grand jury. Keep in mind, the grand jury proceedings are secret, but there are certain rules governing the disclosure of that information. So depending on if the prosecution asserts that some of the evidence should remain under seal, that will also be a challenge by Trump's team, because reasonably they're going to want every single thing, testimony and arguments that were made before the grand jury.
The indictment is out.
On them to indict.
All right.
All right, we're going to take a look at the indictment. The grand jury of the county of New York, by this indictment, accused the defendant of the crime of falsifying business records in the first degree in violation of Penal Law 175.10, committed as follows. The defendant in the county of New York and elsewhere on or about February 14th, 2017, with the intent to defraud and intent to commit another crime and aid and conceal the commission thereof, made and caused a false entry in the business records of an enterprise, to wit, an invoice for Michael Cohen dated February 14, 2017, marked as a record of the Donald J. Trump Revocable Trust and kept and maintained by the Trump Organization. The second count is falsifying business records in the first degree, which is the detailed general ledger for the Donald J. Revocable Trust bearing voucher number 842457 and kept and maintained by the Trump Organization. It's just like every single voucher number individually. That's how they got to 37 charges, and including the check, including like every single instance. I am zooming in, chat, calm down. Yeah, check stubs. I mean, this is basically what Trump's legal team said that they would do, and that's basically what they did. Every single count is pretty much identical. Can you please clear your Discord notifications? What? Fuck you, dude. Here's the press release. District Attorney Bragg announced 34-count felony indictment. Alvin J. Bragg announced today the indictment of Donald Trump for falsifying New York business records in order to conceal damaging information and unlawful activity from American voters before and after the 2016 election. During the election, Trump and others employed a catch-and-kill scheme to identify, purchase, and bury negative information about him and boost his electoral prospects. Trump then went to great lengths to hide this conduct, causing dozens of false entries in business records that conceal criminal activity, including attempts to violate state and federal election laws. Trump is charged in a New York State Supreme Court indictment with 34 counts of falsifying business records in the first degree. The people of the state of New York allege that Donald J. Trump repeatedly and fraudulently falsified New York business records to conceal crimes that hid damaging information from the voting public during the 2016 presidential election, said District Attorney Bragg. Manhattan is home to the country's most significant business market. Yeah, it seems like overall, yeah, there isn't anything more severe. It is what they thought it was going to be. It is what everyone was speculating. There is no like additional charges or anything. From the New York Times, the charges against Mr. Trump are all Class E felonies, which are the lowest category of felony offense in New York, can carry a maximum prison sentence of 4 years per count. Under New York law, falsifying business records is generally a misdemeanor, but prosecutors can escalate the charge when they believe a person falsified business records in order to commit another crime to hide the committing of a crime. Yeah, that is what that is what everyone has been speculating about nonstop. That's what everyone thought was the case, and that's why everyone was like, oh, this is going to be not that big of a deal. This is not going to be that big of a deal. This is not going to be that big of a deal. And they're right. They are right. It's not that big of a deal. Like, ultimately, this is, I mean, we're talking about, what? I'm trying to hold on a moment. What is this? Oh.
To a gaggle of reporters. We're trying to get our microphone.
Hold on. Let's watch this real quick.
It's not a sad day. I don't expect this to happen in this country. You don't expect this to happen to somebody who was the president of the United States. And on the one hand, there's not really any surprises. I know there was a lot of talk over the past several weeks and the past several days about what's going to be in this indictment and what's going to be there that we don't know. There must be something besides what we've been talking about for the past 4 or 5 years. There wasn't. There's nothing. The indictment itself is boilerplate. It doesn't allege any federal crime, any state crime that's been violated. It doesn't allege what the false statement is. And it's really disappointing. It's sad, and we're going to fight it. We're going to fight it.
Were you surprised by anything in the indictment?
No.
How about you, Joe? Were you surprised?
Yeah, I was surprised there were no facts in there. I mean, normally in an indictment you have alleged facts. So they said that this was a false business record entry to aid and abet another crime without saying what the other crime was.
Can you talk about his demeanor? How was he doing?
Trump's reaction was when he saw the charges against him.
When you say what his reaction was, what do you expect his reaction was? I mean, his reaction was exactly what would happen if it happened to anybody that I'm looking at now or anybody that's hearing what you're saying.
Who would?
He's frustrated. He's upset. But I'll tell you what, he's motivated. And it's not going to stop him, and it's not going to slow him down, and it's exactly what he expected.
Taco Pina.
To that extent,
get his ass, Taco Pina.
But he's also upset and frustrated
Hey, they don't call me Taco Penis for no reason over here.
Warnings against his rhetoric on Twitter.
Hold on.
What was the former president?
What? There was not a warning. What do you mean?
From the judge, talking about
The judge
the
did
threats
not
to
warn.
Manhattan
The district attorney made a statement addressing what they perceived to be, I'm not sure what the words they use, inappropriate rhetoric of some sort. Obviously, we responded, and the judge just took it in. The judge didn't warn. He asked the parties to consider what they're saying and not saying.
Guys, he did not admonish the president.
There was no admonishment.
That the president not use language that would incite violence or civil unrest.
He did not request that the president not use language. He requested that everybody involved refrain from using language that's inappropriate. And by the way, that includes the witnesses for the people who are talking just as much as the president.
The former president swinging a baseball bat at the head of the Manhattan DA.
Well, I don't know where you got that, because if
That
you
was a tweet sent out by the former president.
no, it wasn't. And first of all,
No, it wasn't.
picture was not him swinging a baseball bat. I mean, if you want to distort the facts, go right ahead. I won't address that. Yes, it is. He wasn't swinging a baseball bat.
I want to fucking swing a baseball bat myself over here.
An American-made bat. Someone else put a picture of the district attorney next to him, and in an article posted that. That's not his article. It's not his photos.
Not using language that incites.
Guys, here's what we're going to talk about today. Here's what we're going to talk about today. We're going to talk about the insufficiency of this case. And I will say this to you. Today's unsealing of this indictment shows that the rule of law died in this country. Because while everyone is not above the law, no one's below it either. And if this man's name was not Donald J. Trump, there is no scenario we'd all be here today. Please understand that based on these charges.
What are we going to get tonight?
Like, he's not wrong. He's not wrong. He's not wrong. But that's also partially because, like, you know, we are so used to people who are rich being above the law. That's the only reason. You cook the books in a similar capacity like this, you're gonna get fucking fined. You're gonna get punished. But when a business owner does shit like this, okay, when a business owner does shit like this, it's basically seen as as just like a minor offense that you could just pay a fine and move on with. Okay, that's it.
Quite frankly, is the best team I've ever worked with, the lawyers. I'm honored to be working with these guys. It's a family, it's a team, and we have one mission, and we'll achieve that mission.
What's your next move?
Why is this guy putting a leg up there? I don't even understand.
Change of venue stuff. When do we? I mean, we're going to start fighting the case. I didn't mean to be flippant with you.
Hassan, is that based on any evidence at all, or is it just your vibes? No, he's absolutely wrong. What do you mean? No.
That requires motion files in 4 months.
Brother, someone else already fucking served a prison sentence for the crime that they're talking about, okay?
About that, but like, there's nothing else to say except the district attorney. This office has existed for decades and decades. And
We're gonna look at the statement of facts in a second. To dive in a little bit further and develop a better understanding, but
a state prosecutor is prosecuting a federal election law violation that doesn't exist according to federal election law officials. It's as simple as that. That you could sum it all up like that.
Will there be anything else in your motion to dismiss?
We haven't even come close.
What about the change of venue? There's all this talk. Can someone address that now? Could potentially post discovery on social media.
Impromptu news conference outside the courthouse with the attorneys for former President Donald Trump, who right now is nearing LaGuardia Airport for his return to Florida after what was described as about a 45-minute long arraignment hearing in which a number of issues were discussed, including some of the tone of language that had concerned the DA's office from the former president. But his attorneys strongly defending the former president and challenging the DA to come up with facts which they think are not in evidence right now. Laura Jarrett has been working this set of documents.
yeah, I don't know why they were putting the leg. Like, you don't have a leg to stand on. That's what that means, maybe. Okay. We'll take a look. Unless they're going to analyze the charges right now individually and go through them point by point, I'm going to cover it here, or at least the statement of facts, okay? Everything that people were speculating on leading up to this court case, leading up to this being unsealed, the indictment being unsealed, was was basically correct. All that speculation amounted. I mean, it was correct. That's it. ABC's doing it. Here, link it to me, and I'll go to ABC. I don't. Oh no, here it is. ABC. Let's take a look.
Which underscores what you're saying here. The DA's office saying in this press release, Trump is charged in a New York State Supreme Court indictment with 34 counts of falsifying business records in the first degree, which signals that it's a felony. But again, all 34 counts directly related to falsifying business records, Kate.
Thank you, Silk and Cookies and Loppin 12.
Indictment suggests that
for the 10
scheme
gifted subs
itself is being charged as a scheme designed to bury negative information to boost the former president's electoral prospects. And there's a reference made to attempts to violate both state and federal election laws. So the scheme is sort of being charged as the one we have been anticipating, but there's not as much clarity as you might expect in some of these documents regarding what specific federal and state election laws are being used to boost this misdemeanor to a felony now, or these misdemeanors to felonies. Now, it's not that those need to be charged separately, right? The sort of the way this New York law works is it becomes a felony if committed in furtherance of another crime. You don't have to prove or actually even charge the other crime, but the sort of generality of the reference to the other crimes is surprising, at least to me. We don't.
The next in-person hearing date for Trump's case in New York is set for December 4, by the way. So we ain't got no juice until December 4th.
What you essentially see from the district attorney here is he's making the case that this was a conspiracy to use this catch and kill philosophy, i.e., we're going to take this story out from the public domain so it never sees the light of day. So, in fact, Donald Trump can continue his effort to become the president of the United States. And they're saying that it violates both state and federal law, that scheme.
You catch the story, you pay for it, but then you never print it. You catch and kill it. That's the allegation here. And again, this is the indictment, which isn't a speaking indictment, but you can get the sense of the size of this here. This is these are the charges laid out, and then what we're basing so far, the narrative provided by the DA comes in a 2-page sort of what you know, press release, if you will. Alvin Bragg is going to address the public a short time from now. He'll face many of the questions, the open-ended questions that we have here at the table. John?
David, there's also an introduction here, in addition to the press statement and the list of counts that goes through in detail this catch and release process that was going on, and it's described. And there's some new details in here, but it's describing the head of the company that owned the National Enquirer telling Trump in a meeting at Trump Tower in 2015 that this is David Pecker, would act as his eyes and ears for the campaign by looking out for negative stories about the dependent and alerting lawyer A.
Hank Pecker, David Pecker. Pecker is mad.
Lawyer A, of course, would be Michael Cohen.
That's
One
my
of the
uncle.
stories mentioned specifically is a story revolving a Trump Tower doorman who it says that in October, between October and November of 2015, was trying to sell information regarding a child that the defendant allegedly fathered out of wedlock. And the AMI CEO, that's David Pecker's direction, AMI negotiated and signed an agreement to pay the doorman $30,000 to acquire exclusive rights to that story. Again, catch the story and then bury it. Again,
Yeah, Trump did this shit nonstop, except the difference is like proving that this is done with the express purpose of like defrauding electors or hiding the truth from electors, voters is going to be the hard part of this. Like it almost feels like he did this because he had money flow coming in and he knew that these were going to resurface again. But he can always say it's to protect my marriage. You know what I mean? Now, obviously, Trump and his fucking cronies are so stupid that, like, his cronies are so stupid that I could see them quite literally writing, I'm doing this to defraud. I'm doing this with the express purpose of hiding the truth from the American voting population, and only because, I'm running for president. Otherwise, I would not give a shit. Like, they're so dumb, they might have literally said that. There might be actual evidence in this regard. There might be, like, actual receipts, because they are that fucking stupid. The only thing that turns these crimes from misdemeanors to a felony is if it's being done specifically for the election. So in that regard, there's a couple components here as far as I understand it, and my understanding of it might be fucking stupid and might be incorrect, but from what I understand, they need to, one, show that like the person knew that this was illegal and violated it regardless. I lowered my audio because I was yelling. Which still makes it okay. No, none of this is okay. We're talking about whether or not this is a serious charge. Okay? Donald Trump has done a million things that are, that are illegal. He does illegal things all the time. Many wealthy people do illegal things all the time. Every single president has done illegal things while they were the president, or at the very least, very immoral things. Okay? The difference here is the level of illegality, okay, the level of crime directly corresponds to how, like, whether or not he will actually serve, like, a prison sentence, which is very unlikely, okay, or like what kind of punishments he is going to withstand. Do you understand? That's the thing here. That's why I'm talking about the elevation of misdemeanors to actual felonies. What ties it into an actual felony makes it the way to tie this into an actual felony basically turns this into a not such, it just turns into a less strong case. That's it.
Issues, as they call it, there's other issues as well. And so there may be a lot of legal fighting about the nature of these charges before you get to any witness and evidence and trial.
And the state prosecutor making the case that this somehow affected a direct correlation with federal election law is the part of this, Terry, that's really untested.
Very untested. It is a reach. This prosecution is a reach. Obviously they've got them dead to rights on falsifying documents, falsifying business documents, but then to latch it into the crime of either the New York state election law or federal election law is a leap, and it needs to be proved beyond a reasonable doubt to 12 people, and that may be tough.
Pierre?
Yeah, one of the things that's quite interesting here is that the statement of facts, which we now have and have printed out, is what speaks for the indictment. It lays out the narrative. But the key witness in this case, based on the reading of this, will be the publisher of the National Enquirer, because he can speak to, one would think, whether Donald Trump himself was aware of this catch and kill scheme, and participated in it. One of the things that Michael Cohen stated when he was pleading guilty.
Fuck you. Count one, conspiracy to avoid the top of the hour ad break. There you go. I'll give it to you. I'm not going to fucking avoid that. I got you baited. Okay. Yeah, there you go. Good job. You're going to jail, by the way. From at least in or about 2019 up to and including about April 2023 in the Southern District of New York and elsewhere, Donald J. Trump, a.k.a. best president ever, the defendant and others known and unknown gray names willfully and knowingly did combine, conspire, confederate, and agree together with each other to commit fraudulent ad avoidance in violation of Title 69 United States Code, Section 420. You're going to jail for falsifying court records. I hope you know that. Oh, yeah? You got me. You served the top of the hour ad break in my stead. But guess what? You'll be also serving a prison sentence. I've informed the authorities. Check the indictment number. Yeah, 0821 2019 -69. I got it. Yeah, have fun in prison, buddy. Also, have fun with this top of the hour ad break unless you subscribe for $5 or for free with Twitch Prime or by getting gifted a sub if you are lucky. Here is the 3-minute ad break now. The DN Dandy, thank you for the 5 get the subs. La la Keisha, thank you for the 5 get the subs, allowing 10 people to no longer see the ads at the top of the hour. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. You're arresting me because I'm poor? Wow. Dax710. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Let's continue. Actually, wait, hold on. Where the fuck is it? Real one. Oh, here. This is the one.
Far more significant, frankly, in her telling of it than Stormy Daniels. They talk about a doorman who wanted to sell a damaging story against Trump, another catch and kill there, and they talk about Stormy Daniels. But that one seems to be a little different, but nevertheless, Pecker and Cohen working in tandem on
I get
all
scared
of
if
these.
it's
It's a really interesting story, quite frankly, that the DA's office tries to show. And, you know, we've thrown that word conspiracy out there a lot. Certainly in the statement of facts, they are talking about a conspiracy in the sense that this was a trend. This was not a one-time deal that happened. It seemed to be a rinse and repeat relationship for Cohen and Pecker, all to the benefit of Donald Trump.
John Santucci, our thanks to you. Keep pouring through along with the rest of the team here. I want to bring in former Governor Chris Christie. And Chris, I'm curious, are you at all surprised at the role David Pecker seems to be playing as far as his seems to be a very significant witness here for the DA?
No, in fact, on Sunday when I was on the This Week show with George, he asked me what did I think was going to be different or new. And I looked at him and said 2 words, David Pecker. Look, I disagree a bit with some who have said they think this is a reach. Look,
That's
if
insane.
in fact
Fuck
it doesn't
you
seem to
guys.
me that federal campaign finance law needs to be involved in any way here. The crime is to try to essentially defraud the voters of the state of New York by trying to either help or impede the election or defeat of 2 or more candidates, which would be Hillary Clinton and Donald Trump. And Pecker is the guy. And I think what may have changed here with Alvin Bragg is maybe David Pecker was willing to come forward now and be cooperative because in the federal case, there was a lot of back and forth with Pecker about what he would do or not do. And Pecker, presumably, does not have the same infirmities that Michael Cohen would have as a witness. One, you haven't seen David Pecker anywhere. You haven't seen him on television, giving any interviews or doing anything else. I haven't seen this guy for a long time. And I certainly haven't seen him making any public comments as opposed to Michael Cohen, who seems to be as addicted as his former boss is to getting in front of a TV camera. So my guess as to what's going on here is that the single most important witness, as was said earlier by Pierre, you don't have to prove these 34 falsification counts. They're not going to be difficult to prove. And Cohen will probably have the most to do with that. And I don't think it'll be hard to prove. The key is going to be proving the underlying crime that elevates it to a felony. And I think there is going to be one most important witness, and that's going to be David Pecker.
We have pulled the transcript. We'll give you complete credit for having predicted some of this on Sunday morning. Our thanks to you, Governor Christie. Thank you very much. And so you heard Chris Christie there, former prosecutor himself, Dan and Kate, talking about it. You know, there's been this discussion about a violation of campaign finance law or you know, that he's saying that
Why did they choose such a weak thing to go after? I mean, it's Trump. Wouldn't there be more serious you can get him on? Yes. And there are two other charges, or 2 other investigations that are currently ongoing that are about more significant charges. So this is just New York. There's the DOJ one for January 6th, and then there's the Georgia one for, trying to change the outcome of an election. Those are much better. The Georgia case especially is very, I think the Georgia case is the best one out of all of them. There's also the classified documents one too, from the Department of Justice. There's 2 on the Department of Justice. There's the January 6th one and the classified documentation one. But that one is just like, I think, obstruction of an investigation or something. Like the documents one is who knows? Who knows what happens on that one. There he is, our beautiful boy.
That. We're going to hear from the DA in a moment, but right now, all eyes on Donald Trump walking up the stairwell to his plane. He will fly back to Mar-a-Lago.
Juicy in what way?
To
Better
address
evidence?
reporters in Mar-a-Lago
Just like
tonight
the crime.
with some sort of a statement, though unclear how much of that will change.
And the charges
now,
that might come along with that crime.
It'd be fascinating, of course, obviously, to be on that plane for this 2 to 3 hour flight back down to Mar-a-Lago, John. But the president,
David Pecker is going to be a star witness, August 2015.
Reacting to the indictment that
August 2015, the key meeting that set up a catch-and-kill election scheme is Pecker, Trump, and Cohen. 2016, Pecker, Trump, Cohen, series of discussions suppressing Karen McDougal's story. Post-election, Trump meets to thank Pecker. And in the summer of 2017, Trump invites Pecker to dinner to thank him for his help during the campaign. Evidence this was election-driven, contra the Melania John Edwards defense. Because remember, we need to recall that like something like this happened in the past. John Edwards was able to get away by claiming that it was specifically the killing of a story was specifically done to save his marriage, which is might not be true, but it doesn't matter. You can at least claim it. So it's hard. It's hard to elevating these to a felony makes it very hard to defend. The defendant directed Lawyer A to delay making a payment to Woman 2 as long as possible. He instructed Lawyer A that if they could delay the payment until after the election, they could avoid paying altogether, because at that point, it would not matter if the story became public. As reflected in the... Dude, okay, that's actually kind of solid. So they are stupid enough to fucking routinely admit. This is one of those... this is like, I told you. I told you. They're so dumb that, like, they're dumb enough to just openly admit why they were doing such a thing. Wait, did you just say all the talking heads on Fox who were making the safe marriage argument are looking pretty dumb now that the evidence has actually come out? I mean, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. They're still going to fucking find a way to manipulate their audiences. I just don't fucking understand how you can get away with being this brazen with your criminal misconduct. Okay? It blows my mind. I told you, when the facts came out, I told you that the only way to, like, get them on a felony instead of a misdemeanor is if there is enough evidence that they are openly being like, we are going to do this because of the election and no other reason. And it seems like they did do that. That blows my fucking mind. Like, there's no interest in covering your fucking tracks. There's no interest in trying to even attempt to hide or create plausible deniability. That blows my fucking mind. It's literally like, it's like getting, oh my God. It's like getting caught after a successful bank robbery because you literally have a sign on you that says, I did a bank robbery at, this exact location, and the money I have on me is literally from this bank robbery. I don't understand. Like, I know that part of the reason why Donald Trump thinks he can get away with this shit is because he has his entire life. Okay? He's gotten away with it. He's failed upwards his entire life. He failed a fucking casino business. Think about it. Stake.com. Think about how much casinos just literally print money. And this motherfucker bankrupted a casino even after he got millions from his dad to keep the casino afloat. So his entire life, he has run around getting away with it, right? So that probably creates a sense of entitlement and a unfounded confidence that you will never be held accountable. And in many respects, he didn't. Just like you. Yeah, I know. I'm always getting away with doing crimes. But this is like mind-boggling. Because so many minor things. If he had a little bit of operational security, so many things that they did here, like none of this would be admissible in court. None of this would be a story. There would be nothing. This is like a very high bar to clear as a felony. And yet, due to sheer incompetence and pure idiocy, the sense of entitlement that he has in conducting himself in this way, and frankly, the low effort that he's put into doing such things has caused him to offer the Manhattan DA like a legitimate court case. The Fox Dominion lawsuit is the same way. Tons of internal emails from Fox talking about how illegal and fucked up what they're doing is. Yeah. Bragg isn't speaking yet. Stop capping. What do you mean? Trump makes the Clintons look like crime savants. They are. They are. They are crime savants. That's the difference between like crime and like what is technically permissible yet still immoral that the wealthy and the oligarchs and corporations engage in on a daily basis, and how they manipulate the rules in a way that suits their criminal misconduct, versus what Donald Trump does. It's like the same exact principle behind Dinesh D'Souza going to federal prison for campaign finance violations, when the entire system is designed in a way for a rich person to give unlimited funds to a specific politician running. Okay? You have to be cartoonishly stupid in the way that you are doing criminal things or illicit behavior, in the way they're engaging in illicit behavior, to actually get prosecuted for this shit, dude. They designed the system to allow you to get away with it. It's the same as like someone actually getting arrested for insider trading, like a really wealthy person getting arrested for insider trading, or yeah, like it's like Paul Pelosi getting arrested for insider trading. Like, it's not going to happen because the system is designed in a way for it to never happen. Okay. It's unimaginably stupid, bro. How did that doorman only get $30K to kill an illegitimate child story? We really just don't aim high enough as working class people. Yeah. All the contractors he hasn't paid since the 80s should ride this wave and class action him. The funniest part about that, and I was thinking about this as well. The funniest part about this is that, oh shit, David Dayen's on Jon Stewart? What the fuck? Those are my guests, John. I'll fight you. Okay? John, stay away from my man. Anyway, sorry. That's unrelated. The funniest part about this is that like Donald Trump notoriously is bad at paying contractors, like famously. He always refuses to pay contractors and get away with it. Okay? And I think in this circumstance, him trying to do that to Stormy Daniels might be his downfall. Dude, he literally tried to not pay Stormy Daniels because he was like, yeah, after the election, it doesn't matter. And that elevates this from a misdemeanor to a felony. All right. DA is now speaking. We're going to go over and hear what Alvin Bragg has to say.
On a New York Supreme Court indictment returned by a Manhattan grand jury on 34 felony counts of falsifying business records in the first degree. Under New York State law, it is a felony to falsify business records with intent to defraud and an intent to conceal another crime. That is exactly what this case is about. 34 false statements made to cover up other crimes. These are felony crimes in New York State, no matter who you are. We cannot and will not normalize serious criminal conduct. The defendant repeatedly made false statements on New York business records. He also caused others to make false statements. The defendant claimed that he was paying Michael Cohen for legal services performed in 2017. This simply was not true. And it was a false statement that the defendant made month after month in 2017. April, May, June, and so on through the rest of the year. For 9 straight months, the defendant held documents in his hand containing this key lie, that he was paying Michael Cohen for legal services performed in 2017. And he personally signed checks for payments to Michael Cohen for each of these 9 months. In total, the grand jury found there were 34 documents with this critical false statement. Why did Donald Trump repeatedly make these false statements? The evidence will show that he did so to cover up crimes relating to the 2016 election. Donald Trump, executives at the publishing company American Media Incorporated, Mr. Cohen, and others agreed in 2015 to a catch and kill scheme. That is, a scheme to buy and suppress negative information to help Mr. Trump's chance of winning the election. As part of this scheme, Donald Trump and others made 3 payments to people who claimed to have negative information about Mr. Trump. To make these payments, they set up shell companies, and they made yet more false statements, including, for example, in AMI, American Media Incorporated's business records. One of the 3 people that they paid to keep quiet was a woman named Stormy Daniels. Less than 2 weeks before the presidential election, Michael Cohen wired $130,000 to Stormy Daniels' lawyer. That payment was to hide damaging information from the voting public. The participant scheme was illegal. The scheme violated New York election law, which makes it a crime to conspire to promote a candidacy by unlawful means. The $130,000 wire payment exceeded the federal campaign contribution cap, and the false statements in AMI's books violated New York law. That is why Mr. Trump made false statements about his payments to Mr. Cohen. He could not simply say that the payments were a reimbursement for Mr. Cohen's payments to Stormy Daniels. To do so, to make that true statement, would have been to admit a crime. So instead, Mr. Trump said that he was paying Mr. Cohen for fictitious legal services in 2017 to cover up actual crime committed the prior year. And in order to get Michael Cohen his money back, they planned one last false statement. In order to complete the scheme, they planned to mischaracterize the repayments to Mr. Cohen as income to the New York State tax authorities. The conduct I just described and that which was charged by the grand jury is felony criminal conduct in New York State. True and accurate business records are important everywhere, to be sure. They are all the more important in Manhattan, the financial center of the world. That is why we have a history in the Manhattan DA's office of vigorously enforcing white-collar crime. My office, including the talented prosecutors you saw at arraignment earlier today, has charged hundreds of felony falsifying business records. This charge, it can be said, is the bread and butter of our white-collar work. And fraud presents itself in all different forms here in Manhattan. We have charged falsifying business records for those who violated federal bank secrecy laws. We have charged falsifying business records for those who were seeking to cover up sex crimes. And we have brought this charge for those who committed tax violations. At its core, this case today is one with allegations like so many of our white-collar cases. Allegations that someone lied again and again to protect their interests and evade the laws to which we are all held accountable. As this office has done time and time again, we today uphold our solemn responsibility to ensure that everyone stands equal before the law. No amount of money and no amount of power changes that enduring American principle. I'll now take questions.
Excuse me, so we're going to take a limited number of follow-up questions, one question per reporter. I will call on you, and again,
I think part of this is also related to like our lack of interest in like pursuing white-collar crime.
Thank you. Richard Rasmussen, why now? I mean, some argue that this is a political move. You're not going to be a political person. The court dates are going to go into the next, political season. Why now?
We conducted a thorough and rigorous investigation, as we're known to do, at the Manhattan District Attorney's Office.
They're breaking it.
I've been doing this for 24 years, and I'm no stranger to rigorous, complex investigations. I bring cases when they're ready. Having now conducted a rigorous, thorough investigation, the case was ready to be brought, and it was brought.
Mr. Bragg, the indictment says that there were 34 false business records. And they were done to conceal another crime, but the indictment does not specifically say what those crimes were. We are assuming, perhaps, that they might be election-related. I'm wondering if you can specify what laws were also broken.
Right. So let me say as an initial matter, the indictment doesn't specify that because the law does not so require. In my remarks, I mentioned a couple of laws, which I will highlight again now. The first is New York State election law, which makes it a crime to conspire to promote a candidacy by unlawful means. I further indicated a number of unlawful means, including more additional false statements, including statements that were planned to be made to tax authorities. I also noted the federal election law cap on contribution limits.
But why weren't there those crimes charged? Why wasn't he charged with those crimes?
Well, I'm not going to go into our deliberative process on what was brought. The charges that were brought were the ones that were brought. The evidence in the law is the basis for those decisions.
You had expressed a year ago that you had some reservations about the case's readiness. Can you talk to us about what were some of the questions in your mind that needed to be answered in order to bring a case of this magnitude?
I'm not going to go chapter and verse into any thinking. What I will say is, I believe the time period you're talking about, I've been in office for a couple of months. The investigation, in my view, was not concluded into the conduct in particular that is the basis for the charges today. Since that time, we've had more evidence made available to the office and an opportunity to meet with additional witnesses. So as I said earlier, I've been doing this for 24 years. I don't bring cases prior to a thorough and rigorous investigation. Now, having done so, the case has been brought.
Brad, Derek Aikman, NBC News. Your predecessor took a hard look at this case and decided not to charge it. Federal prosecutors took a hard look at this case and decided not to charge it. Do you believe you have new evidence that led you to decide to charge this, or why now?
Well, as I just mentioned, we have had available to the office additional evidence that was not in the office's possession prior to my time here. And as to your part of your question about the federal, we have a distinct and strong, I would say profound, independent interest in New York State. This is the business capital of the world. We regularly do cases involving false business statements. the bedrock, in fact, the basis for business integrity and a well-functioning business marketplace is true and accurate record keeping. That's the charge that's brought here, falsifying New York State business records.
We're going to take 2 more. Yep.
Thank you. DA Brett, I'm just going to read back one line from your statement of facts. The participants also took steps that mischaracterized for tax purposes the true nature of payments in furtherance of the scheme. Do you allege former President Trump was one of the participants who mischaracterized the payments for tax purposes?
I'm not going to go beyond the plain language statement of facts, which I think speaks for itself.
Shayna?
Hey, Brett, can you please comment on the strength of the evidence that Trump personally intended violating state election law through the actions that are charged in the indictment?
So the charge is falsifying business records. The charge requires, as I specified, criminal conduct that was concealed. One of the concealed crimes we allege is New York State election law. I went through in our statement of facts, which I think many of you have in front of you, goes through things including, text messages, emails, contemporaneous phone records, multiple witnesses. All of that will be, as you saw in the fall, borne out in a public courtroom in downtown Manhattan.
Last question is Jonah.
So, DA Bragg, the charges related to the hush money payments to Stormy Daniels, the release from your office also mentions another woman, Karen McDougal, as well as a doorman. Can you comment on how those players are related to the charges you've brought, and to the case overall?
I'm glad you put your finger on that, because it's not just about one payment. It is 34 business records, 34 false statements in business records that were concealing criminal conduct. And the earlier question about New York State election law, when I talked about conspiracy to promote a candidacy by unlawful means. Those unlawful means, we allege, include the conduct set forth in the statement of facts, which is additional false statements separate and apart from the charged ones in AMI documents, planned false statements to taxing authorities. It is not just that one $130,000 wire payment. Thanks so much.
Mr. Brown, can you comment about any incitement of violence by former president?
We'll see if he takes any more questions. He does not appear to be willing to. That's Alvin Bragg, the Manhattan District Attorney today, who took the unprecedented.
Do you think this judge will be objective in this case? Sounds like he's pretty biased to me. First of all, that's not the judge. That's the DA. Okay? And secondly, it doesn't even fucking matter whether or not they're objective or not. What matters is whether or not he actually did a fucking crime. Like, what do you mean? Everyone's biased. Of course they're biased. Everyone's always fucking biased. That's why you do, judge shopping. There is no such thing as like a liberal, or there's no such thing as an objective judge.
He said that these are felonies and not just misdemeanors because they were meant to conceal other crimes. And he said there were 2 laws that I cited when pressed by reporters there. He said first was the New York State election law, which makes it a crime to have a falsified business record to help a candidacy. That would be to conceal the other crime, to help a candidacy by unlawful means. And he said, secondly, federal election law contribution limits, obviously those alleged payments out to Stormy Daniels, et cetera, the 2 other payments mentioned in this indictment, well above contribution limits at the federal level. He said these 34 falsified business records concealed other crimes, and that essentially it speaks for itself. Now, on the question of why now, because you've heard a lot of this, particularly from Republican supporters of Donald Trump, and it's a legitimate question to ask. Why now, as we now gear up for another presidential election? Alvin Bragg said, and I think this is key here, and whether it bears out, this is what we'll continue to press on as reporters here moving forward.
Austin
but he said there is more evidence in hand now that he is the DA than what the previous Manhattan DA had in hand. Now, whether or not that's you know, the David Pecker of this all, the
David
owner of the
Pecker!
National Enquirer, or it's another piece of crucial evidence here. Again, we're going to know that in the coming days and weeks. It would seem that David Pecker is playing a significant role in this indictment, this catch-and-kill scheme that is laid out in great detail, the alleged catch-and-kill scheme that Alvin Bragg says was concealed by falsifying these business records. So Dan Abrams, Kate Shaw, first I want to get your reaction from both of you. You said he would take questions, weren't sure if he would, hoped that he would. He did. Did he adequately answer the question of why now?
Well, if he can demonstrate that there was significant additional evidence that came forward that wasn't available before, that's certainly an argument to make. Now, it's interesting to think about the timing. David Pecker went into the grand jury after Robert Costello went into the grand jury. Remember, he was an attorney who had worked with Michael Cohen, who went in and blasted Michael Cohen. The Trump team had asked him to testify. He came in and said, Michael Cohen's not credible. Can't believe anything he says. David Pecker comes in after that point to testify, to effectively rebut Michael Cohen. Did they have David Pecker in their hands before that happened? Was this a new revelation to them after? Did they start having questions about the case? These are all things we don't know the answers to, but very important questions. So we'll see. It's still a little vague here as to exactly how they're going to enhance it from a misdemeanor to a felony. And that's the single most important question here. Because if this defense team is able to somehow get the felonies eliminated, if they're able to argue that they have not made a sufficient case to elevate it to a felony, you do then get into statute of limitations problems on a misdemeanor, which is only 2 years. And there are all sorts of rules and regulations around that. But the felonies are what give you 5 years. And there are extensions beyond that. But that's a very important legal argument that is still to come in this case. Still a lot we don't know.
Yeah, and this connection, Kate, the other part of the question, not simply just why now, but how do you make falsifying business records a felony? And he says it's clear in the indictment why we've done that.
Right, we've tied it, he says, to election integrity. This scheme, this conspiracy was about essentially inducing a fraud of some sort, right? Convincing the public to vote a particular way in a presidential election. I thought Bragg actually was quite effective here. I think he was kind of addressing critics who have said, this is kind of a small bore. This isn't as important. This is hush money payments. There are other investigations that are more significant. He really struck two notes. This is about financial integrity in the financial capital of the world and election integrity in the context of a presidential election.
Audio.
Those are high stakes matters, and that's what he said this case is about.
And again, he tried to make the case right there, and obviously he's going to do a much more extensive job of trying to make his case than just a couple of questions from the media there, that the falsification of business records concealed another crime, which was, in his words, he's alleging here, the catch-and-kill scheme to protect a candidate, particularly in those final months leading up to the election. Pierre, you were talking about something else that struck a chord with you, and that's where the American people come into all this, the voters who were trying to make up their minds in an election where many believed they weren't happy with really either candidate.
I took particular note of what the district attorney said when he said, quote, this is about an effort to hide damaging information from the voting public. That's the heart of what this catch-and-kill scheme was about, according to the district attorney. And again, he's essentially saying that the campaign finance laws of this country, both state and federal, matter. And what the scheme was about was to create the aura that Donald Trump was a viable candidate who did not have this baggage. And the idea is that this baggage would have somehow damaged the campaign to the point where he might not have been able to win. And he's saying that Donald Trump was a direct participant with Michael Cohen and the publisher of the National Enquirer to get this done.
John Carl, what did you make of the case he made here?
Well, I think this is going to play out against a political background and a deeply divided country where a good chunk of our nation believes that this is entirely politically motivated. But, you know, he's made the case that this was an effort effectively to help his campaign and to hide the fact that it was done to help his campaign. I mean, it's going to be tough to make the case to...
What the fuck is this?
I'm a little frisky today. Grandpa's feeling a little frisky today. Let me say something to all you and be as clear and concise as possible. Bud Light, and fuck Anheuser-Busch. Have a terrific day.
Yeah, good luck, dude. Good luck drinking any other beer, you fucking idiot. Anheuser-Busch pretty much owns, like, damn near the entirety of the fucking brews, okay? God, Kid Rock is so fucking dumb.
Underlying tawdry facts. They'll lean in to the narrative and to the structure. The question is, can the DA prove that it is a violation of the law? And I think what we're about to embark on now is so critical in relation to what Jonathan
AB
Karl just
InBev
said.
owns everything, dude.
Pouring
Everything.
gasoline on the raging fires of political polarization in this country. Alvin Bragg, the district attorney, has taken on a lot. And so how this case proceeds legally, how does he answer and get around the notion that statute of limitations has told under normal circumstances on these charges? He can. There are ways of doing it. But will that further fuel, a sense that this is a gotcha, go-get-em case, a fundamental violation of Americans' sense of fairness in how prosecution should proceed? And I do think that so much rests now on people seeing the rule of law at work. They'll have arguments at every stage. The jurors, as you point out, they'll understand the narrative, and they will have to weigh whether or not this rises to the level of criminal activity that Alvin Bragg has charged. In the John Edwards case, which, while not precisely on point, is similar, the jurors decided that what John Edwards did was wrong. There are a lot of wrong things you can do in an election. There are a lot of things you can try to keep from the voters to protect your position in an election that aren't criminal. And that will be the heart of this case.
Terry Moreno, thanks to you. With just a few moments left here, I want to
the only John Edwards' defense in this circumstance was that he was not doing it to hide the truth, hide criminal misconduct from the electors or whatever, but instead to protect his marriage. And the only difference here is that Donald Trump very clearly, at least there is enough evidence to show that Donald Trump was doing this not for his own marriage or whatever, but specifically for the election. That's it. That's the main difference. He's so fucking stupid and has gotten away with doing so much crime so openly that here's yet another circumstance where he very clearly violated the law in the most, like, obvious, brazen way possible, leaving a fucking gigantic paper trail in an otherwise very difficult to prove circumstance. That's it. Like, it's so strange. Anyway, ultimately, even if they prove it, the consequences of it are not going to be as dire, okay? As dire as the way people seem. Or as dire as the way people make it seem, okay? I do not think that, like, this kind of white-collar crime is going to land Donald Trump in jail. It'd be very shocking if that's the case. It'd be unimaginable. Anyway, there are more people, like I said, out there that are... supporting Donald Trump being arrested than attacking the district attorney or the judge. Regardless, though, with all the liberals doing like pseudoscience and whatnot, like I said, we covered the statement of facts a little bit. We covered the liberal analysis on the circumstance, but what we've yet to cover is how the real ones are responding to this. And by that I mean Fox News. How is Fox News reacting to this information? That's usually what I want to know. Okay? Finally, the truth tellers are back on top. The patriots are rising up. Let's take a look.
And last week is there's a big hole in this case and this indictment, and the statement of facts that were released with it do nothing to fill that hole, which is, how do you turn this misdemeanor, which you had to bring 2 years, within 2 years of the crime, how does it get elevated into a felony? Well, as you said, and the press conference showed, Bragg says, oh, it's because he was fixing the books to conceal another crime. He nowhere explains in the indictment or in the statement of facts what that other crime is. We're left hanging. And if we don't know, I think this is a huge hole in the indictment. I think the defense attorneys are going to be all over it, especially if Bragg tries to say, oh, it's about somehow defrauding the entire voting public of New York or of the whole country.
You know, Joe, breaking it apart, I've been going through these various counts, and I always, for great respect, you guys as the experts, but it kind of reminds me of term papers I wrote in college where, you know, the professor would say it has to be a minimum of 30 pages, and I really had only 10 pages of good stuff. So I just kind of did weird things with an additional 20 pages to make the 30-page count. I don't want to trivialize it to that degree, but I do question what is new here that others who looked at decided to take a pass.
Neil, you must have been some student. Nothing is new. This is two things scream to me from this indictment as weakness. One is the overcharging, as you just pointed out. This could and should have been one charge. And that's exactly what federal prosecutors, that's the standard that we had to abide by. We are told by the Justice Department not to overcharge. That's what's happened here. The other one is what you pointed out is not actually citing what the supposed crime that's being covered up with the accounting entries. And when asked at the press conference, District Attorney Bragg kind of defensively said, well, the law says we don't have to specify. And then he kind of threw out a couple of things. Well, there's New York State campaign law, which is interesting. There's federal campaign law. But the fact that they couldn't commit it in writing in the indictment screams to me that they are leaving themselves maximum flexibility, and they realize that's their vulnerability.
Can a judge, John, in this case, Judge Marchand in this case, say, all right, this looks
This is Fox, not going to lie, they fell off. This is mid. Brother, this is Fox during the day. Daytime Fox is very different than nighttime Fox. You need to understand that. Daytime Fox has to do like a little bit, at least a little bit of objective news coverage. If you recall, what's his name? Shepard. Was it Shepard Smith? He literally was like the staple. Shepard Smith was the staple daytime Fox broadcaster who left Fox to now work in liberal media. Like, there are a lot of people in daytime Fox News that will give you, like, you know, still clearly biased news reporting. It's like closer to CNN. Daytime Fox News is closer to CNN. Nighttime Fox News is insane and unhinged. Okay?
Because of these legal flaws, as you say, Neil, overcharging, where you've got 34 counts, it really looks like just 2.
This is where they try to build out,
in fact,
a more realistic counter.
There's no description of what the crime actually is that leads this to be a felony. President Trump might have a good case that he's being charged by a vague law, that criminal laws have to be precise. You have to be precisely told what's illegal. Otherwise, your due process rights have been violated. He can also claim that Bragg is not allowed to try to prosecute federal law, here the election laws, by pretending it's some kind of state misdemeanor or felony. The Supreme Court has said that that's unconstitutional. There's so many, and then you've got one last one. All this happened well outside the statute of limitations. You either have 2 years for a misdemeanor in New York, 5 years for a felony to bring a case. Both of those clocks have expired. So I think what's going to happen is that Trump's lawyers, as you said, Neil, in the early fall, are going to make all these motions. A judge is going to have to rule on them. You're going to have oral arguments, and that could go on appeal through the New York court system all the way to the U.S. Supreme Court before any juror is even questioned for impaneling, before any opening statements are ever made in front of a juror.
By the way,
but just to be clear on what you're saying there, John,
the man that is speaking right here, who's being presented as a UC Berkeley law professor, for those of you who do not know, is famously, John Yoo, famously the author of the Torture Memos, a set of legal memoranda known as the Torture Memos that were drafted by him when he was the Deputy Assistant Attorney General of the United States Okay? Which famously considered torture to be enhanced interrogation. They advised the Central Intelligence Agency, the United States Department of Defense, and the President on the use of the enhanced interrogation techniques, mental and physical torment, and coercion such as prolonged sleep deprivation, binding in stress positions, and waterboarding, and stated that such acts, widely regarded as torture, might be legally permissible under an expansive interpretation of presidential authority during the War on Terror. Just want to point that out real quick. That's what my man who's talking about Trump's situation right now. This is what I mean when I say, like, a lot of these people, if there were actual rules, if there were actual laws, if there was actually some kind of moral basis, some moral foundation for the way our criminal justice system works, he wouldn't be on television. He would be sleeping under the jail. Okay? Like, yeah, he's legally toxic, but he's not wrong about the law. I know, but I'm just trying to get people to understand that what you would consider to be immoral does not necessarily mean illegal. Okay? Do you get it? Especially when what is considered illegal is obviously oftentimes written by, or almost all the time, written by those who have a vested interest in protecting those in positions of power. Do you get it? That is the reason why we have to analyze what Donald Trump did on two separate fields. On one, on whether or not it's immoral, and that much is true. It's always immoral. A lot of what Donald Trump has done is immoral, both as the president and as, the fucking, as just like a New York real estate guy. Okay? Why is the stream audio choppy? Is it? But then it's also, no, everyone is saying no. It's just like audio perverts, dude. Then we also have to look at, like, what constitutes criminal behavior, illegal activity.
Does this last? Does this gain traction, or does it risk falling apart?
Someone said audio pedophiles.
Neil, if the judge does
Jesus
his job
Christ.
right here, the case should be dismissed, and it actually should be dismissed quickly. I agree with what my friends have said, but I think this is actually worse than what we anticipated, because what we anticipated was that they were trying to bootstrap a misdemeanor, which, by the way, they'd have a good deal of difficulty proving if it was just a misdemeanor.
Wait, what?
They need to show that he concealed.
Wait, no, there's no difficulty in proving that it's a misdemeanor. No, it's 100% a misdemeanor. The difficulty would have been on whether or not it constitutes a felony. That's insane.
To enforce
that they're
federal
saying
campaign finance law. Now, maybe that's what he's planning to do, but he's got to tell us what he's planning to do, and more importantly, he's got to tell Donald Trump. So I think this indictment, even before you get to the statute of limitations and whether he's got jurisdiction to enforce federal law, I would dismiss it on its face because it fails to state a crime. Here, it fails to state a crime 34 times. It is the function of an indictment in the criminal justice system to do two things. It has to put a defendant on notice of exactly what he's being charged with, which is to say which crimes he's being accused of committing. And it then gives the defendant, this is the second part, a vehicle so if he's ever charged with that again, he can use the first indictment to plead double jeopardy. So in order to make that work, you have to tell the defendant what it is that you're accusing him of. And if an essential element of the offense is that you have to prove as the prosecutor beyond a reasonable doubt that he was trying to conceal another crime, you have to tell the defendant what the other crime is that he supposedly is concealing. This indictment fails to do that. So this isn't like they made a minor mistake or they have a typographical error about a date
Typical liberal.
or something. This is the heart of the case.
They should have gotten Ben Garrison to do the court sketch. He does not look handsome like he actually is. He looks angry. It's bullshit. Ben Garrison court sketch would make Donald Trump look so sexy. It'd make Ben Garrison would give him a hard ass cock as like 13 inches with like pectorals glistening in the sun. You know what I mean? And then literally would write not guilty Trump right underneath him. The penis would say hard ass cock on it. That's how Ben Garrison rolls. They fear him. They fear him for his good art.
The precedent that could be set here.
Well, I think it's a catastrophe if you look at it as a criminal justice matter. I frankly don't. I think the problem here is that we're looking at Bragg. Nominally, he is the district attorney, but in point of fact, he's an elected progressive Democrat who ran on a platform of getting this one guy, as if he's like Leventi Beria, and it's you show me the man, I'll show you the crime. I mean, that's what this smacks of, and it's not only that legally it doesn't stand up in the sense that he doesn't even plead an actual crime here, even though he says he's pleading 34 crimes. The story is incoherent because what he says in the factual description is that by doing these things, what Trump did was basically defraud the public into electing him in 2016. In point of fact, if Trump had assumed that these hush money arrangements were in fact campaign donations, that they were in-kind campaign expenditures, if that had actually happened, and he said to his people, I think we need to be careful here to comply with the campaign finance laws, these arrangements were cut or made days before the 2016 election, which means under the federal campaign laws, he wouldn't have had to disclose until months into 2017. So even if he had treated these things like campaign finance violations, the election would have been long over by the time they'd been disclosed.
It is wild. Andy McCarthy, thank you very, very much. There's a lot we don't know. Just want to update you for those that tuning in right now. You're looking at Mar-a-Lago on the left of your screen. The president, former president, is returning there. He will make a statement on this. Again, we don't know the form, the venue. We certainly know the venue is there, but he will address this. Despite a quasi-warning from the judge, while not issuing a gag order to prevent the president from speaking or saying anything about this, he is after all running for that office yet again, so that's pretty hard to enforce. But he is going to address the nation on this very issue later tonight. Meanwhile, the present occupant of the White House has avoided pretty much any and all discussion of this, and it came up a number of times at today's White House briefing. Let's go to Peter Doocy on that and how the White House is responding to all of this, or not. Peter.
Well, Neil, fascinating. Right after that White House briefing wrapped, a small group of press, the White House press pool for today, went into an event that President Biden was hosting with thought leaders about artificial intelligence. And somebody shouted to him at the end, do you think artificial intelligence might be dangerous? He said it remains to be seen. It could be. So we know.
Fuck you, Peter Douchey.
Questions from the press that was in there with them. But then when somebody asked if he thought this indictment was politically motivated, the president just smiled. So we got a smile, but nothing substantial.
Trying so hard to look like Lex Fridman. Yeah. Famously, Lex Fridman is the only person who wears a suit. Like literally on the planet. There's no one else that has ever worn a suit.
Violence following the indictment. They wouldn't give us anything on that. I had a chance to ask the press secretary whether or not there is any concern here about what some folks on Capitol Hill have been talking about, basically that this sets a precedent for local DAs to be able to charge former presidents
Just like Lex
they choose
Fridman
to.
soy.
I was told by the press secretary that this is not something that they are going to comment on right now. And you get the sense that they are trying not.
Wait, let's see. Reporter asks, is the indictment of your predecessor politically divisive? Damn, he just laughed it off, dude. Dude, what the fuck? Wait, hold on now.
Is the indictment of your predecessor politically
Is it? Dark Brandon rises, dude. Look alive, Jack. It's the motherfucking Mac attack. It's called rule of law. We don't fuck around these parts. Called the Mac attack. Trump's lawyer Joe Tacopina donated to Democratic rep who called for Trump's prosecution. That's right. Even Trump's legal team is compromised. Look at that. According to Kent Klippenstein's report, Donald Trump's bombastic attorney and his defense against his high-profile indictment once donated to a campaign of a Democrat who moved to prosecute Trump during his presidency. The Sigma grind set from Joe Tacopina is funnel funds into people that will prosecute Donald Trump so you can end up defending Donald Trump. Donald Trump is going to need a lawyer if people are actually fucking prosecuting him. Who's the final lawyer that Donald Trump can hire because he's already gone through and burned his relationships with every other fucking legal pit bull in the goddamn tri-state area? Joey motherfucking Tacopina, baby. That's right. Play both sides and you always come out on top. That's how we do it, baby. Client secured. I love this.
His shoulder. If anything I say, this judge might get furious and do something. If I make reference to this, watch inflammatory language. I guess that's what the judge is saying. Well, in this environment, in this politics in our age, almost anything you say is inflammatory. So the president's sort of like a one-armed paper hanger here, isn't he? I mean, isn't that what came out of this today? You can speak, Mr. President, but you better watch it. Is that fair?
Neil, I think that's what his lawyers are telling him right now is to restrain yourself. You don't want to get in trouble with this judge. This judge is going to sit on your trial. He doesn't want there to be any kind of threats, any kind of inflammatory language.
Go ahead, defend that too. Come on, dude. Come on, John, you.
More important than
dog, you defended torture. Come on, defend this
President
too.
Trump is running for president. I think his First Amendment rights are even greater than they normally would be. And I think this judge would actually be going too far if he actually tried to impose any kind of gag order or restraints on President Trump's ability to respond or to comment on what's going on in the courtroom. Because not only is it about the trial, it's also about the core of what the First Amendment is about what free speech is about, which is our right as citizens and as the president and as candidates to discuss the public issues. Unfortunately, because of what Bragg did by bringing this indictment at this time, he's turned what should have been a normal criminal investigation and prosecution into one of the major political issues of the 2024 campaign. So I think this judge, I hope this judge, and if he doesn't, think about this, then I think he's going to be reviewed on appeal about this. This judge should restrain his own instincts to treat this like a normal criminal trial.
A guy who defended the Bush administration torturing people over here talking about how Donald Trump should be above the law with respect to gag orders. Oh, by the way, these are the screenshots of what got passed in court. This is what John Yu is defending here. Trump has been publicly attacking the judge and DA. Screenshots that got passed in court, including this one. Okay. Don't imply violence against a person who can ruin your life before sentencing. Even Young Thug wasn't this stupid. Trump is in a self-snitch and stupid pretrial behavior competition with New York City drill rappers right now. No, he's not. He's actually in a self-snitch competition with Alex Jones. This is Alex Jones behavior. This is literally what Alex Jones did. It's awesome.
If this is meant to intimidate him or freeze him in place, what do you think?
Well, Neil, I agree with Professor Yu that I'm glad the judge didn't go down the gag order road, because I think that would have been really borderline unconstitutional and very difficult to enforce, and it would have brought us down a bad path. Yeah, I think President Trump's going to have to be careful. I mean, I think he will have to think about anything he says through the filter of it's going to be heavily scrutinized, and if someone believes that some kind of his speech can be, turned into something that can be seen as inspiring violence or encouraging rioting, they could run to the judge and say he should be shut down. I think Judge Merchan will try very hard to get over his reputation as being anti-Trump. So I think he probably doesn't want to go down that road either. But again, that would be front and center on my mind as part of Donald Trump's defense team to really try to keep him under control.
All right, we're showing the Trump indictment date breakdown here. There are a lot of them, and it goes to 34. But, gentlemen, the way it looks is it really centers on hush money with originally a porn star, but all of a sudden this is extended into a charge of a broader scheme to pay off yet another woman, a doorman, during the 2016 campaign. Again, I go back to these being business transactions conducted, at the press.
You know what's funny? I'm surprised they haven't likened this to cancel culture yet. Like, have they all fallen off collectively? Why haven't they said that this is cancel culture? Like, the Alvin Bragg is doing a cancel culture. The judge is doing a cancel culture on Donald Trump. Surprising lack of cancel culture narratives that are flying around. Liberals are coming after you. Make no mistake. Cancel culture has been alive and well. And now it's no longer relegated to liberal arts and academia. Cancel culture is now being utilized by the highest echelons of society. Under a liberal administration, these woke lords have decided to cancel a person running for the highest office, a person who was already a part of the highest office. Cancel culture is alive and well. If you want to cancel the top of the hour ad break, however, there are simple methods that you can engage in. Because at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime. By connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account, you get one free attempt at canceling the top of the hour ad break. You can also get gifted a sub if you're lucky. There are a bunch of George Soros-backed donators in the chat gifting subs to allow people to cancel the top of the hour ad break. What's going on? Thermal Crap, thank you for the gifted subs. And Swilroy, thank you for the 5 gifted subs as well. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. Oh, they're reading the counts. Hold on.
So, John, where do we go from here? We know the president is going to find this a great miscarriage of justice. He's not guilty on all of these counts. But it's out there in the American public. It's galvanizing. Republicans are rallying around him. His poll numbers have shot up. Contributions to his campaign, I believe, since all of this came to light, is over $8 million now. So it's politically a win for him. But in a general election environment, that's where Democrats might hope it boomerangs on him. Does this, after all you've heard today, measure up to something that could affect a general election? Is it up to the point, the gravitas of that, in the last 30 seconds, that you think yes or no?
One is, I think it helps Trump's story, going back to the Russia hoax, going back to the 2 failed impeachments, going to the special counsel investigation, that he's suffering politicized justice, that his liberal opponents have turned the law enforcement system against him in an unfair way, as Joe said, by using the weakest case, the most tenuous, flimsy case to go first. This is only playing into that storyline, so it's going to help him with the primary voters. I also think President Trump was wise not to speak in public yet, not to try to get some kind of circus going in New York City, because that would have reminded the general electorate of January 6th, and I'm glad he didn't do that.
And why push it? And why push?
What the fuck? They just.
Hello, everybody. I'm Jesse Waters.
Oh, now we're getting to the good shit.
And Bill Hemmer. It's 5 o'clock in New York City, and this is the 5.
Wait, they don't even have a liberal. Oh my God, they usually have one liberal on the panel, like the supposed liberal. She's not even on today. What the fuck?
In history, former President Donald Trump on his way back to Florida after surrendering himself at a Manhattan courthouse. He was arrested, fingerprinted, and pled not guilty to 34 felony counts of falsifying business records. We're expecting to hear from President Trump later tonight. Brian Yennis is outside the courthouse in Lower Manhattan to break down the charges. Brian.
Jesse, good evening. That's right. So former President Trump charged with 34 felony counts of falsifying business records here in the state of New York. Just moments ago, well, about a couple hours ago, the District Attorney of Manhattan, Alvin Bragg, laid out his case. Listen.
Donald Trump was arraigned on a New York Supreme Court indictment returned by a Manhattan grand jury on 34 felony counts of falsifying business records in the first degree. Under New York state law, it is a felony to falsify business records with intent to defraud and an intent to conceal another crime. That is exactly what this case is about.
So DA Bragg is charging former President Trump with 34 felony counts. That's a felony count for every single falsified business record that they have in evidence, apparently. Now, as he mentioned, in New York, in order to be found guilty of a felony count or be charged with a felony count, you have to be found to have been trying to hide or a second crime. So in this case, what Bragg is alleging is that essentially former President Trump falsified business records in furtherance of his 2016 presidential election, which is a violation of New York state election law, because under New York state election law, you can't be promoting a candidate or your candidacy under unlawful means. That's as best as we have, as we see it based on his press conference in terms of understanding the charges. Now, in terms of what happened inside the courtroom, the former president did not say a word. He sat stoically. Our courtroom producer, Jake Gibson, says that at one point he described the former president walking into the courtroom with swagger. He stared down Alvin Bragg before he was
looking so hot.
He verbally pleaded not guilty to all 34 counts. There were two big motions that happened inside that courtroom.
He was looking so fucking
One was
sexy,
about timing.
dude.
The other was about a potential gag order. The prosecution bringing up posts on Truth Social that the former president had posted that they believed could have incited violence.
I'm getting reports from the courthouse that he was hot. He was looking tight and thick. Like a daddy.
They implied that they wanted one. And in that case, Judge Juan Merchan said that he was going to request that Trump not further post things that could incite violence, and that if he were, then that they would revisit that request. And then the second big thing that happened inside there was about timing. The prosecution asking for this case to be pushed all the way to January, which would be right at the heart and the start of the Republican primary election season. The defense wanted this case to be pushed back even further. They found that this case, the next hearing will now be December 4th, and that former President Trump must be here in person. The defense argued, why should the former president be here in person? You can understand the undue burden that has put on the city of New York. That argument rang on deaf ears, and Judge Juan Merchan said the former president needs to be here December 4th for the next hearing. Jesse, guys.
Ryan, thanks so much. Judge Jeanine Pirro, you spent some time in the.
There are some people I know whose brains were genuinely altered by their hate for Trump, and they're gonna have such a long depression after this is over, like coming down from a bender. Oh yeah, this is like doing the greatest, most pure form of MDMA for an entire week long, and then just coming down from it, and your brain is zapped permanently.
A hearing to submit motions or to get a decision on motions. Okay, it is ministerial. It's where the prosecutor, the judge, and the defense attorney get together, and there is either a decision issued on the motion or there is the discussion that they'll argue the motions. But the overall response that I have to all of this is it's less significant than I thought it would be in the first place. This is a whole lot of nothing, and you know, defense attorneys have done that in every case case I ever tried as a prosecutor, and I never thought I'd do it to an indictment myself. First of all, the indictment is insufficient on its face. What that means is that the prosecutor does not allege what the other crime is. So he's saying he falsified records with intent to commit another crime. We don't know what the other crime is, and even Alvin Bragg, when he was asked about it, said, well, we had evidence this time that they didn't have last time as it related to why now. But in addition to that, we've got election law. And we've got text messages and emails. What are you talking about? Why not identify the crime that is giving you the ability to take a dead misdemeanor and give it new life, like a phoenix rising out of the out of the sand? Now, if
I think that part is pretty clear, right? I mean, it's like an attempt to hide, you know, an affair, like doing a catch and kill.
Of 2017. That means you've got the same course of conduct. They're just looking at it differently. Okay, so nobody get excited about the 34 counts. They're meaningless. And there will also be a bill of particulars. In the bill of particulars, which is required to be submitted in New York State within 15 days, it may be extended to 35 if the judge wants to give the DA a break. They've got to be real clear on what the bill of particulars says, because the defendant has the right to prepare for trial. And this is garbage. You don't have a right to prepare. You don't know what to prepare for on this. And by the way, you know, the whole concept that Bragg gets up and he talks about, you know, this is New York. We are the center of the financial world and all that hogwash doesn't explain why he takes every felony he can find, 50% at the bare minimum, and turns it into misdemeanors, but wants this misdemeanor to be a felony. And why did the defense have to come back? Why does why does Donald Trump have to come back in December when it's going to cost New York City millions of dollars? And any prosecutor would consider the cost to the city or the county in deciding whether or not the appearance of the defendant is necessary. And I mean, I could go on, but...
Well, should we hear from the other lawyer at the table? We got one sitting right here. Would you like to say anything about what the judge just asserted?
So this is a tough day. I think anytime, and I watched the president's face as he left Trump Tower, and I watched him as the pictures that we saw.
So Austin said this is going to be good for Trump, and he's right. Okay, it is. It is going to be good for Trump. It gives him a lot of media coverage. It reinforces the narrative that Trump is constantly under prosecution for a witch hunt. Part of the reason why it's good for Donald Trump is because, you know, this is not that significant. Even if they were to hit him with the fucking maximum sentence, like like going to jail over this, going to prison over this would be literally unimaginable. Okay. So just understand that. That's why it's a low stakes situation. That's why he's been flexing. That's why he's been utilizing this as best as possible to fundraise. He even fucking took a photo of himself with a fake mugshot, because no such mugshot unfortunately exists, and plastered it on a T-shirt and started selling it, literally as he was walking into the arraignment. It doesn't really matter if it's good for Trump if he loses the case and gets convicted. I think ultimately, even if he gets convicted, if you think that he's going to jail over it, I don't know what to tell you.
Aware of some of the allegations that from some of the women that are talked about, the two women that are talked about in this, and we all know what Michael Cohen did. I think the question now, I think for the president and his legal team, is how quickly do they want to go forward with this? Meaning, they will file the requisite motions to dismiss. It'll be interesting to see how the judge reacts. I'm going to assume his lawyers are going to lay out that these matters.
You can get convicted and not go to jail. Guys, you're looking at maximum prison sentences for what the crime is, and it's already elevated to a felony crime. The misdemeanor max sentence is a year. No one is doing that. No one's going to jail for a year over the misdemeanor. And the way to tie this into a federal, the way to tie this into a felony, Trump might have enough. Trump might have given them enough information to be able to do that successfully. But even then, it's 4 years. Like, I feel like there's no way.
So I was disappointed, Judge, that he didn't do it there.
Yeah,
That's all my point. And I'd hope that he does it before too long.
And Harris, the president right now is en route to Mar-a-Lago, where he will be addressing many people tonight at 8:15, we believe.
I want to unpack this in backwards order here. So the file motions will come in August. That's when the defense can move on that. December 4th, I had some thoughts about that, Judge. They didn't get what they wanted. They were hoping that it was going to be crazy. And that judge was going to be able to slap on a gag order and you've incited and you've done all that. And he was buttoned up because the Secret Service handled him. You didn't see the cuffs. You didn't see any of that. They set the rules. They set the tone. They protected him. And so they didn't get the circus that I was on when that news conference happened yesterday with the police commissioner and Mayor Eric Adams, and how, we're getting ready and to Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene, you better be on your best behavior and all this kind of stuff. And I mean, talk about incitement. Why don't you?
For people who are saying, can a felon run for president? The answer is yes. As a matter of fact, people have run for president from prison.
I caught what you were talking about in the first four. I saw some dates, like April 13th, 2017. That's a loaded date. They're going to do a lot with that date. And I don't have your acumen as a judge.
Sorry, when I say socialist, I didn't mean Eugene Debs, actually. I meant Joey Exotic. Yes, that's right. Tiger King. There's nothing in the law that stops you from running for president from jail.
Harold said nothing is new in this case. They're going backward to the person that they know tells the most lies, gets away with it until he didn't legally. And that date, April 13th, 2017, we've already seen him in the Access Hollywood video with Billy Bush and all that. That's in here. I didn't understand how that fit with a white-collar crime, which Alvin Bragg says that's the kind of crime that New York City attorneys go after, district attorneys. Well, I'm glad I know the kind of crime he goes after, because violent crime is rampant. So at least there's something that he's going to fight. And then
it's always funny when they make this argument, like they're just letting rapists roam free. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, dude, totally. The DA is like making sure that violent crime is allowed in the war zone of New York City, which, by the way, like, New York City crime is still lower than like most other fucking cities. Okay. New York crime in general, violent crime in the state of New York across the board is significantly lower, almost 3 times lower than South Carolina, for example. Okay? People that constantly fucking say like, oh man, crime is out of control. Crime is out of control in New York. Crime is out of control in New York. They just literally live in Oklahoma and don't fucking realize that it's higher in Oklahoma. Okay? That's it. That's, ironically, they watch too much fucking TV and they literally think that crime is happening at a way higher fucking frequency and way more likely to happen to you if you are in New York City than in Oklahoma. When it's worse in Oklahoma. Because that's what Television Man is telling you. I live in New York City and my fox-pilled Trumper dad thinks I'm on the verge of being murdered every day. Yeah, exactly. It's such a wild state of affairs where, like, objectively it is untrue and it doesn't matter.
Even CNN thinks this is thin. Look, we've got 5 people around a table right now. They've had 7 people around a table since noon today, and it continues at this hour. Last hour, that a former counsel, U.S. Assistant AG, saying it's pretty underwhelming. These facts have been out there for 7 years. John Bolton, no friend of Donald Trump today. Right? He wasn't buying it. He said this complaint can easily be dismissed. It's that thin. Bolton's got a legal background as well. All these comments really surprised me quite a bit. But Harris, you mentioned something about the reality in New York today, and we can get that throughout the hour here. But I would just remind everybody that 2 weeks ago today, President Xi was in Moscow meeting with Vladimir Putin for 3 days. Not 3 hours, not for some photo op in Red Square and the fly back to Beijing, for 3 days. And what do you think they were talking about? You know, more than just the land borders between Russia and China that they still have some disputes to this day. They're talking about how they're going to divide up the world. And the decisions that Mohammed bin Salman, MBS, is now making in Saudi Arabia about, you know, a peace deal with Iran. China's in the middle of that. He's inviting Assad to a summit that will take place in Saudi Arabia. All of this is happening while we're watching this.
And he cut oil production, too.
And he cut oil production to a million a day.
I love when they talk about this stuff only exclusively when it's like about Donald Trump.
I'm a child of cable news. I grew up in it almost 28 years, and I love it. But every channel throughout the past 14 hours has been on the Trump story. There's a lot of important matters happening in the world outside of this.
Right, and it was a Bush League indictment if you read it, and everybody expected more, and we do expect to hear more from the president tonight at 8:15 from Mar-a-Lago. Bill Hemmer?
Well, we will see that tonight at 8:15, right? Mm-hmm. And we'll be watching that to see what he has to say. Alvin Bragg, though, the DA here in Manhattan, Jesse, defending this historic decision to charge former President Trump with 34 counts of falsifying business records.
I've been doing this for 24 years. I don't bring cases prior to a thorough and rigorous investigation. Now, having done so, the case has been brought.
Why now?
Well, as I just mentioned, we have had available to the office additional evidence that was not in the office's possession prior to my time here. The basis for business integrity and a well-functioning business marketplace is true and accurate record keeping. That's the charge that's brought here, falsifying New York State business records.
Okay, yeah, so thank God they're making sure New York doesn't get away with misconduct in business.
Indictment. While 60% say they approve of the charges, an overwhelming 76% say politics played a role.
They glanced over the 60% number so fast.
Poll just came out this week. Back with us out here.
Yeah,
Alvin
it
Bragg
seems like
said,
Americans overwhelmingly are like, yeah, fuck Donald Trump, actually. We know it's politics, but we don't give a fuck.
I think you've had 35,000 cops who haven't had a day off since last Friday. If you want to criminalize serious conduct, come to my neighborhood, because I can show you a ton of it in my subway stop where I live. Janine, this will come back into focus.
This man has never been on a subway train, okay? Shut the fuck up. What do you mean, dude?
On that.
Because
what are they doing at the subway station at your neighborhood, dog?
Democrat prosecutor. And a lot of these Democrat cities that are not interested in the victim of crime, I've spent 32 years of my life fighting for that crime victim, and they are now being ignored. And when you get to the point where you bring an indictment against a former president of the United States running for president again, talk about, a third world country. I mean, it better be serious. This is not serious. Harris said Michael Cohen's in that indictment. This guy, you can't, every time he opens his mouth, he's lying. Whether it's Congress, whether it's on television, he is a perjurer. And they want to rest the indictment on his testimony. And I got one better.
There's a second person here that's like being considered a star witness, and his name is Pecker, okay? His name is Pecker.
They didn't have before. Hogwash. After this guy Costello came in and testified in the grand jury saying that Michael Cohen was a nut job and a liar, who did they bring back? They brought back David Pecker from AMI. I mean, David Pecker, that whole catch and kill, they knew that in 2016, 2015, 2017. There's nothing new here. So one of the additional charges that they can use in this case is not just selective prosecution, but in the motion to dismiss, there is a delay, and there was a recent Court of Appeals case in New York in a rape case. A rape case, no less, where the Court of Appeals said, you waited too long. And this is beyond the statute of limitations. That case was not. That case was not. There was not a 30-30 problem, and I won't explain it. But they've got a lot of explaining to do. This case should not get past the sufficiency of the indictment stage.
Yes, Alvin Bragg did do one thing today, Harold. He completed a campaign promise, did he not? I mean, when he was running for this office, he said he was proud of the fact that he sued Donald Trump hundreds of times, I believe was the quote he used, and that he was going to go after him yet again. And for a while there, it seemed like you couldn't even run for office in New York unless you said, I'm going to get Trump. Today, did he take a step in that direction?
I don't know. Well, he obviously took a step because he brought an indictment against the former president. I'd say two things. One, I think all the points you made, Bill, about the things that are happening around the globe, we should focus on that a lot more everywhere. And I think there's no shortage of things that we sometimes focus on in the media that we should not, because I agree with you. What that balloon that has been misrepresented about what it was gathering and what's happened in China, that's something we should focus on a lot more. Two, I was disappointed today only because I thought more was going to be there, but that doesn't mean that nothing is there. And I think that the things that the president's going to have to answer for, his lawyers will do that. And seems like he's got a top-notch legal team, and we'll see what happens. Now, I think you raise a larger problem about DAs. We shouldn't elect. This woman here was elected DA, and she may have run on a platform of fighting crime and making communities safer, and he did too. He made it as an element, one of the elements going after Donald Trump, and voters here in New York voted for him. I happen to believe that we shouldn't elect judges or DAs, but that's just me. I don't think that should be they shouldn't be out campaigning in those offices.
So how would they get there? You just want them to get there by
I would appoint them like we do judges. It's the same way.
Backroom politics.
Yeah. We should appoint them with the Republican Party saying this is how we should. This is who we should put there.
You can't say he ran on a platform that he delivered on.
Actually, you can.
But Harris, let me just finish.
I'll wait for you to
He's
finish.
the lib. He's the lib. They always put the lib right here.
Of the fact that he did that.
Hold on, I got to
pee. I'll be back. Our
back.
process is. I think DAs should not. I don't think we should elect judges either, because by definition, you know what that means? That means those offices are politicized. Finally, I hope tonight, Harris, I want to answer your point. I think you raised the salient point tonight for President Trump. I hope he focuses. He entered his plea of not guilty, and he is presumed innocent. Every Democrat and Republican should know he is innocent this evening until and unless evidence and facts are proven in a courtroom and a jury believes otherwise. Two, if I were him, I'd focus on why I wanted to run for president and lay out all of the issues, including some of the things that you raised, Bill, about what's happening in China, including inflation and some of those things. That's why people, I think, are going to elect him or not elect him as the Republican nominee, and eventually, if he is a nominee up against a Democrat.
Harris, your name was invoked.
It certainly was. A couple things, again, in reverse order. I don't think you need to worry about what Trump will figure on and where he's going to focus. He went to East Palestine, Ohio, when it was hell. It was still on fire. When did Biden go?
I was saying you're right. I wasn't arguing. I think he should say those things.
I
think he should say those things.
I'm right.
Again, on that part, you're exactly right.
Honestly, if you look at what he's been doing versus, and we'll get into it a little bit later in the show, where is Biden is the segment. But when you look at what he's capable of doing, he can make the tide rise if he wants. The current president hasn't been able to do that on the economy, and he's been gone since last week. He's had a couple of gaffes. He needs to figure out where the twisters hit in Mississippi. Maybe he'll do that next. But when you talk about Alvin Bragg and how things are, he has a choice. He doesn't have to run and say, I'm going to pin everything on going after one guy. He did that so that his staff would stop leaving. They said, you're not going to go after Trump. We're out. Pomerantz, who wrote the book you're holding right there, right? I'm out. You're not going after Trump. You're breaking your campaign promise. And that's when he said, well, I didn't say I wasn't going to go after him. I just want to have a better case. Was today a better case?
Yeah.
You're an attorney.
It seems to be.
I didn't see it. I read the statement
Oh, you
of
didn't
facts.
see it?
I read the
Okay,
indictment.
good thing that you're talking about it then.
know.
Well, technically, no one on the Fox News payroll saw it, or even if they saw it, they looked away.
Is a laughing stock. We were on the edge of our seats waiting for the DA to come out and say he had vision.
Here's the thing: are the charges like trumped up? Absolutely. Is there still enough information there as far as we've seen? Also, certainly. Like, that's it.
Because the man couldn't sell it. If you can't explain the charge in 30 seconds, you don't have a case. And the man could not explain the charge. He didn't even put the felony charge, the election charge, in the indictment and said, no, I didn't really have to. So I did. Get out of here, man. You're charging the former president and you didn't even say what the charge is? Come on. So he's spending how many millions of dollars on the circus. He's shutting down the FDR Drive. He's hiring how many police officers? How much manpower is going into the DA's office on this case alone? Meanwhile, you got a crime wave out here, and he has the nerve to come out and say he doesn't want to normalize, crime. Come on, man. His case is built on a disbarred lawyer who served prison time for lying, a porn actress who actually had to pay Trump because she lied about the NDA, and Michael Avenatti, who, where is he now? Oh, actually, he's in prison. So this is the crux of the case.
So was Michael Cohen, though.
And I got to tell you, you're putting
Wait,
Donald Trump.
Michael Avenatti is in prison for fucking over his clients, isn't he? Like, what do you mean? If anything, it's like, it's not Stormy Daniels' fault. What the fuck? Like,
on this date.
No, extortion.
And you got towers and you got windows.
Oh my God.
You think that's good for this country to put a man like that in a certain location December 4th? And then what if it goes to trial? He has to be there every day.
Yeah, he stole.
You think
yeah,
the
I was
Secret
right.
Service?
He stole millions of dollars from his clients, one of whom was a paraplegic with mental health issues. And for obstructing the IRS's efforts to collect more than $3 million in payroll.
Yeah, I know.
All right, we're going to put him down for that. In a moment here, Trump's legal team ready for a major battle after the former president pleads not guilty on 34 felony counts this afternoon.
Yeah. They're basically, I'm confused. Is Stormy Daniels a victim or accomplice? What do you mean? No, Stormy Daniels is the person that, like, they paid hush money to. I mean, she's always a victim because she fucked Donald Trump. Okay? In many ways, she is a victim of, the act of having sexual intercourse with Donald Trump. Yeah, I mean, look, in one instance, American Media Inc. paid $30,000 to a former Trump tower doorman who claimed to have a story about a child Trump had out of wedlock, which, by the way, would love to hear more about that. That seems fucking insane. In the second instance, AMI paid $150,000 to a woman who alleged she had a sexual relationship with Trump. Trump then explicitly directed a lawyer who then worked for the Trump organization as Trump's special counsel to reimburse AMI in cash. The special counsel indicated to Trump that the payment should be made via a shell company and not by cash. AMI ultimately declined to accept reimbursement after consulting their counsel. AMI, which later admitted its conduct was unlawful in an agreement with federal prosecutors, made false entries in its business records concerning the true purpose of the $150,000. In a third instance, 12 days before the presidential general election, the special counsel wired $130,000 to an attorney for an adult film actress. The special counsel, who has since pleaded guilty and served time in prison for making the illegal campaign contribution, made the payment through a shell corporation funded through a bank in Manhattan. After winning the election, Trump reimbursed the special counsel through a series of monthly checks, first from the Donald J. Trump Revocable Trust, created in New York to hold the Trump organization's assets during Trump presidency, and later from Trump's bank account. In total, 11 checks were issued for a phony purpose. 9 of those checks were signed by Trump. Each check was processed by the Trump organization and illegally disguised as a payment for legal services rendered pursuant to a non-existent retainer agreement. In total, 34 false entries were made in the New York business records to conceal the initial $130,000 payment. Further, who's this Trump guy? Seems dodgy. I know. It's not looking too good for this Trump guy. I don't know much about him, but it seems like he's a bit shady. Further, participants in this scheme took steps that mischaracterized for tax purposes the true nature of the reimbursement. That's it. Assistant DA's Catherine McCaw. Okay, anyway, that's it. Why is this getting more coverage than the Hunter laptop? For many different reasons. Number one, Hunter Biden's laptop was never prosecuted. Number two, what would you even prosecute Hunter Biden over in his laptop? Like his penis photos? Like, I don't get it. And number three, as far as I know, and I might be wrong on this, Hunter Biden was never the president of the United States of America. But like maybe you know something more than I do. I don't know. He's got a fat one. Is that the reason? Do you want to arrest him? Arrest him, sir. I don't like that his cock is veiny and thick. Please, it makes me upset. You really are a neocon. Me? I think you're just using words that you do not understand the meaning of. That's a very odd. Seems like the only thing Hunter was guilty of is man's laughter. What? Anyway. So, like, the part, neocon, what do you think? What does that guy think neocon means, I think he doesn't understand what that word is. Anyway, in the process, of course, you know, my man has come out and his son is like, very clearly, highlighted articles showcasing the judge's daughter, attacking the judge, saying that the judge is a liberal, is a fucking Manhattan judge. Of course he's a liberal. Saying that like there's biases at play, but like very openly, it's a way to have plausible deniability while simultaneously, you know, threatening the judge a little bit. You know, that kind of stuff happened already. This is not unhinged enough, though, for my taste. So let's take a look at some really unhinged shit. Marjorie Taylor Greene.
President Trump is joining some of the most incredible people in history being arrested today.
Adolf Hitler.
Nelson Mandela was arrested, served time in prison. Jesus was arrested and
Jesus was arrested and served time in prison.
Murdered by the Roman government. There have been many people throughout history that have been arrested and persecuted by radical, corrupt governments. And it's beginning today in New York City. And I just can't believe it's happening, but I'll always support him. He's done nothing wrong.
Wait, he's also
Bye-bye.
dating the interviewer?
So, all right.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
See ya.
All right. So,
Okay.
all right.
Bye.
Wait, what? Wait, what
Bye-bye.
the fuck?
All right. So,
Okay.
all right.
Bye.
Wait, what? Wait. Wait, hold on. I'm so sorry. What just happened? What just happened?
Bye-bye. All right. So, all right.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
See ya.
All right. So,
Okay.
all right.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
See ya.
All right. So,
Okay.
all right.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
See ya.
All right. So,
Okay.
all right.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
See ya.
All right. So,
Okay.
all right.
What's going on here? I mean, what's happening here? Has anyone asked if Kevin McCarthy has seen this? How does Kevin McCarthy feel about this? Did anybody consult Kevin McCarthy on the crime that just took place? Kevin, are you going to be okay? Kevin, are you going to be all right? Did you see this, Kevin? Kevin, what the fuck's going on, man? Kevin's like, we had something. I gave you committee positions in exchange for other positions. I thought you weren't a never kever. I thought you were a forever kever. Why is this happening to me? Oh my God, I can't be alone right now. I really can't be alone right now. Not good. Not good. Things are not looking good. On the Kevin McCarthy camp. Not good at all. It's fucked up. Anyway. This was very weird. Is she actually dating the fucking interviewer? Like, what the fuck? I actually don't understand what just happened. Maybe I'm falling in love with the press. Marjorie Taylor Greene finally confirmed she's dating right-wing producer Brian Glenn. Oh my God. Oh my God. Marjorie Taylor Greene confirmed she's been dating Right Side Broadcasting Network program director Brian Glenn since late last year. He is from the industry, so he is a great resource. He's explained a lot, like how things work, and yeah, it's great, the GOP firebrand told Semaphore on Monday. Oh my God, look at how happy they are together. Marjorie Taylor Greene has bounced back from her divorce with her ex-husband, Perry Greene. It seems like now she is dating another handsome man. A handsome man that happens to work for Right Side Broadcasting Network. We like to do puppy play, she said reportedly to the Daily Mail. I love his kooky character and colorful plaid pants that certainly go very well with the floral print tie that he is wearing. As soon as I saw him wearing this fit, I thought to myself, this is the man I would like to cheat on Kevin McCarthy with. The prior relationship that I had with tantric sex guru, polyamorous tantric sex guru Craig Ivey and Georgia gym manager Justin Tway looks to be in the past. I would like to let everyone know that I have left that polycule behind. She's for the streets. What Brian Glenn sees in bed every night? Ah! Ah! Trigger warning, Marjorie Titan Green alert. Anyway, let's get back to the fucking hogalinas and hogs out here. Let's do a little bit of hog watch. Kind of fascinating development. The reason you can't hear Marjorie Taylor Greene and why this whole thing is off the rails is because a man has been handing out free whistles. I talked to him. Turns out he's a Trump supporter and had no idea that MTG was even there.
Can I ask you a question? So,
I also, wait, hold on. This isn't true, though. I think I saw liberals handing out whistles, too. Pretty sure that it's not just them, but liberals that are handing out whistles as well.
the whistles. Where'd you get that idea? Huh? Where'd you get the idea for whistles?
Make a noise. Take one.
Oh, I'm good, but so you're pro-Trump.
Yeah.
You're handing out whistles to...
Yes. Make a noise. Everybody must hear us.
Interesting. And
Everybody must hear us.
You don't worry that might be drowning out Marjorie Taylor Greene or whatever over there? You don't worry that might be drowning out?
Yeah, I don't think this guy knows what the fuck's going on. I'm going to go ahead and say that he might not be the best witness in this circumstance. You know what I mean? Like, might not be a reliable person.
The people speaking?
I like to make a noise. I'm here to make a noise. This is not a place to speak right now.
Very good point.
We're here to make noise. They have to hear us. Make America great again.
Amen.
Yeah, I mean, that's what happens when you let Italians run free in the streets. You know what I'm saying? Look, he making the noise. Yeah, I don't think that's the reason, but hey, you know what? Fuck it, I'll go with it. Finally, we're back on Fox 5. Let's hear what other unhinged shit they have to say.
After his predecessor was arrested and charged with 34 felony counts in New York City today.
I'm making the noise. What the fuck do you mean?
More. Peter.
And Harris, I've known President Biden to answer a shouted question a time or two during his time at the White House, and we know that he could hear the shouted questions from the small group of pool reporters that were rotated in to his event today, because he answered one about artificial intelligence. But then when the topic of Trump came up, he just smiled. Watch this.
Is the indictment of your
Dude, this is so awesome that they're mad at this.
So a big smile. He heard it. Nothing substantial, though. And a few minutes before that event, a White House press briefing wrapped, and it was kind of surreal being in there because they called the 2-minute warning for us to go sit down just about a minute after we watched on live TV as Trump walked into the courthouse in New York City. And there were some questions about this because it's not a political thing. Usually if we ask a political question, they say we can't talk about that. That's the Hatch Act. Well, President Biden is not a 2024 candidate yet, so we didn't hear anything about the Hatch Act. It's also not a Biden DOJ thing because they like to say he does not direct the DOJ who to investigate, who not to, but this is a state level thing in Manhattan. So we tried like this. All that anybody in the country is talking about at this exact moment.
This is gray name shit, dude. I told you.
Trump, does the lack of comment mean that you do not think anything happening in New York today?
This is gray name shit.
One of the top issues facing the country at the moment.
That's your assessment. That's not my assessment. I'm just laying out the facts that we are just not going to comment.
Bro, literally, like, this is when gray names come into the chat and go, oh, talk about this, talk about this, talk about that. Like, they go crazy over it. And then they're, like, upset because they're not getting the actual answer that they want. Because if anyone gave them the actual answer that they want, they would go, oh my God, look how political this is. Oh my God, oh my God. So when the president doesn't fucking take the bait and the press the press secretary is the debate, now they're going to talk about how they're not taking the fucking bait.
As the president of the United States, I mean, Americans are concerned about something like this. Hatch Act has nothing to do with any of this. He's not in a presidential race. He is a sitting president. But I think more importantly, I think the fact that he's not saying anything is indicative of the fact that he's probably tickled pink that he doesn't have to talk about the fact that he had classified documents that he shouldn't have ever possessed outside of a skiff as a United States senator, that we've got all of these issues having to do with the balloon. We just find out they told us, oh, it's just a climate balloon. Nah, 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 nah. And then we find out it's collecting information and sending it back to China. I think that his delay may be to keep other people out because everybody on the Democrat side is afraid to make him angry.
Harold, what's your take? Should the president say anything about Trump?
He should not. President Trump has been indicted. He has entered a plea of not guilty, and this process will unfold. I would, if it were any of us that were, God forbid, and I would not want any of us to be indicted and have to enter any plea, but I wouldn't want the president commenting on my case, and I would hope the president, in light of the fact it's a former president, he's the leading candidate, I would hope that President Biden would not react to it at all. Judge, so I disagree with you there, but I agree with, I think your point about the federal election law issues and the other cases, I think is probably one of the more interesting, if not brilliant, things that have been said as we think about this case. I don't know why he won't announce before August, but I think you're probably right. He's probably fending off things. And the politics of it, there's no doubt. If your top political adversary seems to be facing some adversity, there's no need for you to get in the way of that. So I understand this position that he's taken, but I hope whatever, he does not enter any opinion or offer an opinion about the case against President Trump.
Or make a gaffe in this sense. 150 plus suspicious activity reports against his family, Joe Biden. Maybe he's watching this and thinking, I don't want this to be me. Maybe I'll just go sit in the corner.
Yeah, did the big guy put the wires from China in the wrong ledger? Might want to look into those books. Biden's got his grubby little fingerprints on all of this stuff. If you think about it, the case was dead, right? Then Biden sends this partisan gunslinger from Justice into the DA's office, and suddenly they pump this thing back to life, number one. Number two, Biden spied on the Trump campaign, inserted undercover agents into the Trump campaign, and the Flynn sting was Joe's idea. Number three.
He's so right.
Do you want me to go on?
Yeah.
Okay. This guy is deep state. Biden plucks him out of nowhere. He's vice president. And all of a sudden, COVID comes along, and they catch and kill the laptop with big tech, and suddenly Biden doesn't even touch him, no antitrust. All of these intelligence officials fraudulently write a letter to kill this thing, and this stupid guy down in Delaware is sitting on Hunter Biden's crime-ridden computer that ties right back to the big guy, and they just sit on it. Come on. This guy is so involved in all this, he personally had to sign off on the Trump Mar-a-Lago raid. That's three.
Okay, I'll make it quick.
He went
He
went crackhead mode, okay? And I don't mean crack in the same way that like Hunter Biden did crack. They're going, this is what you do when you just have run out of like any other counter narrative and you just start fucking flinging, okay? You just start swinging for the fucking fences. He's like, and then COVID happened. And when he was vice president, everybody knew that this was going to inevitably happen.
To go after Trump.
It's the deep state. It's the fucking deep state. It's awesome. Okay, so we've covered all the stuff that needed to be covered about this issue, this particular issue. Obviously, when there's more fun, cool shit, we will get back to it. However, this is the United States of America, and there are plenty of other issues that are ongoing in the United States of America. One of the things that I wanted to talk about today was obviously in Nashville, Tennessee. You're just ignorant to the facts, Lamau. What facts? Before we move on, hold on. He said, do you support school shootings? Easy trolling, ha ha ha. What facts are you referencing? I would love to find out what you mean about this situation, because I think that this is like low-level offense, certainly trumped up, but otherwise very funny. Not Tennessee. I'm talking about the Trump thing, of course. Oh, he's been posting, by the way. Alvin Bragg shut down New York City, brought in 38,000 NYPD officers, and will spend an estimated $200 million of New York City funds for a totally legal 130,000 NDA. On top of that, the Ninth Circuit Court just awarded me $122,000 over the $500,000 already awarded from Stormy Horseface Daniels. He keeps saying that he like had sex with a woman who he's now calling Horseface. Bro, you're posting your own L. Like literally, you're openly admitting to the hush money. You're admitting to the hush money for having sex with this person and then simultaneously calling her Horseface. Just lifted off for Palm Beach, Florida. We'll be delivering remarks tonight at Mar-a-Lago at 8:15 p.m. Eastern. The hearing was shocking to many in that they had no surprises and therefore no case. Virtually every legal pundit. What's a legal eagle? Anyway, So, I want to know what this guy has to say. XQC is right about you, bud. You just ignored the facts and video proof of Hunter doing 2000X illegal things. Come on now. I love the idea of XQC having like a take about the Hunter Biden laptop. You know what I mean? Like the Juice Lord himself was like, why are they not investigating Hunter Biden, dude? Dude, listen, dude. Everybody knows, dude. Everybody knows, dude. Hunter Biden, dude. He got the emeralds from China, dude. He got the Chinese emeralds, dude. Anyway. All right. Let's get to what's going on in Nashville, Tennessee. State Representative Justin Jones was assaulted on the floor in front of the world tonight. So what ended up happening is a Tennessee lawmaker, actually numerous Tennessee lawmakers, in the aftermath of the mass shooting, another mass shooting that occurred in Nashville, Tennessee, as you guys know, at Covenant Christian High School, or Christian Middle School? Christian School, Covenant. Okay. There were a lot of protests that took place in Nashville. They went to the State House, and of course the GOP-filled Tennessee House of Representatives. Okay, decided to avoid the protests and what the fuck they were talking about, what the fuck the protesters were protesting about. And instead, go after 3 House Democrats. Okay? Tennessee House Republicans have moved to expel 3 Democrats from their seats in the legislature after the representatives joined protesters demanding control last week. This is, of course, insane. On Monday, Republicans in the House filed the resolutions to expel Representatives Justin Jones, Gloria Johnson, and Justin Pearson, saying they disrupted proceedings last Thursday when hundreds of people came to the state capitol to protest after the March 27 mass killing at Nashville's Covenant School. 3 9-year-old students and 3 adults were killed in the attack, as you guys know, which has since heightened tensions among politicians in Tennessee and across the United States who remain divided on gun regulations. Already on Monday mornings, students in Nashville had walked out of their classes and gathered at the Capitol to protest for gun control. Because you already know, guns are the main component here. Mass shootings do not happen with the same frequency in any other nation, any other comparable nation to the United States of America. Why? Well, one factor remains consistent. Ease of accessibility, or ease of access to weapons. Okay? That you can legally purchase, which the mass shooter in Tennessee did. I love when people say, like, this guy says jokingly, K. Kona, wrong. And then others in the chat are not joking when they say wrong. Like Scoutman. Wrong. Let's unban him. I want to hear from what he has to say. Don't ban every single person that says that I'm wrong. Like, unless they have like a really fucking insane take. I want to hear about how he's going to say like there's too many doors or the teachers weren't armed or all this other shit. You know what I mean? That's what I want to hear. So the fiery evening session adjourned without a vote on the resolutions, which will be on the legislative agenda Thursday, but not before the Republican House Speaker, Cameron Sexton, called for the galleries to be cleared and for the state troopers to remove the hecklers. The rare move to oust the 3 Democrats came shortly after Sexton stripped Jones and Johnson of their committee assignments, the Tennessean reported. Pearson did not have any committee assignments, and according to the paper, Johnson also told journalists on Monday that her badge to access the legislative office building had been deactivated. So they took elected representatives. Okay? They took elected representatives, assaulted them, and then kicked them out, and then removed their access to the fucking building for the crime of aligning with the protesters, Tennesseans, by the way, children in Tennessee, that are protesting for gun control. Shouldn't the pedophile Joe Biden be in jail? He likes to sniff. Oh, dude. Yeah, definitely. The fuck? Yeah, that'd be pretty funny. And also, I'm on board. Yeah. See? There you go. Weird that this guy thought that I would be like, what? How dare you say that? This is what a lot of people don't understand. I don't give a fuck about Joe Biden. It'd be fire. We should just jail presidents after their presidential after they're done being president. They should just go to jail by default. You know, raise the stakes a little bit. There's plenty of good reason for why they should be in jail. That much you and I probably won't agree on, I assume. Okay? But like, we should do it by default. If you want to become one of the most powerful motherfuckers on the planet, the stakes should be a little high. Yeah. Do you think Rikers will be forced to improve conditions as Trump will be spending the rest of his days there? Thank you, sir. A lot of normies in here who don't know you, Lamau. Yeah, I think we should indict more politicians. Like, I stand by that. That's a great fucking concept. I'm on board. Anyway. So, where were we? Oh, here. Tonight, as the Tennessee House Republicans push forward to schedule a vote on our expulsion, Speaker Sexton orders the gallery cleared as crowd and the media, crowd chants fascist, media forced out as well. Then Representative Lafferty pushes me and grabs my phone. This is a sad day for Tennessee. Get your hand off of me. Love Tennessee. Very cool. Very fun. Obviously there was that. Here is a photo that pretty much speaks to exactly what the fuck was going on here. I mean, these children are very clearly, they're being paid by George Soros, brother. Back in the day, children would avoid the top of the hour ad break. Now they're out there getting paid by George Soros to avoid guns. It's fucking unacceptable. I tell you what, at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. These children should be staying at home and getting paid by George Soros in the form of gifted subs to avoid the top of the hour ad break. And if you also, like these children, want to avoid those goddamn ads, all you need to do is subscribe. Look at that painting. That doesn't look like a gun. That's not a gun. This is a gun. These children don't even know what a fucking gun looks like. Clearly, we haven't shown guns to our children more. That's what we need to be doing. We need to be making sure they know what a gun looks like so they can draw it better. Fuck you mean guns are inhumanity? Nefarious 009, Anna Mandu, Dalton 710, and Speed Razor. Think of it if I get the subs, allowing 20 people to no longer see the ads at the top of the goddamn hour. Okay? This little girl doesn't even know what a Glock looks like. What kind of trigger is that? That's right. How dare you try to tell me what to do with guns? when you don't even know how to draw one. Anyway. Also, before I forget, here's the top of the hour ad break now. I want all those kids to name at least 5 guns. Exactly. Oh, you want to ban guns? Name 5 of their albums. Name 5 mass shootings if you want to ban guns. And they got to be good ones, okay? I'm not talking, media favorites. Everybody knows about Columbine, you know what I'm saying? I want 5 good ones that the media didn't cover, I'm not amused. So, yeah, give us that underground mass shooting. Give us some deep cuts, None of that best hits classic bullshit. I want to know about the most underrated mass shootings that nobody heard about. Okay. So give me 5 shootings, brother. I can name 5 random Americans in cities and get it right. Okay. So, yeah, this was awesome. The state representative that asked the protesters the most debate purgatory. A lot of cool shit came out of this. An absolute psychopathic debate pervert. So you're not Representative Lambert talking to the fucking students inside the Cordell Hall building as the walkouts and cries to end gun violence continue. I'm letting you know. You have no idea how fucking insane this is going to come across.
So you're not going to like my answer. And look, I'm going to say that straight up. It's not about this one gun. If there is a firearm out there that you're comfortable being shot with, please show me which one it is. There's none. There's not. There's not. Right there. Every single gun in the hands of a crazy person, a deranged person, a convicted felon, every single weapon out there can be.
It's like, don't threaten me with a good time, sir. Okay. What do you think they would say to that? They would be like, okay, ban all the guns then. You know what I mean?
Somebody's walking on the street with a giant ass gun for no reason. Nobody's going to do good with that gun.
I understand that.
The goal is not to.
But it's not, you could ban that specific gun, and you are going to do almost nothing to improve y'all's safety. I'm sorry, that's a fact.
Dude, he's like, I love the way to present this because it's like, it's an inevitability. You know what I mean? He's basically presenting it as like an inevitability. It's like the trolley problem, but where the trolley is a gun and it has to happen. Imagine trying to debate pervert children and then shushing them. It blows my fucking mind that he literally said, oh yeah, you want to ban a gun? How about, technically, you wouldn't want to be shot by any guns. Name a gun that you'd be shot by right now. I'll pull it out. I got the fucking Glock on me. He's like, I'll pull it out right now. Tell me what gun you'd rather be shot by. I have it all. People still die in car accidents. Let's get rid of speed limits and seatbelts. Exactly. It's absolutely fucking insane. But, it's America, baby. It's America. God damn it. If you don't like it, you can leave. You know what I'm saying? Meanwhile, hold on.
Adult film actress Stormy Daniels.
We're going to get back to this in a second because I have to go
out of the headlines to help the Trump campaign
and take my chicken
Bragg
out of the goddamn microwave.
In order to
One
execute
second.
the unlawful scheme, the participants violated election laws and made and caused false entries in the business records of various entities in New York. The participants also took steps that mischaracterized, for tax purposes, the true nature of the payments made in furtherance of the scheme. In New York state law, falsifying records in the first degree is a felony and includes intent to commit another crime. But the other crime not specifically mentioned in the indictment.
The indictment doesn't specify that because the law does not so require.
But Bragg points to a New York state election law,
which makes it a crime to conspire to promote a candidacy by unlawful means.
Brett, Trump's legal troubles don't end with this case. In Georgia, a grand jury is weighing whether to charge him for attempting to overturn the 2020 election. Here in Washington, D.C., Special Counsel Jack Smith looking at classified documents and election interference. And Brett, just hours ago, a federal appeals court blocked a move by Trump's legal team to keep former Chief of Staff Mark Meadows from testifying before that special counsel grand jury on the election probe. So multiple cases.
Following all of them. David, thank you.
You bet.
Let's get reaction now to today's events from President Biden, his White House, other political figures here in D.C. White House correspondent Peter Ducey has that part of the story live from the North Lawn. Good evening, Peter.
Good evening, Brett. White House officials are not treating this like a political issue with 2024 implications. Instead, they are treating it as a judicial issue, which they do not comment on as a standard practice, except when they do.
Is the indictment of your predecessor politically divisive?
A smile, but nothing substantial from the 46th
They're so
president
mad
about the 45th president's indictment.
We are just
They're so mad that he didn't give him anything.
I'm just not going to comment from here. Our focus right now is on the American people, and I'm just not going to comment on any ongoing case.
But there are several ongoing cases related to January 6th and
Microwave
White
a whole
House
chicken?
officials.
No, that was for tomorrow, brother. My meal tomorrow is cooked. Parasocial chat? Yeah, exactly. Let me on Trump. Trump won't get arrested. If Trump gets arrested, I'll make an arrow from my own shite by firstly melting it in a bain-marie, then infusing it with my bubbles farting through a sieve. While it cools, I'll have some of my ribs removed so I can sit on the arrow and lick it out of my arse. Okay, thank you for that. Anyway, let's take a look at, let's get away from this Fox News dumbassery, and let's look at the Tennessee lawmaker and what happened in Tennessee.
Representative Justin Lafferty pushed me and tried to incite a riot with his fellow members in this section of the House floor. I have it on video. I will send it to you.
Representative Jones, that is not a parliamentary question. That is an accusation, which was just addressed. And so, therefore, you can have that question at a later date.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would just like to note that under the House rules, felonious conduct is prohibited expressly under the House rules. Battery is a felony offense in Tennessee that involves any physical contact with another individual that is against their will or not consented to. Having witnessed a battery on this House floor, I think we need to respond in kind to anyone who has committed this felonious conduct.
Get your hand off. Get your hand off.
So, as we were covering, during the session that day, she, Jones, and Pearson stood in the House floor. After Jones led the first chant with those in the gallery, Pearson spoke through the megaphone about gun violence and began chanting, "Enough is enough," which, you know, in the eyes of a Tennessean state House Republican, that's battery in and of itself. There comes a time when you have to do something out of the ordinary, Jones tweeted Thursday. He added that lawmakers could not go about business as usual as thousands were protesting outside demanding action. The same day, Sexton, the House Speaker, referred to the three Democrats' action as an insurrection, and he said that they had committed multiple violations. They were making the day about them and not about the issue, in my opinion, Sexton said on the Hal Show podcast, adding that the consequences could include being removed from the committees and censured and expelled or a combination. What? State Rep Gloria Johnson, one of the three Democrats being expelled, highlighted the stunning hypocrisy at play. We had a child molester on the floor for years. They helped him get reelected and did nothing to expel him, Johnson said. We've had members pee in each other's chairs. We've had members illegally prescribe drugs to their cousin mistress, and nothing happened. But talk on the floor without permission and you get expelled? Okay. We need to shut down Tennessee and figure out what the hell is going on. That is the most what the fuck? Bro, I thought Nashville was like I thought Nashville was like blue. Tennessee is still very much like, nope, we are the South, baby. White people pedophilia is like the most excused form of pedophilia in this goddamn country. I'm sick and tired of it. They're doing piss play. They're doing pedophile shit. They're doing fucking like cousin fucking. Cousin mistress is insane. Like an insane take. I love Eric so much.
Well. So Donald Trump has finally been put behind bars. Just as I had suspected, and just as I had predicted many years ago. To everybody watching, to all the conservatives, the Tower of Dominoes is about to fall, and you must be ready for the consequences of your actions. The Democrats are beginning to rise in crazy ways. God bless everybody, and let's celebrate today. Cheers.
It's a bit, Oni Spumoni. Like, obviously it's a bit. It's making fun of fucking... Okay. It's a joke. Chatters, he's making fun of Democrats who are like, yeah, well. Anyway. Yeah, they're more upset about representatives that are actually listening to the demands made by their constituents than they are about anything else. And that's where we're at in Tennessee. Unsurprising, but such is the case. Such is the nature of American politics. Wonderful. Trump is on his way back to Mar-a-Lago, or he has returned to Mar-a-Lago, and he will be live in like 2 hours. For the record, for those of you who are, keeping up with that sort of thing or interested in what is to happen with that sort of thing. But here, let's hear what Jon Stewart and friend of the show David Dane had to say about it.
We believe that we are a meritocracy, an egalitarian, and a representational democracy.
man, is that a kingly position to be in, not just for what, I mean, Donald Trump has exposed the way that he does business, but presidents down the line have not been held accountable for any of the variety of misdemeanors and felonies that they've perpetrated.
I mean, 50 years ago on national television, Richard Nixon said, if the president does it, it's not illegal. We have been down this road before. And the arguments that Gerald Ford made to pardon Nixon for those crimes were very similar to the arguments that you're seeing today. We can't put the nation through this terrible spectacle. There will be consequences down the road. There will be tit for tat. We just can't do it. We have to hold. It's a there is no alternative kind of thinking. We have to hold presidents somehow outside the law. And Trump is a manifestation of that lack of accountability, whether it was Nixon, whether it was Reagan and Iran-Contra and Bush and Iran-Contra, whether it was, we had a president 20 years ago that sent us to war on false purposes, killed hundreds, millions of people in Iraq, tens of thousands of ours.
And a Democratic president that did extrajudicial drone killings.
Drone killings, torture. I mean, you go down the line, the litany, the rap sheet that we have on presidents is much larger than the people now sitting in our nation's prisons. But we have internalized this idea that Ford laid out very explicitly 50 years ago, and now we're seeing it come to the fore again, even with someone so obviously corrupt, so daring the system to challenge him,
who walked in the door that way. I mean, that's kind of my theory, is that I think one of the reasons, it's kind of the Costanza, the Seinfeld thing. It's not a lie if you believe it. I think one of the reasons Trump is truly baffled by this is his company, Trump organization, was not a publicly owned company. So he ran by dictate, by fiat. He was the king and ruler, prima nocta. He could come in and do whatever
These are crimes committed while he was a private citizen, though. If a president murders someone before they got elected, they should also be forgiven, I guess. No, they're right. This is something I talk about all the time. The principle behind why presidents should not be held accountable is the same. Whether it's something they did in their private lives or something that they did during the course of the presidency, they make it seem like no president should ever be held accountable because, oh my God, God forbid, it will be considered a political situation, and then all presidents might be held accountable, and we can't have that. Okay? Presidents have done illegal shit that is prosecutable, in my opinion, during the course of their presidency, acting out as the president. That should also be held accountable. But out of fear that kind of stuff might be prosecutable, we just make it seem as though presidents should never be held accountable at all, no matter what they do.
Whatever he wanted to do, and his ass is kissed for 40 years. And so the presidency, far from being a kind of democratic institution that doesn't live up to its potential, to him is an extension of this. I decide. There is no checks and balances. There are no checks and balances at that organization.
Right.
So why would the country? What it is he made the United States a subsidiary of Trump Inc., as opposed to bringing whatever business expertise he had into a democratic system. And I think it's why he's so baffled by this.
Yeah, and to be clear, no one came along and held Trump Inc. accountable, not since the civil rights violations in the 70s, but we don't like to talk about that. And still
aren't. Right?
And still aren't, exactly.
I mean, the Manhattan DA had two choices. He had two investigations that were going. One was these payouts. I mean, we haven't seen the indictment, so we don't know exactly what's in it. But one was these payouts to Stormy Daniels, Karen McDougal, whatever. And the other was about the Trump organization itself and its
The inflating of its values when it needed loans,
values
and
the tax consequences, and this prosecutor took one and got rid of the other. The one that was more replicable, maybe, to other businesses where you could have set a precedent. It reminds
and someone,
me,
by the way, has gone to jail in both cases.
Yeah.
Weisselberg went to jail in the one that you're talking about in terms of financial improprieties.
True.
Someone went to jail in terms of the things. Everyone around this cat, his lawyer, his campaign manager, his accountant. I mean, I think he might be a narc. I think
he's the one that's
he might be entrapping these poor people and getting them to commit crimes. He might be the guy who's actually an FBI informant.
Yeah, I mean, I got to quote Nas. How can a kingpin squeal, though? Right? Like, he can't be the narc if he's the CEO. That it doesn't work quite that way.
It's also wild to consider that, like, you know, that all of these people that were his triggermen that went to jail in this circumstance, and you don't even like really need a RICO to recognize how the corporate structure works, and yet it quite literally is still like, oh man, I don't know. I mean, these guys actually went to jail where they were working for Donald Trump, where they did the crimes, but Trump himself is actually totally infallible in this situation. It's just so stupid. Where the indictments for Bill Clinton and his victim payouts, Bush and his WMD lies, Hillary for storing classified in her closet, and bleaching her server, Hunter for his involvement with the CCP. See, my friend, you're adding some like idiotic shit, right? Like notice how you talked about president. True. Okay. Definitely an offense. President, also true. Definitely an offense. Wife of the former president, who is like, who definitely did some criminal shit too, and understandable. And then son of the current president. Like, you start losing me when you like tack on additional shit. Come across deranged when you say that. Hunter Biden is not a public official. Okay? Hunter Biden is trafficking in the name of the Biden family. I mean, he's sorry, not trafficking. Trading the Biden name for influence, okay? He's in every sense of the word a Nepo baby, and he is a fail son. Okay? That part is true. But what I fail to understand is how you think like what Hunter Biden did is in any way, shape, or form comparable to like George W. Bush lying, or the Bush administration lying about WMDs in Iraq, and then engaging in a multiple trillion-dollar war on terror campaign that ended up with millions of dead Iraqis. Not millions, but close to millions. But even then, fuck it. Throw Hunter Biden in jail too. I don't give a shit. You know what I mean? YOLO. That's great. If we're going to throw a bunch of these motherfuckers in jail, throw him in jail too for fun. Fuck it. Understand?
With the Bill of Particulars, but it really raises concerns as to how well the grand jury understood these key linchpins. Because this thing has the feeling of like a legal Slurpee. It's instantly satisfying, but has no nutritional value. There's really nothing there.
You didn't see anything that we didn't already know. I mean, we were going in saying, even if there are all these counts, now we know there are 34, but as far as they're tying it to the federal crime, you're assuming it's federal election law, right?
I am. Look, the thing is, this is basically what we expected. You had people like Lanny Davis, who represents Michael Cohen, saying, I'm warning you, there's going to be a lot of new crimes here, and there's going to be a lot of new facts. Well, it wasn't. I mean, this was the business falsification theory that we've talked about. The only surprising thing is that Bragg seemed to have solved the question of his authority through ambiguity. He just removed any direct references to what this underlying offense was.
And he was asked about it in the press conference and essentially said, I don't have to tell you.
Yeah.
And he will eventually have to say in the bill of particulars.
He will, and my guess is it's going to be a federal election claim. I mean, the reference to the state election law was so general and ambiguous. I don't think that could be sustain this type of action.
So are you thinking that he's betting that this judge is just, because it's this big of a case, is not going to dismiss it?
Yeah. It's like that scene in Braveheart when he says, I hope we didn't get dressed up for nothing. I mean, he's hoping that this judge is going to be very timid and not throw this out. But there are substantial threshold legal questions here. And this case could collapse before it gets to a trial. And this is not the only judge that will have to look at this. And I think that has to weigh heavily on him because there's no there. Now, whether he can fill in those gaps, we'll have to see. But you would think, if you were going to indict a president, you would rise to that moment of history and tell people with precision what it is that you want to convict him on.
We're obviously following a lot of different cases that are happening in a lot of different places, and we'll follow it all. But on this same day, the Ninth Circuit, U.S. Court of Appeals, rules attorney's fees in the amount of $121,972.56 are awarded in favor of appellee Donald J. Trump against appellant Stephanie Clifford, a.k.a. Stormy Daniels.
Yeah, we didn't find any evidence of what Bragg's alleging, but they may have found evidence that there is a God and he has a great sense of humor. I mean, the fact that these things would happen at the same time is absolutely otherworldly. But that is one decision that is not going to get reversed.
All right. Jonathan, as always, thank you.
Thanks.
Up next, we will talk with former Secretary of State Mike Pompeo about his just completed trip to Ukraine, a couple of other things to ask.
What the fuck is this? This is their live coverage. Is the is the airplanes. They're doing plane watch. Yesterday I covered the Zaza demon saga of dumbass Republicans thinking that like AOC has a burner account called Zaza Demon, aka Zaza Smoka. Okay. And of course, these guys are such fucking baboons that they literally thought, yeah, AOC definitely has this as an alt account, as a burner. Which, by the way, again, if she did, it would be incredibly cool, I will admit. Hi, AOC, this isn't you wishing death on me, is it? Many are speculating that this is your burner account. You need to come out and denounce this kind of rhetoric, or we can assume that you support it. No, it's not. I don't do burners, and I would never address someone in this fashion as someone subject to a torrent of violent defamatory rhetoric and the stalking and real-life death threats that accompany it. I would never condone it either. So, see, notice how she's not cool? Because Zaza Smoker clears AOC. The fact that she would even respond to a fucking sarcastic terrorist, a theocratic fascist like Matt Walsh, you know, odd, lame. She shouldn't have done that, but such is the case with AOC, who definitely, again, is not as cool as Zaza Smoka.
Precedent, and it's a bad day for democracy.
Yeah, they thought Zaza was short for Alexandria. Which is hilarious. This guy is such a fucking idiot. Anyway, I can't do it. I can't deal with this. Roy McGrath is dead. The indicted former chief of staff to Governor Larry Hogan, who was on the run for 3 weeks after failing to show his federal criminal trial, was shot after being confronted by the FBI in Tennessee. I don't know why you guys sent this to me to talk about.
I think if this starts a precedent that what's to stop the next prosecutor in 2 years from doing this? Are you worried about your own precedent?
Hasan hates Trump more than he hates Jews? What? George Santos fucking crying like a bitch baby after the media.
I'm doing nothing. I'm leaving.
Are you coming back at all later today?
No, because you guys make it unbearable to be here.
Why are you here then?
Hey, leave him alone. Leave him alone. He's a fucking queen.
I came to support the president, but...
Leave him alone. Also, he's crowning, which, sweaty. I mean, he's crowning. He's crowning, and that's not good. Yeah, look at that. Sad to see. Twink death is a horrifying thing, really. What is this? Unable to view this tweet because the account owner has limited, meaning blocked you. This man is such a strong case for gayness being genetic because look at him. How was he meant to be anything but a very messy gay man in this life? HasanAbi, true. Here, I don't like Michael Rappaport, but here, this is the one time where I will allow Michael Rappaport tweets.
You animal, you! Go back to the farm, you animal! They're looking for you at the sanctuary! You filthy animal! You QAnon lunatic! Hit her with the space lasers! Blast her with the fucking space lasers! Get the fuck out of New York, you racist, sick, filthy, infected animal! God.
I normally find Michael Rappaport to be super unfunny, but this is the one instance where, like, I'll allow it. I think he's in the right. It's usually when you have, like, a person who is even more annoying than Michael Rappaport, and there it is.
Get the fuck out of here!
Yeah. I don't even hate to see it. He's just in the right there. Anyway. What else? What else was I gonna? More George Santos memes, please? No, it's fine. We're done with that, I think. We covered this already, but
all right. So the deep state.
I mean, it was so awesome. That shit was fire. Straight fuego. All right, let's see what fucking Mike Pompeo
New York
has to say.
could prosecute for a series of statements that were made back in 2016, 2017. And when he goes out and says, well, I'm not going to normalize serious crime, it strikes all of them as tin-eared. They know that that's not the reality of why this prosecution was chosen. I have had a chance to read now through briefly the 34 counts. You know, he made them felonies. I think this suggests what we all feared, is this is a political prosecution, and the prosecutor should not have made such a judgment to bring these charges against the former president of the United States. I think it will divide America in ways that aren't good for our republic.
I want to play this quick soundbite from Alvin Bragg. Just earlier today, wrapped up that press conference. Take a listen.
Yeah, I don't care about that. Let's see what CNN.
And we'll see what happens when there is a trial at the end of this year or early next. The judge today warned both sides, Congressman, against inciting violence after prosecutors argued that Trump made direct threats through a social media post. Does the former president need to speak carefully at Mar-a-Lago tonight?
Look, I think if I were in his shoes, I would be very clear about how this is a political persecution of himself being the leading candidate for the presidency of the United States. I would speak to that. And then the thing that I would also do is make sure people understand that we have to get our country back to law and order and actually following the law, not creating the law just to suit our own interests. That's where he should stay, and then talk about his record when he was president of the United States and how that is a far superior record than that of Joe Biden, which everybody basically knows.
How worried are you about these other criminal
sure he'll be a
investigations
pussy like
that are
that.
underway right now, whether in Georgia or in Florida?
Look, the one thing I am concerned about is where you have prosecutors now who want to, get their 15 minutes, who try to come up with some novel legal theories about trying to raise indictments. I'm very concerned about that. But if you want to speak to the
Why
stuff
are they giving
going
Trump talking points? This is literally a trumpet. Byron Donalds in fucking Florida, who is like a relatively green congressperson.
He ordered
who just
nobody.
sucks.
He organized nothing. Those are the fact patterns. We looked at that in the Oversight Committee, frankly, before Nancy Pelosi shut down the Oversight Committee. But we'll move on from that. I'm not as concerned about what they actually might legally come up with. I'm much more concerned that they're going to do what Alvin Bragg has done in Manhattan. It's atrocious.
All right, Congressman Byron Donalds of Florida, thanks very much for joining us.
You should ask
Sure, anytime.
All right, just ahead,
Byron
Trump's plane
Donalds on.
arriving in Florida any minute now. He's expected to make extensive remarks tonight to his supporters. We'll be right back.
At T-Mobile, your
Chuds are coping.
bullshit, man. I love you, Trump. I'll be there for you, President, man. They just try to, they don't want you to
This has got to be fake. There's no way this is real.
be president. This is bullshit, man.
There's no fucking shot.
You're a Trump hater. I'm gonna need you to go in the kitchen and pack you a lunch. Go ahead and find you a nice seat somewhere and buckle your seatbelt and get ready for the fucking ride that's coming.
What does that mean?
If you're a Trump hater, I'm gonna need you to go in the kitchen and pack you a
Well, it looks like time is about here. And when they knock at my door, I will be locked and loaded. Period. I will defend my home, my family, my freedoms. Period. I will kill the enemy at my doorstep, or they will kill me. God bless.
Wood panel doors. Pickup truck.
There's nothing worse than watching your country die.
I love that he's like in his car, but he's still too quiet while filming this because like he's still insecure. Even when he's in his own fucking pickup truck, like his mommy is in the other room hearing him. You know what I mean? Love that. Additional points for obviously putting the Christian music in the background, like the Sacrificial music. He's teary-eyed.
There's nothing worse. Especially if you have kids.
Got the security hat on. It's fire.
Take a look at the optics, folks. Take a look at the optics. Take a look at the optics. This is what communist countries do. Take a look at the optics. Banana
Dude. Banana. Man, I love Cuban Americans are a gift. Okay. They're a gift. They're a gift.
Republic. Trump 2024. Wake the fuck up.
God, he has the fucking Bluetooth headset too. It's just so good. Bro, he's got the fucking Bluetooth headset on. Like it's 2010. You know what I mean? You know his ass has one of the fattest belt, the phone belt things. You know what I mean? Where you put your fucking phone on your belt like that. Oh, it's so good.
Because you and I will be next. This is the beginning of communism in this country. Wake the fuck up.
Bitch, you don't even have slaves no more. Shut up. What do you mean? Like, who's coming for your... No one's coming for your fucking, 4-bedroom that's going to be in a fucking sinkhole in, like, the next 10 years, okay? Don't worry. The only property you have to your fucking name, dog. Jesus Christ. People make it seem like the Brandon administration is coming after my cookie cutter starter home. Like, chill, dude. No, you know who's coming after your cookie cutter starter home, dude? The fucking sinkholes. Okay? Water. Fucking racist? Me? Or are you telling me I'm a fucking racist? What?
In the courtroom, will be allowed to publish. Take a look at the optics, folks.
His wife definitely said, keep all your Trump shit in the garage. Oh, brother, I don't think so. This is more so that he has so much. He has so much that, like, it doesn't fit in the entire house.
The motorcade, President Trump leaving New York City, right? There goes his motorcade. What we're going to focus on is that right there. That's an ambulance. It literally has the medical sign on the roof. 001 ambulance to be exact. It's going to go with the motorcade. And there's the rest of the motorcade, just waiting for President Trump to pass by. They'll pan back out and I'll show you. They don't send an ambulance. There he goes. They don't send an ambulance for former presidents. Only for current presidents. Why? Because they don't need medical help like a current president would. Now we're going to fast forward up here to 32 minutes and I'll show you.
That's awesome. Oh my God, he's saying that Trump is still the president. God, I love... Dude, this is the best part of... This is the best part of conservative media. It's like created so much incredible content. Like, I'm sorry if this is your relative that is brain broken now, but like low key, they're kind of nice with it. Okay? They're low key kind of nice with it. We got to let them cook.
He's on the damn bridge. There it is. There's the ambulance. That seems peculiar. Why would they do that?
Libtard's own, dude.
Well, this has been brought up many times, and I said to one person I was going to touch on this subject, so here we go.
Thank God.
How are you going to take on the entire U.S. military and the government? Well, Karen and Tony, no offense to all the Karens and Tonys who use their head. Do you understand?
Did you say no offense to Karens and Tonys? Like, why do you care? Of course, he has a prisoners of war missing in action, POW Mia, Pow Mia shirt, a staple. Skin tight Oakley's up there when he's doing wicked shit. But like, this is why I always say everyone ultimately turns into a libtard. This guy literally just apologized for using the term Karen, while his entire TikTok video that he shot in black and white revolves around talking about how a guerrilla style warfare could technically defeat the federal government, where he would be killing like American citizens. Like, why did you have to apologize for the other thing?
Understand how many civilians are veterans who had the same training, know all about the same machines that are being used today, and won't put up with that kind of shit? Then there's the whole how many active duty will flip on the people of this country. I'm going to give you a very, very, very conservative number. 60% will tell them to fuck off. And I'm pretty sure that's a damn conservative
Same. Them equals government.
number. If you're a veteran or active duty,
Yeah. All the veterans would rise up and all the active duty service members would rise up and say, fuck off, Joe Brandon. We're fighting against you. Meanwhile, you know what would happen in this hypothetical fantasy world? Okay. The National Guard, some fucking 25-year-old in the National Guard would come and dome this motherfucker without a second thought, okay? Because he's stupid enough to get together with all of his PTSD-addled, fat, veteran, sack-of-shit buddies with the fucking arsenal that they've gathered together and, run up on a checkpoint and immediately get domed without a second thought. Shut the fuck up. Half of the dudes in your squadron didn't even serve. They're just stealing valor. You did. And now you can't walk straight because you tore a fucking ACL. You tore an MCL. And you got nothing going on. And you want to what? Fight against fucking 18-year-olds who are just listening to orders? Good luck.
well, maybe not you active duty guys may not want to speak on this right now.
Yeah, active duty guys and gals. Oh, he's so woke, dude. And active duty non-binaries, they don't want to speak on it. Anyway. It's so stupid.
Let us know.
Patriot 1975.
Well, hey, friends. I'm sure I'm not the only one hearing this, and I'm going to let you, of course, be the judge.
Okay.
But I want you to hear this going on with this, of course, indictment.
Before being brought to the 15th floor for his 15 to 30-minute hearing, sources tell Fox he'll face at least 30 charges related to business fraud centered around hush money payments. Now, if we turn over here, you'll see what is called Media Row. These are tents and hundreds of media that have been here for a couple of weeks now reporting on what will be the first indictment of a former and current president. Journalists have a couple of weeks now reporting.
Let's listen to that again.
First indictment of a former and current president.
Former.
Got him. That's right. Fox News is telling us, Patriots, activate. Trump is still the president. He's the current president. I knew it. Like, instead of saying and, he should have said or. Like, what he was trying to say is, like, no current or former president. No former or current president has ever been fucking indicted. Right? But instead of or, he said and. So it's like, she's like, got him. Like, she literally said,
Of a former and current president. Journalists have a couple of weeks now reporting.
Let's listen to that again.
First indictment of a former and current president.
Former and current president. Yes, current president of the United States, it appears. What a turn of events. Anyway, just thought I'd share. I know I'm not alone in seeing this and wondering the same fucking thing.
I love these people, man. They're so sick. She literally thought she checkmated everybody, you know what I mean? Like, checkmate. Found him. Got him.
That's what I'm trying to get across to people there. Right there. You know, they're doing it already. They're doing it. We're already fucked. Might as well go out with a fucking bang. And that's the point I'm trying to get across to people. Our generation, we are already fucked. We're already too deep to be unburied.
Hold on. Hold on. Wait until it turns on trans people somehow. You know what I mean? American existence is all about recognizing the external oppression and struggle of being a working class American and immediately shifting your attention away to like completely unrelated matters, oftentimes just like random marginalized communities. Because the TV man that is quite literally working at the behest of those oppressors is deliberately pointing your anger in that direction. Anytime you hear a yee ass looking motherfucker like this go, you know, they're already doing it to us. They're fucking poisoning our water supply. They're doing it. That's right. Who's doing it? Trans people. They always fucking turn around and right at the doorstep of class consciousness or understanding the way that the system is designed is to fuck them over. They turn around and get focused on some dumb shit like an ADHD person goes squirrel, you know?
And we're going to suffer a lot of consequences. But if we're going out, we're dead. We're done anyway. We're eliminated. We're executed. We're unalived anyway. So go out like a fucking warrior. Go out like a man. That's what I'm trying to tell people.
Yeah, the funniest part about this, or I guess the saddest, is that due to their inability to comprehend who is like responsible for their demise, what he ends up advocating for is fucking suicide by cop after trying to kill his ex-wife at her place of business. You know what I mean? That's how this usually goes. That's awesome.
I'm concerned about Donald Trump getting arrested. Why? It doesn't matter who the president is anymore.
I'm going to tell you something, and I think it's okay for me to say it now. I think the cat is about out of the bag.
Like, this guy, oh my God, he's wearing a Rick and Morty shirt. Okay. Dude, everyone's a liberal. Everyone's a liberal. Everyone's a liberal. Everyone's a liberal. This guy is no different than like you should go out and fucking vote. Like, that person, like, this is the fucking Republican version of that, dude. That's it. You know he loves being a pickle, Morty. Like, he's literally, his cadence is exactly the fucking same.
I think there's a lot of people that probably already noticed this. And I'm sure if you use your brain or your eyeballs, you'll be able to tell this too. Newsflash, it's all fake.
Like, the words are different, obviously, but like the cadence and the attitude is the identical attitude. It's liberal monoculture turning every fucking facet of American existence into the same guy. Okay? The same fucking guy. Like, obviously, he's a schizophrenic Republican reactionary, so obviously he's going to say some shit like, you know, it's a show, the presidents, haven't been real since, like, 1889 or whatever the fuck, you know what I mean? But, like, look at the attitude.
It's fake. You have people up behind the podiums at Congress, at the White House, supposedly, and it's fake. It's a big show. I know. You sound like a crazy person. Sure, I guess. Fine. But You've seen the masks. Their faces don't look the same. Their head looks different. John Fetterman just got a head transplant. It's fake. It doesn't matter. So, what's really happening? What if I told you there's a big continuity of government plan and they pretended that the Biden regime took over? What if I told you that most of those people are wearing masks? What if I told you that they're using voice AI technology and CGI? Next level stuff. Even Hollywood doesn't like to put it out because, you know.
Dude, come on. I mean, this is awesome. Head transplant. I think he missed his med for the past little while. Brother, it's very obvious to me that you get your news here, and I haven't been doing a lot of hogwash lately. But that is a very common talking point among the right wing with respect to John Fetterman. That's not a joke. People literally think John Fetterman has been swapped out with a body double. That's not a joke. Yeah. Okay. Cat turd. Miracle. In only 3 weeks, John Fetterman got a total head replacement. Man, he has some good doctors. 61,000 likes. Please learn about focal lengths of camera lenses and how they impact photos of people. I'm begging you. 500 likes. Get owned, libtard. Talking about fucking focal lengths. Unless that means skull size, I don't give a fuck. The internet will engender and engage populace of critical thinkers primed to question perceived notions. Chat, there are unironically 1,000 people who think John Fetterman's got body swapped. QAnon spent the weekend spreading a John Fetterman body double conspiracy theory. Despite this, see that tweet. Let's see how many fucking likes this tweet got. 71,000 likes. This tweet got 8,000 likes. Higher the like, means he's more true. Okay? Everybody knows this. The higher amount of likes indicates that cat dirt is closer to the fucking truth. Didn't Libs think Melania got body swapped too? Yes, because all conservatives and liberals alike are the same person. All Americans, because of how far removed they are from any kind of material solutions to the ongoing inequalities that they experience, become slowly but surely more and more insane. They don't have anything. They are powerless. They recognize their powerlessness, and they ultimately become schizophrenic. Liberals do it too, but usually they'll snap out of it a little bit better or have better ways of, I guess, normalizing their rhetoric. You know, mainstream media and the credible institutions will oftentimes go to different lengths to justify a lot of the hysteria that liberals feel. Okay? What do I mean by that? Like, you know, look no further than how much mainstream media has lent credence to any number of different conspiracy theories with respect to Russia. And how Russia has absolutely controlled Donald Trump this entire time. That's it. I think a DNA sample is in order here. Lol, that's not Fetterman on the right, tweeted Juanita Broderick, a former nurse who accused former President Bill Clinton of rape, and more, who recently has spoken at many QAnon events. They literally replaced Fetterman. This is insane. Lawyer and former Republican congressional candidate Jason Roberge tweeted, while actor and conspiracy theorist Randy Quaid simply retweeted, "This is not Fetterman." Those who don't know how to critically think through situations and spout whatever conspiracy theory aligns with their confirmation bias are fueling the mainstream media attacks against all of us. Jordan Sather, a QAnon promoter and grifter, posted on Telegram on Sunday. Fetterman is being hidden for the public because he would make a fool of himself. But to automatically spout clone or body double is not showing any advancement or thought or research. Jordan Sather seemingly is smarter of the QAnon weirdos and has decided to take an approach that I would consider to be lackluster. Clearly, Jordan Sather has been compromised. Patriots rise up. Let's watch the rest of this homemade stitch, though. I don't know what a homemade stitch is, but...
No, then people would know. He said, it doesn't really matter who is the president. Fact is, Trump won. Yeah, he did. And you're watching a big show, a movie. There's actors. They're wearing face masks. You'd be surprised who's all behind it. And you'll see it. You'll see it soon. It's all coming out. Why? Because America needed to be woken up. You need to see what socialism and communism would actually look like here in the United States.
Yeah, this is what it looks like. That's why America woke up and we're like, oh, we're rejecting socialism and communism, which is something we definitely are experiencing here in America. Holy fuck.
So you got a bunch of good guys wearing masks that are reading scripts to show.
The problem is, like, think it through, my man. Think it through. Like, what do you mean? So you're saying, like, you know, like Jason Spencer and what's all these other, like, fucking losers are actually still in the Biden administration, but they're, like, purposely creating communism in the United States of America and, like, harming Americans by doing communism, which is what they're doing, specifically so they can teach you Americans a lesson about how bad it is. Cool stuff.
Pertaining to the matter of Donald Trump's indictment, don't worry, he will be set free. You know who else was arrested the same week as Easter under false pretenses? Jesus Christ. You connect the dots. God wins. God is on our side. God bless you. God bless America. And God bless Donald Trump.
Right.
Jesus Christ. Look, I'm not saying President Trump rates up there with Jesus Christ, but Jesus was also persecuted for crimes.
Bro, you are shaking too hard, brother. You are way too old to be doing photos like this, to be doing fucking self-filmed iPhone camera footage that you upload to TikTok.
He didn't commit. And look how that turned out for us. We got you back, Mr. President.
Do you believe that God will protect Trump from this evil? I do. I got a question for you. Do you believe...
If you're staying silent in this war between good and evil because it's too hard for you to speak up, your children are the ones who are going to have to pay for that.
It's for the DA in New York. Well, you want to tote around and play your games with Trump. to push an agenda that's complete BS. You might hold other people accountable as well. If memory serves me right, Hillary had how many Marines die on her watch and got how many fucking handouts?
She literally doesn't know the number. That's why she's saying, like, how many Marines? Like, first of all, she's talking about Benghazi, which would be 4. Right? Wasn't it 4? I think it was 4.
From who knows? And while we're on the subject of the Bidens, just found out that they're receiving money, multiple people in his family, from China while he's selling us to China. So if you're going to hold people accountable, you better hold them all accountable. Because God knows they've got skeletons in their closet.
Sure. Just checking in on my left-wing friends says Trump won't be arrested today because you got nothing on him, unlike Joe and Hunter. Big Country 79.
Following me for a while know that I love a good conspiracy theory, but this one hit just a little bit different today.
Again, everyone's a liberal. Everyone's a liberal. My man's got gauges on. Everyone's a lib. Aesthetics of liberalism are far too powerful. Okay? Got a fucking nose ring. Got the gauges on. You know, I'm a bit of an Astros fan myself after the events that took place over the course of the past couple of weeks. So I'm not going to shit on that. I also am a hot girl, but that's besides the point.
Today. So I'm sure we all know Donald Trump is in New York dealing with this bullshit indictment. His motorcade was seen leaving the airport and heading to Trump Tower. While I was watching this...
Yeah. I mean, I don't know why you... Not your average African. I don't know why you posted the sussy and the looking emos. I don't know what the fuck that's about. I've been a diehard fan of the Astros.
I noticed something just a little bit off. We'll watch it together, see if you notice it too. All right, so the video starts off, nothing out of the ordinary. You got your local PD. You got your lead cars, which usually house your Secret Service, security detail, etc.
Please tell me this is the ambulance theory again, because I really like it.
It's a lot of Secret Service for a civilian.
Wait, what? Bro, what do you mean? It's the former president.
Then you've got things like communication vans. You've got these extra cars inside the motorcade that are not normal for a citizen. That's a lot of vehicles for a citizen. And there's the presidential limo right there. And here's where shit gets funky. What the fuck is that? What the fuck is that? Why? Why is there an ambulance following a presidential motorcade? And I don't want to hear bullshit about Donald Trump is boisterous or whatever. That is a presidential motorcade.
That's right, because he's the president still. Dude, he's the president. Like, that's Patriots rise up. Everybody, understand what you are witnessing is the president of the United States of America.
That is literally the definition of a presidential motorcade. Look it up. President Obama, when he was in office, he was known for this massive entourage like this that had all kinds of vehicles in it. His motorcade looks exactly like this.
He's literally stating that Donald Trump is still the current president because his motorcade features a fucking ambulance, dude. Look it up.
It's motorcade. Why is there an ambulance following a fucking citizen? I'll fucking tell you why. Because that man is your commander.
Bro, dude, what are they putting in the water? What? What is going on? Someone explain to me how, I mean, what is it? Is it like that your imagination was stunted earlier on? Did you get hit in the head as a child and you did a no growth since then? Is it lead poisoning? What the fuck is going on? I don't get how this is any indication, like this is the 100% indication, there's an ambulance behind the motorcade, which means he's the president. It doesn't make any sense, dude. It does not make any sense. It's like a fucking HasanAbi broadcast without the top of the hour ad break that comes 12 minutes in. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe, which you can do for $5 or for free with the Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account. You can also get gifted a sub. Here's the 3-minute ad break now.
Commander-in-Chief. That man is still our sitting president. I know that sounds fucking crazy. I know that it sounds crazy. I haven't made one of these fucking crazy videos in a while. I'm telling you, that man is still your sitting president. And it's illegal to arrest a sitting commander-in-chief. So, shit's about to get weird.
Bro, shit's about to get weird for you every day because you're fucking insane. Like, I know it sounds crazy. Because it is. Because it's crazy. What you're saying is crazy. You think shit's about to get weird because you're insane. You're an insane person. And, like, normal things that are happening are somehow impossible for you to comprehend.
I want to know what you guys think down in the comments. Like this video, share this video, comment on this video. I want to know everybody's thoughts. If you think I'm fucking crazy, tell me you think I'm fucking crazy. You're not going to hurt my...
This whole entire time, I thought Stormy Daniels was a senator or a House member. Something to do with government. I had no idea that she was who she was. So this whole thing about Trump is gotta be staged. I mean, it's gotta be staged. What do you think's happening right now? Is he putting his wardrobe together? Is he... Who knows? Who knows what he's doing? But, I just thought I'd let you know that, in case it matters. It helps you in some way. To know that I thought Stormy Daniels was a member of the U.S. government.
Thank you for helping me, sir. I thought so, too. Extra summons. Thank you for the 10 gifted subs. Dude, it's like, this is so perfectly American. He's like, I didn't know Stormy Daniels wasn't a president herself. So obviously, this must be fake. It's just, it is American exceptionalism, American individualism, and American exceptionalism, okay? The notion that, like, I had a unique thought, and therefore, it must be serious. It's always paired up with the idea that, like, you are infallible, you can do no wrong. That's the reason why you see so many people on Twitter, for example, say shit like, well, the fact that I thought this could be true says a lot about society. It's like, no, you were wrong. When you're wrong, you're supposed to say, I am wrong. I'm sorry, I was wrong. I misunderstood. But nobody fucking says that anymore. They say, the fact that I thought this was wrong says a lot about society. No, it doesn't. Okay? It doesn't. It doesn't say a lot about society. You're just wrong. And it's okay to be wrong. You're just fucking stupid. You're wrong all the time. Fuck. Yeah, AOC could have been Zaza Smoka, and that says a lot. Exactly. It's another great story.
This goes out to all the common sense people. And I mean, no libtards, no democrooks.
Oh, he said libtard and democrooks. Shut the fuck up. No, he can't be serious right now. No shot. Nobody's saying that seriously, right? Like, no fucking shot, my man.
Common sense people. Think about our friends in New York who are rooting for Trump, who are behind him, and encourage them, don't get involved in these crowds with these socialist idiots. Do your best to stay calm, believe what you believe, don't engage, stay out of jail, and back our president. He needs us now more than ever. We're all smart. We all know exactly what they're doing. We know what they're trying, and we know what they're trying to get away with. So, stay safe. Keep each other's backs. I wish I could be there because I'd have your back. And let's pray and get through this together. Love to everybody.
What's happening today is very dangerous for this. How do we get here?
Describe your video tag is still on it. Oh, God, that's so good. That's so good. You don't understand it. Oh, God, I love this country so much. I love TikTok, too. Fuck, man.
How did we let the liberal communists, the ones that are bought and paid for by Soros? Soros is an evil, evil man. He is a very evil man. Go back and look him up. I'm talking to the right, I'm talking to the left. If you knew what he did to his own people, you wouldn't be so giddy.
He's saying George Soros is a Nazi collaborator. That's what she's saying. Which, of course, like, the timing of it doesn't really add up, considering that he was, like, 12 when the Holocaust was happening. But, you know, fuck it. Right? YOLO. Why does she care?
That is who is the puppet master. People like him. We have let the government, let these sick liberal communists play us for big ass fools. See, they don't want Trump. See, Trump, everybody loved Trump. Everybody wanted Trump to run till he came as a Republican. See.
Bro, why is the light flickering so hard? Like, did she drop her phone and like the aperture is broken or something? Like the auto adjustment is just like going crazy. It's tweaking.
The fix was in for Hillary to get elected. But see, people, there was still a lot of Americans that said, oh, hell no. That thing cannot be president of this country. She is evil. And so they didn't vote for her. And the liberals went crazy and they started in with the press and all this stuff. And they turned us against one another. They went after Donald Trump, the one that they used to love him. But see, he started exposing them and they couldn't have that.
Like, first of all, there was no one was like a big fan of Donald Trump and was like, oh, it'd be great if he ran for president as a Democrat. Like, that's not a thing that happened. Hillary's the devil, Bobby.
So they had to turn the people against him and against each other. And now they're in our Congress and our Senate and our judges and DAs. They're crooked. And they're destroying our country. We don't have to worry about enemies attacking us because we are destroying our own country. If they can do this to this man, just think it will be the right's turn. And it's going to be a tit for a tat.
Oh my God, I feel sad about that one.
This is an open letter to our 45th President of the United States.
Oh God. Oh no. What's she gonna say in that open letter? Oh Lord.
Donald John Trump, dear Mr. President.
Don't make fun of her for not having a top lip. You're being an anti-white racist. Okay, I'll say it. I'll finally say it. It is not allowed.
Myself as an American citizen, want you to know not only myself but millions more of American citizens stand behind you 100%. We will not sway. We will not turn our back on you. We will not walk away. We stand firmly on the ground that we're standing on now, supporting you. Sir, it's so sad in our country as it is today that you have been persecuted and prosecuted and pretty much well crucified since the day that you decided to run for President of the United States. From the moment you stepped foot in the White House, the Democratic Party seek to destroy you. They have done everything underhanded, misconstrued everything, led the media to downtrodden you and ruin you also. And the only thing you tried to do was do great things for a great nation. You brought back God to our country. You brought back togetherness. You brought back jobs. You brought us back things to look forward to where we could prosper once again and people could own homes and become millionaires, which is out of the question now. And we love you for it. Many Democrats are walking around with their eyes wide shut, not seeing the reality of the circumstance and the situation and the dire straits we are in right now without a great leader. And a great leader we do not have right now. You know as I know that the Democratic Party has done nothing but witch hunt you for years now. Every way they turn, they want to discredit you because you believe in the people in the United States of America, no matter the race, color, creed, nationality, no matter the religion, nor the...
Yeah, because you got the corporate tax rate from 35 to 21%, which is lower than the average tax rate. Why did I leave you with this woman? So you can learn who Donald Trump's first line of defense is.
We have one man in our lifetime. That had the nerve to stand against the elites that run this world. We had one man who had the courage to put America first, to put the West first, to stop the endless wars. And what did he get in return? Endless investigation.
Like, when he's posting this, you know he thinks he's getting Barbara pussy. You know what I mean? Like, he posts on the timeline, he thinks like every Deborah in a 30-mile radius is like begging me in my DMs for some of the worst dick they've ever encountered. Okay. Someone said butt rock in the background. Hell yeah. Brother, this is like releasing pheromones into the air, thinking you're going to have a bunch of Barbaras on your shit like cackling hyenas, you know? Straight up. These people don't understand the irony of Hawk posting on TikTok, right? No.
Name dragged throughout the media 24/7. Nothing but a constant.
Like, what's going on? No, it's not Cranberry Zombie. It's a zombie cover. Okay? It's a butt rock cover of Zombie. In my head, Zombie. That's the butt rock cover of Zombie.
Constant barrage of insults, memes, and everything else, all because he wanted to do what's right for his country. The politicians turn their back on them because they're too worried about their own career. The sheriffs, the military, the FBI, the Secret Service, all too worried about their own careers to stand up and do what's right for their own country. Filled with cowards that care more about their career than the actual country going in the dumps. You people should be ashamed.
God damn, he popped off.
The military.
Wait, does he have a head tattoo? Or is that just his hair? Wait, what the fuck? Wait, he does. Is that his hair or is that a head tattoo? Does he have a dome piece? Bro, do not tell me my man's got a fucking tribal tat on his dome. No shot, right? Imagine you coming in and seeing your dad making this video. The reality is the kids are not coming this weekend. Okay? They're already not coming during the week, but they're certainly not coming home this weekend. Okay? Like, no kid is walking in on his dad saying this shit. Because dads that are saying this shit are already divorced. That's why I said this is a alarm for Deborah Pussy. Okay, for Barbara Pussy. Like, he's already so incredibly divorced, perhaps the most divorced. Owner of a plumbing company. Okay. He was active duty. He toured. And by touring, I mean he like, I think he probably like fixed up some of the trucks back on the base. Okay. And he's back. Got a drinking problem. Probably a pill problem. Certainly divorced. He's a 3-time divorce champion. And he's just looking for a nut. Okay? Yeah, he deployed to Kuwait. Exactly. Hurting my mom's feelings. Wait, more hog talk? Okay, I'm done as bullshit. No, we watched already. This is literally what we're on. We finished it. Married once, divorced twice, Walmart manager thrice. What is this? Another good hog watch?
Donald Trump, if you can hear us, please, Donald Trump, please save me. Please save me, Donald Trump, please. I'm asking you.
What?
Please save me.
What the fuck? Wait, what? Oh, that's the guy. Wait, isn't that the guy?
Donald Trump, if you...
Wait, is this the fucking guy that did a live stream of him trying to do an act of terrorism? Oh my God. Yeah, he was like the QAnon guy. I didn't realize you. No, it's not a joke. This is a real thing. Yeah, this was the guy who's like, I have bombs and weapons and I'm going to kill everybody in DC. Bro, so much terrorism happened. Like, so much right-wing terrorism happened, but like in the funniest ways possible. And in some not very funny ways that were devastating, like El Paso. But like in some really funny ways, like this guy. There was another guy. Wasn't there another guy who sent like mail bombs? Was this the guy who sent mail bombs? Yeah, Cincinnati FBI offices with a nail gun. That was pretty funny. There was the mail bomb guy who said he was, oh yeah, this guy, Caesar Sayok. He went to prison for 20 years. Brother, he went to prison for 20 years for being too much of a Trump fan. Caesar Sayok, this is the guy. Do you guys remember this? Dude, so many awesome fucking pro-Trump terrorism happened in this country. and we forgot about it because it happens so much. Boycott, ban. This guy was like a total freak. The dude who blew himself up in his RV in Tennessee. No, the RV Tennessee guy was like, that was actual fucking, I think that was a suicide. I think that was just like, you know, a wrong activation, if you know what I mean. This was the MAGA van guy who had like an insane vehicle. XC's going to be very critical of you showing that arrest of someone who tried doing terrorism. He would be banned for the same. Listen, dude, I'm not trying to snitch, dude, but now that he hasn't gotten banned, dude, if I showed a guy trying to do a terrorism, dude, I would get banned. Nobody's giving me any awards for not showing a terrorism, dude. That part was the funniest part of that fucking little 60-second sequence, was that he was looking for props for like being able to avoid the dude jumping out of the car. Like what? The props is you didn't get banned. Like, that's it. That's what you get. Like, what do you mean? What do you want, a cookie? Like, I don't understand. Oh, Jesus. Anyway. Best comparison to Trump I've seen. Sneaky as hell. Hogs are pissed. No, I don't care. We watched the video. George Santos crying.
Bit surprised to hear him say that. What's your reaction?
Bro, what the
obviously
fuck?
He sees it very differently than you do. Oh, okay. It looks like we just lost. All right, we just lost Ty's connection there. When we get it back,
We are
we'll get it
waiting
back. We're
on
watching this,
Donald
live
Trump.
ballroom. All right, Karen, it is
Barbie McDonald to come on and speak at Mar-a-Lago. God, it's so ugly. They like love this shit. It's your own people sometimes, man. Can't trust anyone. Yeah, this one was pretty funny. Trump's lawyer, Joey Tacopina, donated to the Democratic rep who called for Trump's prosecution. Thank you for the chatter who said you got to spend money to make money. What is this? Donald Trump Donaka? Nani? I should ban you, but dude, I've been too nice to the fucking weebs, dude. Lately, I've been too nice to the goddamn weebs. You know what I'm saying? Lawyers don't necessarily agree with their clients or believe them. It's their job. Dude, come on. Like, we're talking about Donald Trump's lawyers, okay? What? Jordan Peterson melting down over April Fool's prank? What the fuck? Thanks for this. Thanks for this Comic Sans link. It's just like, oh, this guy's awesome.
But I also think
Ty
for Cy
Cobb.
Vance to, compliment this indictment is a little bit like the Beach Boys song "Be True to Your School." I mean, it was his office, so I wouldn't expect him to say much else. On the other hand, it is a case now. It's going to be played out in court. There will be motions. Somebody mentioned the bill of particulars earlier. I think based on the content of the indictment that a bill of particulars would ordinarily be quite likely here because there are many gaps to fill.
Yep.
And I do think that there will be motions to dismiss, motions for bill of particulars. I think there will also be, a lot of motions based on, can you really marry the statutes in the way they are? And I thought that the most interesting thing for me at the hearing today, if I might, was the fact that the judge said, have a nice day, I'll see you in December. Because that suggests that this case is not going to move at the speed that the public had expected and hoped for.
Right.
So, and then I guess the other issue is, I have is, there is a F-35 missile armed weapon being piloted by Jack Smith with Merrick Garland as his wingman in D.C. that's going to get off the ground soon in the Mar-a-Lago obstruction case that will make this look like, a water pistol, fired earlier. It's just, nobody's going to go to jail in the New York case. The consequences to Trump are not going to be significant.
Oh no, Clay Higgins, no. No, don't do it, Clay. He said Democrat elites enslaved D.A. Bragg. It's disgusting. Shame upon be the Bragg name forever. We're MAGA Republicans. We're with Trump, and we're winning in 2024. Signed 100 million Americans. Don't do it, Clay. Not Sheriff Higgins, dude. Stop. Representative Clay Higgins forgot that white Republicans are not allowed to use that kind of language. That kind of language is only allowed if you're a black Republican. For a second, he just, he forgot about that, I think. Which, by the way, half of the time, like, that is literally what the exact kind of language that black Republicans use all the fucking time. Okay? Half the time, all the fucking time. Straight up. It's always like the Democratic Party plantation. The Democrats are enslaving black people. All this shit. Why are you mogging everyone you don't like? Wait, what? Why are you mogging everyone you don't like? I'll stop mogging them. Confirmed Hassan watched Boondocks. That was an Uncle Ruckus ass voice. No, that's literally how Clay Higgins speaks. I'm not doing an Uncle Ruckus. Oh, this was a good take from Felix. Rudy isn't solid. Rudy was on tape and never even got booked. It's the ones closest to you. Yeah, Rudy pulled a gunna, dude. America's mayor. I'm home. My lawyer is a beast. She mogging on my MAGA. I'm so glad he brought up Boondocks on Trash Taze. Boondocks is one of the, I think, what is this? Far-right author dragged after melting down over an April Fool's prank. Canadian psychologist and far-right mouthpiece Jordan Peterson ranted on Twitter about a proposed bike lane on the Trans-Canada Highway without realizing it was April Fool's Day. This idiot country is sheathed in ice 7 months of the year, and the Trans-Canada Highway, an underdeveloped national disgrace, is 5,000 miles long. Is there nothing so stupid you won't do it, Justin Trudeau? I mean, it's hard. It's hard to be on that many drugs. And, you know. Hey. Murat. Ne haber lan? Vay be. Dün mü ayrıldık? Selam vermeden geçiyorsun. Wow. He said literally yes. I said, did we, did we hang out yesterday? You're just walking by without saying what's up? And he said literally yes. He's too comfortable. He sees me too much. That's what it is. Anyway, yeah, let's look at another America news moment. Okay, yeah, I'm too available, dude. Straight up, I'm way too available. 2 America news moments while we wait for Donald Trump. Hold on one second. The first American news moment is brought to you by Dulles and YouTube pranksters. YouTuber making a prank video is shot at the Dulles Town Center. 21-year-old Tanner Cook, which is the most fucking YouTuber ass name I've ever seen. Tanner Cook said he was recording a prank video inside Dulles Town Center when a 31-year-old Alan Coley allegedly shot him in the stomach. Sterling, Virginia. The victim, critically injured inside the Dulles Town Center Mall, said he was recording a prank video for his YouTube page when he was shot. Tanner Cook, 21, remained in an intensive care unit the next day with his mother by his side after a bullet pierced through his stomach and liver. The Loudoun County Sheriff's Office did not publicly identify Tanner Cook, but court documents in a Loudoun County General District Court identified him during the arraignment for the suspect, Alan Coley, 31, of Leesburg. The officials arrested and charged Coley on Sunday with aggravated malicious wounding, use of a firearm in the commission of a felony, and discharging firearm within a building. Sheriff Mike Chapman said the shooting was a result of a fight that broke out in the food court between both men. The gunfire caused panic among mallgoers. A video recorded by Instagram user, "This is my username," captured Coley being arrested on the ground. An investigation continues. Cook spoke exclusively for the WUSA 9 from his hospital bed after undergoing surgery. Cook, a content creator for the YouTube page Classified Goons. Oh my God, he's a gooner. Oh no. Oh no, he's a gooner. I was playing a prank and a simple practical joke, and this guy didn't take it very well. His friend was recording the video when Cooley allegedly pulled out his gun. The family said the footage is now part of evidence. He didn't say anything to me. Despite what led to the gunfire, Tanner Cook's father said the shooting was shocking and unnecessary. Okay, in most circumstances, I would say, I am not on board with this kind of behavior. The one exception is basically YouTube pranksters, okay? This guy doing fake vomiting on Uber drivers.
He wants to throw up on me.
Okay. No, he is. No, he is. No, he is. No. I called the police. You're on TikTok. Yeah, I've seen this guy. Yo, what's up, bro?
What's good?
I saw my For You page that once.
Oh, really? Classified Goons.
Classified Goons. Yeah, he comes to the stores and shit. Yo.
Oh my God. Oh my God. I seen you. You suck, bro.
All right, cool. I appreciate it.
Yeah. Hey, you have a good one. All right, we just got here to DC. Got dropped off by the Uber from the airport. We're at the homie's house right now. We're gonna say what's up. Let's go. What's What's good, bro?
What's going on, bro?
Finally, bro, it's been a minute.
Of course, bro. You're hella tall in person.
Yeah, we've been talking about Lincoln like the past 6 months.
That's been like a year, bro.
Been like a year, yeah. We're on the East Coast right now. Running these videos up from Boston to Miami.
Classified Goons up 2023.
Hell yeah, you already know. Let's get it. Also, at 50K, we're gonna be dropping merch. Go down below, run that subscribe count up, and let's hit 50K. Once we do, dropping that merch. I know you guys want that merch, so also I'm only dropping a limited amount. And once they're gone, they're gone. I know you guys been saying, yo, I want the merch, you know, where's it at? So when we hit 50K, dropping that first drop. So yeah, on that note, let's get to the video.
I know I do fake throw videos on YouTube. Yes, that's my job description. Looks at those people. They're my fans adoring me. Do you think he talks to his grandmother with that accent? Yes. I think yes. That's number one. Bro's not even really fucking with him like that. Someone said little Mark Rober. Hey, yo. Okay, I know this guy immediately just looking at this dude, okay? I know this guy's been like, yo, Aiden Ross, the GOAT for real, on God. This Hassan guy, HasanAbi, he's a F word. You know what I'm saying? He don't run in the streets like that. Oh. This is Adam 22 straight out of high school. Yeah, Adam 22's consequences have been devastating, okay? Did it have stopped being a thing in like 2007? What is this man doing? You know what he's doing. This is a W murder spammer, dude.
Yeah. I'll see you guys at the end.
Yes.
What happened?
I'm asking you to please not record in our building. This is private property. I'm asking you to please not record. Great. It is now time for you to leave the building pursuant to NRS 207.200. You're no longer welcome on the property. Have a great night.
Who's that?
Content, baby. Anyway, so this guy got shot.
6 starts with that WUSA 9 exclusive. Thank you for joining us to start a new week. I'm Leslie Foster.
And I'm Lorenzo Hall. Tonight, you'll hear from the 21-year-old YouTuber shot at Town Center in Virginia.
Our Matthew Torres spoke exclusively with Tanner Cook a few hours ago.
No, stop. No, I am against shooting YouTubers, okay? And this guy said, honestly, that guy hasn't gotten shot enough. No, this is an anti-shooting at YouTubers channel, okay? Oh, dude. Jesus Christ.
From his hospital bed in the ICU, Cook is known for his YouTube prank videos, and evidently he picked the wrong target yesterday.
Yeah, 31-year-old Alan Coley is accused of shooting Cook after a...
Bro, even the fucking local news is covering it while like making fun of him a little bit. Evidently, he picked the wrong target today. That is no way to fucking talk about a dude who has to shit into a bag for the rest of his life, dog. What the fuck? Oh. I open up my colostomy bag on my Uber prank. That's fucked up.
a fight. Well, despite that, Cook tells our Matthew Torres he has no plans to stop what he calls his passion.
I'm fine.
Tonight, Tanner Cook giving WUSA 9 an update from his hospital bed in the ICU with his mother right by his...
Dude, I want to know why the dude shot him. Like, what the fucking prank was. I need to know what the fucking prank is, okay?
Side. This 21-year-old expect...
Also, that was the least indication that he's fine as I'm fine I've ever heard in my life. Like, that was... Bro, you are not fine. Holy shit.
To make a full recovery after being critically shot in the stomach inside the Dulles Town Center food court Sunday.
Just keep God first.
Cook is a content creator for his YouTube page, Classified Goons. racking up more than 38,000 subscribers.
He's not with you?
No, he's not with me.
You can't be in here recording.
He says he was recording a video playing jokes with the man accused of pulling the trigger, 31-year-old Alan Coley. This witness capturing the moment deputies arrested Coley, who is now facing felony charges including aggravated malicious wounding.
I was just playing a prank, a simple practical joke, and the guy didn't take it very well and shot me.
Officials say it appears the two did not know each other before the incident, the shooting causing panic among mallgoers.
Obviously, we're all having a pretty rough time with it, but we believe that he's going to be fine, he's going to pull through. And
Tonight, Cook's family says while it's scary, they're confident
Why is this photo blurry as fuck? Like, why do they keep showing this blurry ass
he will
photo?
bounce back because of their faith in God.
fear running in and out, but we live on faith and not fears.
And even after being shot, Cook says he plans to continue making videos because it's his passion. Now giving this simple statement to the community.
Just stay safe out there.
To be clear, the Loudoun County Sheriff's Office.
This article is so stupid. This entire fucking news piece is so dumb. Like, stay safe out there. Click. Come on, man.
This is still investigating. There was an arraignment hearing for the suspect this morning where he was assigned a public defender.
Okay, I need to know what the fuck. I need to know what the fuck he did. Tanner Cook stressed his family is relying on God and their faith to show support for his son. He even said he has no ill will, anger, or bitterness towards Coley. Oh, God, what the fuck was the prank? What was... I need to know the prank. I need to know the prank. I need to know what the prank is. What do you mean you got to wait for the video to drop? Oh, Jesus Christ. By the way, remember that chatter who said, do you think he talks to his grandma like this? Now we know he definitely doesn't talk to his grandma and grandpa like that. You saw his grandpa. He's like, God is on our side. Yeah, no, never mind. His grandpa smacks him every time he tries to pull that on God for real shit on him. You know what I mean? Pointing a gun at the guy at the mall, gone colostomy. Stop. Pranking CCW members, gone wrong, gone sexual. And no, the second paragraph is not explaining what the prank is. Where's the prank? There was a phone that was around him, and they were interviewing or talking to him, and he didn't like it, and he pulled out his gun, and he shot my son. Bro, his next merch drop is going to have a bullet hole in it. How about his next merch drop is a fucking bulletproof vest, dog? That's what he should be doing. His friend was recording the video when I was playing a prank, a simple practical joke, and this guy didn't take it very well. Despite what led up to the gunfire, wait, what is the... They were making a video at the mall and trying to have fun with people, and this guy wasn't having fun, said Jeremy Cook. There was a phone that was around him, and they were interviewing or talking to him, and he didn't like it, and he pulled out his gun, and he shot my son. Dude, I need to see this video. I need to. I need to so bad. Like, everybody keeps saying it's just like innocent. It was just an innocent conversation. The video is evidence now? Yeah, I know. YouTube prank could be cause of Dulles Town Center shooting. He has a YouTube channel. He goes to malls and he tries to have fun and do goofy stuff and try to get people to laugh and watch his videos. Apparently moved to Virginia a couple months ago to pursue his dream of becoming a YouTube influencer. He's filmed several pranks. Coley made his first court appearance on Monday where the bond was denied. He's facing several felony charges, including aggravated malicious wounding. The sheriff's office does have Tanner's cell phone. It's possible the whole encounter may have been recorded. I hope so. That's content. Also, who the fuck moves to Virginia to pursue YouTube? Like, I don't even understand. Coley is due back in court early next month. Company says they're absolutely outraged by Coley's actions. They've been permanently banned from the platform. Oh, he was a DoorDash delivery driver. I just don't know what he said, and I need to know. Please scan through some of these titles. Most of them are just crimes. Fake Target thug employee prank. That one seems fire. Clowns versus cops. Asking strangers to play naked twister prank. Taking rackets from tennis players prank. Trolling Eagles fans. Okay, he's an ethical prankster. I take it back. Free him. This guy, it's fucked up that they... No, that's ethical. I take it back. Free my man. He didn't do anything wrong. He's not even in jail right now, but free him from the binds of the hospital bed. You know what I mean? Yeah. Nope. I took back everything I said, okay? At first, I was like, I don't know. Why does this Kotaku article pic look AI generated? What the fuck is up with his arms? What happened to his arms on the fucking... Go Birds, asshole. I'm just saying, dude. Listen. Notoriously the worst fandom in sports. Okay? That's all I'm going to say. Snitching on my cameraman featuring Gideon.
No, this ain't recording me. I'm not.
I know, but it ain't. Hey, we're still on our property right now. I'm just saying.
Welcome back to another video. Catching a flight to Salt Lake, then to Houston. We're going to be linking up with Gideon.
You are. Let's see. I'm not gonna lie, yeah, he's not wrong. Damn. Okay. Okay, well, you do have these big ass shoes on.
No, that's not.
But I'll give it to you. You are 6'5".
Damn, bro, this is the setup, bro. This is like a whole vibe, dog.
Appreciate you.
Dude, this is like...
Trying to make it like a man cave.
No, yeah, you're getting there for sure.
Okay. It is a whole vibe, dog.
Yeah. You trying to kind of sound like my favorite YouTuber, Gideon. Would you say he's like the best mustard, or what's that? Do you think he fell off?
I think he fell off, too.
Fuck.
True. It was a Google Translate prank, according to Insider. Not sure where they got that. What the fuck is Gideon wearing? I don't know, but I really like the pants. Like, I think those shorts are fire. He's also got way too much cake. I like his pants. Bro, look at this. Every time the video peaks is Gideon's... Dude, he is so caked up. What the fuck? Fan service episode? Yeah, literally. Look at this. Every time the video is peaking is Gideon's ass prominently featured. He's wearing a butt pad? No, he's not. He's natty. He's natty. Top 5 most caked up YouTubers, zero doubt. I think he might be more caked up than me. I'm not gonna lie. Like, he might be thicker than me. Gideon is not beating the... Ludwig does not have that kind of cake, man. I don't know why you guys keep talking about Ludwig's ass like this. He does not. Okay, anyway, random. Here's Ted Nugent and Kyle Rittenhouse having a normal one about mob boss Trump getting arrested. I couldn't figure out who Mike was until I remember their weird conspiracy theory transvestigation of Michelle. So much salt from these two. Oh, I can't wait for this. Let's hear what Ted Nugent and Kyle Rittenhouse had to say.
I see this going on with Trump, and I'm just like, I can relate in a way. I see this political prosecution, and it's upsetting.
Bro, what's upsetting is what has happened to this man's, like, supposed media career. Like, he was such a fucking goober that, like, he had the opportunity of a lifetime to basically be, like, a legend. Americans, the worst Americans from all different corners of the country decided that, you know, he was their hero. He was, like, the worst guy. They all loved it. What the fuck happened, dude? What the fuck happened after that? He flubbed it. Why? Because he is just straight up awful. He has no riz. He's just some kid that shot someone and got away with it. He has no life experience or anything interesting going on. Yeah.
Because they're doing this to a president.
A good man.
A good person.
Well, you know, I went through this anti-justice system at the hands of Barack Obama. Barack Obama, you punk. You horrible anti-American, communist, Islamic terrorist. Well, that's going to go in the media. That's what he was.
Boy, that's going to go in the media. Well, it kind of didn't, you know. The most it got, the most movement that clip is ever going to get is this broadcast right now. That's it. Boy, that's going to go in the media. Like, he knows he's being bad. You know what I mean?
He literally reignited racism in America. Thanks a lot, Barack, and your buddy Mike, and your two fake daughters. And if I'm wrong, somebody...
Wait, his daughters are fake? Him.
Show me a picture of Mike Obama pregnant. Show me a picture of Mike Obama pregnant, and show me that...
Calvin is like, dude, what the fuck are you talking about? He doesn't know about this. This is new for him. You know what I mean? He's like, he doesn't know about old school conservatism. You know what I mean?
Two daughters in their youth. Show me Mike and Barack snuggling their infants in swaddling clothes. Those pictures don't exist because his wife is Mike. Did you know that?
I did not.
And
oh, he's like a close-faced talker too. It's the worst. Actually, the fucking worst.
The daughters aren't theirs. Well, that's a conspiracy theory. Prove me wrong.
Oh, God, they're so fucking washed.
They expect it. However, I also talked to another.
Our president is finally coming to the stage, okay? Our president is finally coming to the motherfucking stage. At the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break, okay? I'm not going to paywall the president, our big, beautiful boy, our big, beautiful president, my real president. You saw the ambulance. You saw the ambulance. He's still the president. Going to be live in a little bit from Mar-a-Lago. You're going to see the top of the hour ad break right now. For a brief moment.
Turn out on close examination to be the same crime.
Tucker Carlson will be giving us some great takes as we lead into Donald Trump, our big beautiful boy, speaking at Mar-a-Lago in a little bit. If you no longer want to see those ads, you already know all you need to do is subscribe for $5 or free with the Twitch Prime or by getting gifted a sub. Here's the 3-minute ad break now.
Because the statute of limitations has expired. So the question is, how did Alvin Bragg drag Donald Trump into court today? Well, he did it by claiming that Trump falsified business records as a means of violating some other, much more serious law. That's what he's saying. Here is Alvin Bragg today.
Under New York state law, it is a felony to falsify business records with intent to defraud and an intent to conceal another crime. That is exactly what this case is about. 34 false statements made to cover up other crimes. These are felony crimes in New York State, no matter who you are. We cannot and will not normalize serious criminal conduct. The defendant repeatedly made false statements on New York business records. He also caused others to make false statements.
So here's what Bragg just said, in case you weren't paying attention to the lecture. Donald Trump has committed a crime not by changing business records, but by changing business records in order to conceal another more serious crime or to defraud somebody. So let's take it this in order. What is the more serious crime? Well, we have no idea because Bragg hasn't told us. No such more serious crime is listed in the indictment. And critically, and this really is the point, Donald Trump has not been charged with another more serious crime. So what we have as of tonight is an indictment that does not allege specific violations of the law. Well, that's, of course, unconstitutional, but it's also farcical. What about the fraud claim you just heard Bragg make on television? Well, Bragg claims that Trump sent money to Stormy Daniels in order to influence the outcome of the 2016 election, and in so doing, he tried to, quote, defraud voters. Well, that turns out to be an actual crime that's on the books. Bragg is claiming that Donald Trump committed a campaign finance violation, which is a federal crime, by the way. The problem is he did not commit a campaign finance violation. Nobody is claiming that he did, including the Federal Election Commission, which has investigated this question. So as a legal matter, the case brought today, the 34 felonies, make no sense at all. It's ridiculous. But as a political tactic, which is precisely what it is likely to be effective. And that's why the media so fervently supports it. Watch.
A kind of an alliance between different groups that have a history of being dispossessed and discriminated against, whether they are Jews or Black Americans or LGBT folks, that might come together to push back against the white Christian nationalist assault on American democracy.
Well, you don't know what part this man might play in the future of our democracy.
This campaign of disinformation that's continuously undermining our democracy.
One day people will look back and say how we've handled this issue of Trump, how it affects our democracy. Really could be a major event, could be a big turning point, one way or the other.
The federal prosecutors have said this is a crime that imperils our democracy.
So it imperils our democracy, and because we care so deeply about democracy, we're going to prevent the leading candidate in the other party from running for president, not let voters vote for him. Notice there was not one word about any crime here.
Notice that, like, you could literally run from prison. Like, he's not going to go, but even if he fucking did, like, he could still run from prison.
And we're quoting, to push back against the white Christian nationalist assault on American democracy. Now, in case you're waiting to hear the real motive here, wait no longer. There it is. Let that sink in. Does that sound like justice to you? Or does that sound like tribal justice? Well, that's, of course, exactly what it is. Now, we're waiting, as we told you at the top, for Donald Trump to speak about all of this from Palm Beach, Florida. But in the meantime, there is a legal process underway, of course. We'd like to get the latest on it. Alina Habba is an attorney who represents Donald Trump, and she joins us tonight. Alina Habba, thank you so much for coming on. So, unless we're misreading this, the actual crime is not listed in the indictment? How can that be?
It's unreal, honestly, Tucker. Let's talk about what we can see in the indictment.
I just don't understand. Like, a dude literally went to jail for this. Like, why the fuck do they keep saying the actual crime is not listed in the indictment over and over again? I mean, but I guess it does stick because like, even I have begun thinking, like, where is the crime here? You know what I mean? Like, they just keep repeating it over and over again for like many, many hours until people just like basically believe in it. Like they openly mention what the crime is. Like, you can't just be indicted for no fucking reason. You know what I mean? I don't know why the fuck they keep saying this over and over again, especially when like the accompanying crime that was committed also led to a Trump underling going to fucking jail.
I mean, do companies commit federal crimes when they have their employees sign non-disclosure agreements? As every single one of them does every single day? Probably not. Look, if Trump had committed a crime and they were alleging it, I would not defend him if he was caught bribing someone or hurting someone or stealing money. But this doesn't even approach the appearance of a crime, which is the scariest part. This is just election interference. Am I missing something?
No, you're not missing anything. And by the way, in order to have an effective NDA...
By the way, that'd be great. I wish it was a crime to do NDAs.
It's called money, right? So for all the non-lawyers, we do this all the time. We do this all the time. And when you have somebody extorting you, which Mark Pomerantz said in his book he believed this to be, and I recommend that you all take a close look at that, he lays this out. We had Michael Cohen, who was a convicted felon and liar, who was afraid of what was going to happen to his wife. We have Mark Pomerantz admitting that they couldn't bring charges. Neither could the FEC, who regulates this. Alvin Bragg stood up today and said he was bringing a state federal crime. That doesn't exist. It doesn't exist. It's federal crime. It's not a state crime. It's crazy.
And to hear it on NBC News today, MSNBC, with this hush money, really, how many women alleging sexual harassment or assault has NBC News paid off this year? I mean, spare us. Please. I used to work there. Alina Habba, great to see you tonight. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So authorities all but shut down New York City for Trump's arraignment today. Hundreds of police officers showed up. They closed FDR Drive. Millions of dollars on security because of all the threats and protests. This was the scene outside the courthouse today.
Stop ever with me. I will kill your mother. Get off.
Come on, stop bleeping. We get it.
Why are you trying to instigate violence right now?
Because I'm black and I like violence.
Yeah?
I'm an animal.
So
I'm an animal. I'm a black animal. Yeah! Let's kill all white people. Yeah, baby.
Bill Hemmer is one of the few news anchors we trust in this country, and he's our friend. He hosts America's Newsroom on this channel. You were in New York today, Bill. What did you see?
Yeah, Tucker, good evening. Manhattan was largely a mess today. Big parts of the city shut down, as you mentioned. That prompted this text, followed by a tweet from Eric Trump. He writes this: Alvin Bragg has shut down the entire city, called up 38,000 NYPD officers, closed down the FDR Drive, and is spending an estimated $200 million of city funds for a $130,000 NDA. I never thought I would see this political corruption in our country. Now, we cannot confirm that $200 million number seems high, but for comparison's sake, we know the city spent $500,000 a day for security when Trump was living at Trump Tower before he was sworn in 6 years ago. Now, if we do go to a trial, New York...
I have no idea what the fuck crackhead Barbie is, but I know for a fact that every single 65-year-old living in like Missouri that is watching the Tucker Carlson broadcast right now just became 35% more racist. Okay. Like literally, they were already like, you thought they were maxed out. You thought they were 100% racist. Now they're like 135%.
Surprised, his words, with the contents of the indictment. He says it's not a terrible thing to have the credibility of Michael Cohen as a star witness. They've got a big problem with the leaks of the indictment before it went public, which is a felony, prison up to 5 years if convicted. Trustee says his team wants to get this case before a judge soon and push for a dismissal. In his words, it could be thrown out in a New York minute. We shall see. Tucker.
What a circus. Bill Hemmer, thanks for that update tonight. Thanks so much. And keep in mind, President Trump will be ordered back to New York in December, right before the Republican primaries, just in case you were hoping to terrify swing voters into voting for an 82-year-old candidate.
Michael Pillow, look at how beautiful he looks right next to Gary
That's a
Lake.
felony. The leaks appear to be coming from
Hello,
Alvin
I'm Michael Pillow, leader of the Pillow franchise. Michael Pillow. I'm the CEO of MichaelPillow.com.
What exactly are the legal merits of...
Oh, fuck, we lost.
For the book Get Trump, he joins us tonight. Professor, thank you for coming on. So just as a legal matter...
Is there a night where Tucker Carlson doesn't have the #1 pedophile defender in the country on? The Dersh!
A smoking gun. It would help the American system. It would
I
help.
agree.
But there's nothing here. Here's the theory. Bragg's theory, broken down, is this. When Donald Trump paid $130,000 to make sure that Stormy Daniels didn't embarrass him in front of his wife, his children, his business associates, when he paid the $130,000...
I guess technically Jeffrey Epstein, was he a Democrat? I don't even know. So technically he is a defender of
$30,000 and describe the reason he paid it as hush money to a former porn star in order to stop her from testifying about his adulterous affair. Would anybody in the history of the world ever pay hush money if they knew they had to honestly disclose it? I mean, hush money goes back to Alexander Hamilton. It's one of the oldest phenomenon in American history. I challenge Bragg. He said, he looked the American public in the eye.
I loved it. Like, Trump is truly Teflon Don in many respects because they just like completely skipped over the part where, you know, he like had sex with Stormy Daniels while his wife was pregnant with Barron. Like, that's pretty wild. Like, that's like a game changer for every other presidential hopeful. And it really doesn't matter. For Donald Trump, they're like, yeah, of course he fucked a porn star who he now calls horseface, who he simultaneously denies having sex with. Like, they just don't even care about that, which is awesome.
Selection, and not D.A. Bragg, a Democrat, who promised his potential jurors, vote for me, and I will make sure I get Trump. That isn't justice.
And I agree with you on the charges. I mean, if Bragg had alleged a drug-related murder spree or something, you'd be like, okay, you know, we should look at this. But this is an insult, I think, to the system. Alan Dershowitz, appreciate your coming on. Thank you.
Yeah, it's an insult. You're right.
So it was, of course, a spectacle today in New York. That was the entire point of it, to terrify voters in a general election from voting for Trump. A judge let a photographer into the courtroom in addition to sketch artists, so media outlets had pictures of Donald Trump in court. They aired these all afternoon. But these same media outlets insisted they were actually very somber, approaching this whole situation with the respect it was due.
My thought is it's a very sad day for America.
If you don't see this as a sad day for America,
it's just so serious and solemn.
There is a sadness, I think, that we got to this point in America.
Well, it is a sad day for America. It is a serious night and a somber moment for our country.
This should be a somber moment, right? I have a lot of friends on the left side of the spectrum who are doing a happy dance right now, and I don't think that's appropriate.
Yeah, it's just not appropriate. Meek is very sad, as if she had authentic feelings.
No. There are men living in freedom whose minds are in prison. There are men living in prison whose minds are free. Do you understand? No, not Steven Seagal. No, sir, Mr. Seagal. Oh my God, what the fuck are those shoes? Oh my God, he's got the diabetic 7s on. Stop. You can't have a fit like this. You can't be wearing a fucking kimono, the fattest pinky ring I've ever seen, and then rock these fucking loafers, homie. What the fuck is that? Where mama at? Where is mama? Bro. And they're brown too. God damn, dude. That is so fucked up. Oh my God, dude. Oh my God. Oh. Seagal has the darkest dyed hair I've ever seen. Bro, I don't even know if that's like dye or just straight Sharpie, because he wants to make sure that the hairline stays that weird shape. I don't know why. He ain't getting the punani with that fit. Yeah, me want the punani all day, but you're not getting the punani, okay? Once he teaches Tate Aikido, it's all over. He's got hair like the G.I. Joe called Destro in the 90s. Oh, dude, those shoes are devastating. I can't even get over this now. At first, I was going to be upset that my icon, my legend, my GOAT, Steven Seagal, Russia's strongest fucking soldier, was siding with the Tate bros, which makes me sad. But then I'm already devastated when I see these. Zoomer kids don't know who Steven Seagal is. Zoomer kids in this community know who Steven Seagal is because I've been watching Steven Seagal's TV show Lawman, and also on top of that, been covering Steven Seagal for a moment. One of the most unique individuals on the planet, okay? Whoa, what's happening
Alvin
here?
Bragg, the Manhattan DA, has charged the Republican frontrunner with an indictment that does not even specify a crime. So whether you hate Trump, it doesn't really matter how you feel about Trump. If you care about the system that we've lived under for these hundreds of years and we're justly proud of, maybe you should say something about this. Has anybody who didn't vote for Trump, other than Dershowitz, who you just saw, said a word about it? Well, Tulsi Gabbard ran for president as a Democrat, served in the Congress, of course, from Hawaii. She joins us tonight. Congressman, thank you so much for coming on. So, at what point does it become not about one guy, one candidate, and about the preservation of...
It's the iconic anti-imperialist hero, Tulsi Gabbard, on Fox News again.
The point that needs to happen is right now. This is a really sad day for our country. And the bottom line is we have a Democrat establishment that is so blinded by their hatred of Donald Trump and their love for power that they don't care about the country. They don't care about how their weaponization of our law enforcement against their political opponent is undermining the very foundation of our democracy, our rule of law. They don't care about the serious precedent that this is setting that fundamentally undermines that foundation, potentially for a very long time to come. Now, I know
Mr. President, I apologize for my Uncle my Uncle David Pecker for being a fucking rat snitch.
Thank you very much, everybody. We have to save our country. God bless you all. God bless you all. And I never thought anything like this.
Okay, they have to switch over to audio to the fucking mic. They're fucking up.
The only crime that I have committed is to fearlessly defend our nation from those who seek to destroy it. From the beginning, the Democrats spied on my campaign. Remember that?
What?
The FBI and DOJ relentlessly pursuing Republicans. The unconstitutional changes to election laws by not getting approvals from state legislators. The millions of votes illegally stuffed into ballot boxes and all caught on government cameras. And just recently, the FBI and DOJ in collusion with Twitter and Facebook in order not to say anything bad about the Hunter Biden laptop from him.
The funniest part about this is that the Twitter files show that the Trump campaign was collaborating with Twitter way more than like anyone else, and they were in charge at the time. Wait, what the fuck? There's no shot. They just ended it. What the fuck?
Investigations. Russia, Russia, Russia. Ukraine, Ukraine, Ukraine. Impeachment hoax number 1. Impeachment hoax number 2. The illegal and unconstitutional raid on Mar-a-Lago, right here. They're lying to the FISA courts, the FBI and DOJ relentlessly pursuing Republicans. The unconstitutional changes to election laws by not getting approvals from state legislators. The millions of votes illegally stuffed into ballot boxes and all caught on government cameras. And just recently, the FBI and DOJ in collusion with Twitter and Facebook in order not to say anything bad about Russian disinformation laptop from hell, which exposes the Biden family as criminals and which, according to the pollsters, would have made a 17-point difference in the election result.
I'm going to switch over. Hold on.
Than that, like about 16.9. Who campaigned on the fact that he would get President Trump. I'm going to get him. I'm going to get him. This is a guy campaigning. We want to get President Trump at any cost, and this before he knew anything about me, didn't know a thing about me. He was campaigning. As it turns out, virtually everybody.
Bro, he said he didn't know a thing about me. Brother, you were the president at the time, and he was campaigning as a DA.
Say there is no crime.
I think he knew a lot about
and that it should never have been brought. Never have been brought. Everybody. Even people that aren't big fans have said it. They said this is not the right thing to do. It's an insult to our country, as the world is already laughing at us for so many other reasons, like our open borders, our incompetent withdrawal from Afghanistan, where we left behind American citizens, $85 billion worth of the best military equipment in the world, lost 13 magnificent young lives, and far too many to mention that are so badly hurt with the loss of arms and legs and facial obliteration.
Facial obliteration.
The most embarrassing time in our country's history, in my opinion. Then our give up on energy independence and even energy dominance. We're going to be dominant within 6 months, more than any other nation times 2. We had this all just 3 years ago. Our raging crime statistics, if you look in Democrat-run cities, numbers the likes of which we have never seen before. The open threats by various countries of the use of nuclear weapons, something never mentioned or discussed by outside nations during the Trump administration, and which could very well lead under the Biden administration's leadership to an all-out nuclear World War III. Can happen. We're not very far away from it, believe it or not. an economy that has been crippled by the biggest inflation we have seen in more than 60 years, and a military that I used to defeat ISIS in 4 weeks. They said it would take 4 years, 4 weeks, to kill al-Baghdadi and Soleimani, that has now gone woke at the top levels by trying to indoctrinate everyone down to the lowest ranking patriot. But now they have really stepped up their efforts by indicting the 45th president of the United States, who received
Whoa.
75 million votes, which is more than any sitting president in the history of our country.
Wait, what? Except for the current sitting president. What the fuck does he mean? What?
And in the wings, they've got a local racist Democrat district attorney in Atlanta who is doing everything in her power to indict me over an absolutely perfect phone call, even more perfect than the one I made with the president of Ukraine. Remember, I kept saying that's a perfect call. This one was more perfect. Nobody said, sir, you shouldn't say that. Many people on the phone, or hung up in disgust because of something I inappropriately said, because nothing was said wrong. In fact, at the end of the call, we agreed to continue our conversation about election fraud, and election fraud specifically in Georgia, at a later time. Many people on the phone, including lots of lawyers, nobody found anything wrong with that perfect call until a book promotion tour many months later. All of a sudden they say, you know, I remember Trump making a call. Let's look at that. This fake case was brought only to interfere with the upcoming 2024 election, and it should be dropped immediately. Immediately. Then you have a radical left lunatic known as a bomb thrower who is harassing hundreds of my people day after day over the boxes hoax. You know, the boxes hoax, as we call it. Just so everyone knows, I come under what's known as the Presidential Records Act, which was designed and approved by Congress long ago just for this reason. Under the act, I'm supposed to negotiate with NARA, the National Archives and Records Administration, which as of this date is a radical left troublemaking organization that red flags the Constitution of the United States and the Bill of Rights as dangerous and triggering. Can you imagine? This is what we have to deal with. But there is no criminality under the Presidential Records Act. That is not what it's all about. We were negotiating in very good faith, proper way, in order to return some or all of the documents that I openly and in very plain sight brought with me to Mar-a-Lago from our beautiful White House, just as virtually every other president has done in the past.
Okay, we've been listening into the former president as he makes remarks at Mar-a-Lago. We initially took this event thinking he was going to talk about the indictment today, being charged with 34 felony counts in Manhattan. It has turned into a speech of
fake
a list of
news.
Of course, some falsehoods. The notes I have made so far talking about an unconstitutional search at Mar-a-Lago for those documents, which was not
Fake
true, and a lot
news
of
media, they pulled the
election
plug on 'em.
mistruths about what happened to him in the 2020 election.
It feels like a...
On the door. We immediately complied. It's a lot different than the Biden situation, isn't it? The next thing I know, we were raided by many gun-toting FBI agents who took whatever they wanted, including my passports and medical records. Everybody was in shock. Nobody had ever heard of such a raid before. Can't even believe it. Who would think that that could happen today? I immediately thought of the Fourth Amendment that protects against unreasonable search and seizure. But they did it anyway because our justice system has become lawless. They're using it now, in addition to everything else, to win elections. Apparently, they're not looking at me through the view of the Non-Criminal Presidential Records Act. They came up with a new one. This is a new one. And they're looking at me through the Espionage Act. How does that sound? Of 1917, where
I love when he brings up things that like are normal part of the process, but because he's victim to those things, they somehow come across like he portrays it like it's the most unimaginable injustice and cruelty anyone's ever faced.
Everybody's done. In fact, Hillary Clinton got rid of 33,000 emails, and that was okay. But nobody's done it like Joe Biden. This lunatic special prosecutor named Jack Smith, I wonder what it was prior to a change, who others of his ilk say he's even worse than they are, is only looking at Trump, yet Joe Biden took massive amounts more documents, even removed many boxes.
Yeah, well, this is true. Joe Biden took a bunch of documents, but when the Department of Justice came asking for those documents, they immediately cooperated, just like Mike Pence did. They were like, look at all of our houses, look at all the fucking places that we have these documents in, and take them. Sorry about that.
His now very famous Corvette.
Donald Trump is the only person who literally lied about which documents he gave back. And then when faced with the question, hey, you have some extra documents that you didn't tell us you have, can we get them back? He just made a big deal out of it and refused to give it.
Which he is refusing to give up. But isn't that real obstruction? That's obstruction. As president, I have the right to declassify documents. And the process is automatic. If I take them with me, it's automatic. Declassify. Biden was vice president. He had absolutely no right to declassify as vice president. He doesn't come under the non-criminal Presidential Records Act. He comes under the very criminal Federal Records Act, unfortunately for him, but it's not going to matter because they don't follow the law, which is very
Bro,
severe.
you were the president. You said you were going to arrest Hillary Clinton, and then you didn't. That's your fault, brother. Stop talking about Hillary Clinton
And
and
other
shit.
senators, including Democrats, are outraged. But he's not being harassed and hounded like the people who work for me are. In fact, they seem to have forgotten about his documents entirely. So many thousands and thousands.
Motherfucker talking
It's
about
okay with
documents left and right.
They like to say that I'm obstructing, which I'm not, because I was working with NARA very nicely until the raid on my home. But Biden is obstructing by making it impossible to get the 1,850 boxes or explain why many documents were located in Chinatown. Can't explain it. Why were they in Chinatown? I don't know. Lastly, I'm under investigation. This time a civil investigation by another racist in reverse, who also campaigned on, I will get Trump.
Racist in reverse. A reverse racist. Anti-white racism is alive and well, folks.
Her name is Letitia James.
I'm going to be honest, by the way. I'm going to keep it a $1.50 with you. Reverse racism, as far as like mania goes, is infinitely a better strategy than like constantly talking about the genitals of teenagers. Americans will eat the reverse racism shit up, dude. Straight up.
It's Trump. And that she had her eyes on Trump Tower. Those eyes are focused on Trump Tower. Didn't know the young lady. She even assured her supporters in an election promise that we're going to definitely sue him. We're going to be a real pain in the ass. He's going to know my name personally. And then she claimed that I was an illegitimate president. Think of it. With all we did on energy, with all we did on the military, on taxes, biggest tax cuts in history, biggest regulation cuts in history.
Yeah, that was so sick. Thank you, man.
People able to get drugs.
Like, remember when Ohio, the train derailment happened, and then you went to Ohio? It was so sick.
Letitia James vowed to use every area of the law to, quote, investigate President Trump and his business transactions. Those transactions are going to be investigated, she said. And that of her family and his family. Because we're going after his family, and we're going after them hard. This is all before entering office and all before knowing anything at all about me. But she's going to get me. This is why, along with unrelenting crime, so many people and companies are leaving New York. She said that I falsified my financial statements, but in fact we're proving and will prove that my financial statements were substantially more than we submitted, not less. And in all cases have a strong disclaimer
Nice hat.
clause
I knew you were a grifter.
tells the
Unsub.
institutions that may look at that if they want to, not to rely on the statement. But they've got a problem with their case because, number one, I'm very underleveraged. They can't believe it. All the stuff they read and gave. And have very little debt relative to the value of assets. And importantly, not one bank has lost even $1. She was investigating me to save banks. They have very good lawyers. But they didn't lose $1 with us during this period of time. In fact, the banks we're talking about made almost $200 million off Donald Trump, and they liked me very much. We never missed a payment, never got a default notice, had a great relationship with all of them. I don't need banks. We have a lot of cash. I built a great business with my family, built a fantastic business. I have a son here who's done a great job, and I have another son here who's done a great job. And Ivanka and Barron will be great someday.
Don't you feel? Don't you get filled with anger when you hear him talk? No.
But I have a great family, and they've done a fantastic job, and we appreciate it very much. They've done
No. When he's talking about his own L's, it's like not offensive remotely to me. When he starts talking about like immigrants, trans people, that kind of shit, like when he gets unhinged about like actual policies that he wants to advocate for, like that's when I get frustrated.
She's put our family through hell. It's cost hundreds of millions of dollars to defend, but our heads are held very, very high. They want to settle the case, but I want no part of that. So here we are now. It's where we were today, in a city that was so great just 4 or 5 years ago. But now we're there, spend time there today, as you possibly read, with a local failed district attorney charging a former president of the United States for the first time in history on a basis that every single pundit and legal analyst said, there is no case, there's no case. They kept saying, there's no case. Virtually everyone. But it's far worse than that, because he knew there was no case. That's why last week he delayed for a month and then immediately took that back and threw this ridiculous indictment together. Came out today, everybody said, this is not really an indictment, there's nothing here. My lawyers came to me and they said, there's nothing here, they're not even saying what you did. The criminal is the district attorney because he illegally leaked massive amounts of grand jury information, for which he should be prosecuted, or at a minimum, he should resign. And Alvin Bragg's wife confirmed a report that claimed her husband has Trump nailed on felonies. She has since locked down her Twitter account. His chief prosecutor, who represented the Democrats and crooked Hillary Clinton in a firm run by Chuck Schumer's brother, Robert, he quit the firm in order to go to work in the DA office in order to get Trump. Can you imagine that? Hillary Clinton's lawyer, Democrat firm. Ultimately, he quit as chief prosecutor because Bragg didn't think he had a case. Think of that same guy that brought this ridiculous thing today. Yet during his investigation, this prosecutor named Mark Pomerantz wrote and published a book saying all sorts of privileged things, and has been very strongly reprimanded. He was reprimanded so strongly. I've never seen anything like it. That's probably the end of it. But what he did was probably very illegal. but he was very, very strongly reprimanded. Even District Attorney Bragg was furious with him. They were having a tremendous fight in the office because of it. But hope is never lost because various prosecutors in the DA's office also quit because they thought President Trump was being treated very unfairly. How about that? Isn't that great? Oh, I love them. I'd like to meet them. I'd like to meet them. The DA's office even had a web page. Meet the team of executives who have done this to President Trump. That was the title. Isn't that nice? They immediately had to take it down. Meanwhile, overall, crime in New York was up 30% last year. Much more than that the year before, with felony assaults, robberies, and burglaries all up by massive, massive numbers. Not the same place that I know, not the same place that you know. And this is where we are right now. I have a Trump-hating judge with a Trump-hating wife.
He hasn't even, like, incited violence against this fucking judge. He truly has fallen off.
Now receives money from the Biden-Harris campaign. And
He hasn't even incited violence against the judge's family, Alvin Bragg. He hasn't said something that, like, he could try to defend with plausible deniability. Like, he's not doing any of that.
You will be in jail for 90 days. But if you don't, if we go through a trial and you're found guilty, you're going away for 10 years and maybe longer, which for a 75-year-old man with a great family really means life. What the prosecutors and judge did to that man, I will never forget, because it's right out of the old Soviet Union. That's where we are. They said, you say anything about Trump, meaning that's bad, and you won't even have to serve the 90 days. You'll walk free. And they say that to many of my employees. We have this Jack Smith lunatic threatening people every single day through his representatives. They're threatening jail terms. But talk about Trump and you'll go free. This is where we are as a nation. Who would have thought? They can't beat us at the ballot box, so they try and beat us through the law. That's the country in which we live, however, right now. The USA is a mess. Our economy is crashing. Inflation is out of control. Russia has joined with China. Can you believe that? Saudi Arabia has joined with Iran. China, Russia, Iran, and North Korea have formed together as a menacing and destructive coalition. Would have never happened if I were your president. Would never have happened. Nor would Russia attacking Ukraine have happened. All of those lives would be saved. All of those beautiful cities would be standing. Our currency is crashing and will soon no longer be the world standard, which will be our greatest defeat, frankly, in 200 years. There will be no defeat like that. That will take us away from being even a great power. If you took the 5 worst presidents in the history of the United States and added them up, they would not have done near the destruction to our country as Joe Biden and the Biden administration have done. Incredibly, we are now a failing nation. We are a nation in
I'm afraid this is quite mid.
And now these radical left lunatics want to interfere with our elections by using law enforcement.
Trump is outsourcing it to Chat
let
GPT.
Happen.
It does read like Chat GPT.
With all of this being said, and with a very dark cloud over our beloved country, I have no doubt, nevertheless, that we will make America great again. Thank you very much. God bless you, and God bless America. Thank you very much.
No way that's it. Yeah, Chicago mayoral results are coming in right now, which is pretty good. With 476,000 votes counted in Chicago, Paul Vallis' lead over Johnson shrinks to 370 votes. Vallis needs a miracle now. That's right. And then there's also the Wisconsin Supreme Court election that took place today as well. Results will be coming out of that. In the race to lead America's third largest city, Paul Vallis, a former public schools executive, is facing Brandon Johnson, a county commissioner and union organizer. The candidates come from opposite ideological ends of the Democratic Party, with Mr. Vallis calling for a crackdown on crime and Mr. Johnson seeking expanded social programs and new taxes. The incumbent mayor, Lori Lightfoot, did not qualify for the runoff. That is what is happening currently. I would like to enthusiastically say, let's go, Brandon. That was not Trump. That guy's head's been replaced. I tell you, low energy. These numbers do not include mail-ins that are expected to break hard for Brandon. Is there any hope that I'll ever flip my 66-year-old libertarian dad? He's mechanically the smartest person I've ever known. He's an engineer, boat captain, and pilot. Never in the military as well. Yeah, I don't know. 66-year-olds are fucking hard to break. Lori Lightfoot solemnly removes official mayoral Jamiroquai hat. There has never been a less impactful, more dud mayor than Lori motherfucking Lightfoot, dude. Like, she was unimaginative, and business as usual liberal to a fault. Like, at least Eric Adams is like, you know, created a lot of memes. Lori Lightfoot is a can of beans mayor. I don't even know what that means. Here is a Cheney stan who blocked me, a Liz Cheney fan who said, fuck you, Chicago voters, and a bigger fuck you to Brandon Johnson. I assume this is voters can't be trusted to make the obvious decisions. Time to dismantle democracy. RGB, what is that? Is that a red? Like, it's one of those clickety-clackety mechanical keyboards. You know how to party, though? It's Modelo time, fool. Anyway. Respect to her. One of my favorite Lori Lightfoot photos is when she's like, I think it was during the Super Bowl when she was wearing a hoodie that just said NFL. Like, she pulled off the age-old classic meme of like, go sports. Oh, this is it. This is it. This is it. Yeah. Fire up your grill. Time for some football. And it's like she was rooting. She was rooting for the Super Bowl. Like, let's go football. Another, oh, this one was fucking crazy too. An NFL hockey jersey is like fire in and of itself, but this spread is also bananas. Those are some hurt ass looking pickles, man. And the wings themselves look like positively unsauced. You got the Ralph's tray of shrimp that's definitely going to make you fucking piss out of your asshole. Don't know what's going on here. Don't want to touch that. Guacamole looks salvageable. Okay. Cheese is crusting over already. You know that's Tostitos. Straight out of the fucking glass jar. Okay. And then you got that one. Both of these are straight bread for some reason. Who the fuck would be like, oh, let me get some whole wheat. Love me a slice of whole wheat at the Super Bowl party. Not even toasted. Ay, ay, ay. Like, olives I would normally be on board with. Like, I'm Turkish. We eat a lot of olives, right? But these are those sliced shits that come out of a can. And you know this is like not a real, it's like half plastic. What's your rating on this? This is a fucking unsalvageable 1.5 out of 10. Okay? You won't understand. You buy Coastal Elite. This is Midwest bread. That is the most fucked up thing that you could have ever said about the Midwest. I shit on the Midwest regularly, but there is one avenue where the Midwest is absolutely going to clear every other fucking part of this country, and that is Super Bowl spreads. Okay? Are you joking? An accurate Midwestern Super Bowl spread is going to give you diabetes by looking at it. Okay? If there's one thing the Midwest knows well, and I will always fucking defend this, it's snacks. Yeah, exactly. Where the fuck are the casseroles? Where the fuck are the casseroles? What's happening here? You gotta have one of them fucking casseroles with like Cheeto Puffs in it. You know what I mean? Like, where's the fucking 700 different types of melted cheese into one? This is Iowa's favorite appetizer? Stop. Actually, you know what? I take it back. That's kind of fire. Pickle wraps, shown whole, not cut into bite-sized pieces. I fuck with that. Come on now. And these are good, like, these are the tiny pickles, you know what I mean? These aren't like those awful big deli pickles, like the Cornish ones, you know what I mean? I fuck with that. Is jam-packed. Ooh, cream cheese. Set the cream cheese out at room temperature. Ooh, cover it. Bro, this is literally like a jalapeno popper, but cold. And instead of a jalapeno, they put it with pickles. What is this? Snickers salad? Is a dessert salad consisting of a mix of Snickers bars. Bro, Americans call this shit a salad and it blows my fucking mind. This is not... This is the most American salad I've ever seen. Snickers bars, Granny Smith apples, Cool Whip. First of all, take the Granny Smith apples out of there. That's too healthy. It's a potluck and a party staple in the upper Midwest of the United States. The salad is popular alongside glorified rice. What the fuck is that? A Watergate salad, a Jell-O salad, and a hot dish. Yeah, the casserole is what I was thinking of, is like hot dish. This is what I was talking about. This is ass for the record, but whatever. What the fuck is a Watergate salad? Pistachio Delight, Shut the Gate salad, or colloquially as Green Goop, Green Goddess salad, Green Fluff, or the Mean Green? It is pistachio pudding, canned pineapple, whipped topping, crushed pecans, and marshmallows. What? I would try it. Okay, I've decided. I need to do a YouTube video of the whitest food I could eat. I try out the whitest foods, the most Midwestern designs. My mom calls that Martian mud. I love that. Oh, fuck. I love this. The origin of the name Watergate salad is obscure. The recipe was published by General Foods since merged into what is now Kraft Heinz and called for 2 General Foods products, Jell-O instant pistachio pudding and Cool Whip, whipped topping and a whipped cream substitute. This is every family reunion. Yeah, I've seen this one. Ambrosia is an American variety of fruit salad originating in the southern United States. Most ambrosia recipes contain canned off of sweetened fresh pineapple, canned mandarin, orange slices, and fresh orange sections, miniature marshmallows, and coconut. Why do you say it like that? Whip? Why do you think I say it like that, dude? This shit is... That's how you're supposed to say it. Brandon took the lead. There it is with 484,829 votes counted in Chicago. Brandon Johnson takes the lead over Paul Velaz by 1,111 votes. You wouldn't want to call it without seeing at least some mail, but it's virtually done. Burning question. I'm a Midwesterner, Nebraska, so I must know. Do you know what puppy chow and scotcheroos are? I don't know what scotcheroos are, but I think I know what puppy chow is. I've talked about puppy chow extensively, if it's what I think it is. Right? Didn't I talk about... Yeah, I fucking love puppy chow. I know it as Mud Buddies or Muddy Buddies. Yeah. Oh, fuck, it's so good. Oh, my God. God, Americans have snack game on lock, dude. Don't get me started on American snacks. Yo, this shit is so fucking good. Oh my God. My first American friend, his name is Kyle. Okay. He was my first American friend. His mom used to make these Muddy Buddies that I would, oh my fucking God. I mean, this is it. That portrait is all you need to show me. This portrait is all I need to see. You know this family is cooking up the fucking craziest Muddy Buddies, dude. Scotcheroos? Let's see. What the fuck? Oh, you dip it in fucking chocolate and freeze it? Oh. God, I fucking love... Oh, my God. Bro, I love American treats. Yeah, I will defend. Listen, I shit on the Midwest a lot. It's no secret. Like, I shit on it regularly. But if there's one thing I will go out and fight for, it's Midwestern cuisine, okay? Straight up. This stuff is dank. It's so good. American society really is peak with snack food. What's wild is that it's like, technically it's kind of gross and disgusting because like 90% of these recipes are exactly like this Watergate salad, literally created by like this major food company that is like trying to make sure you buy all their products and like mix them up together. In like the 60s and 70s, they came up with like the absolute most diabetes inducing fucking techniques in the back of these, like, you know, boxes that they were selling the food out of. But honestly, this is white culture peaking, okay? Midwestern food being good is your most mid take yet? No, it's just like snack game. And the Midwest is on point. Like, that's it. Like, that's an undeniable truth. Look, you're talking to someone who, much like Will Neff, or at least like my love for Will Neff was solidified when we realized we both put fucking potato chips in sandwiches, okay? That's fat guy behavior. When you want to like elevate a thing with another thing that's right there, but most skinny people never think about, okay? Think about it like that. That in and of itself, stolen fat guy valor, how dare you, Austin? Like, American snacks and Midwestern snacks in general quite literally are built around that principle of like fat guy snack modifications. What is this? Oh, dear leader is planting trees. Oh my God, planting G's more like. Look at how handsome he is. Killing it. Good for him. Wow, you guys hate it when Mr. Beast does it. When Mr. G does it, all of a sudden, it's great. Oh. Americans don't know how God tier their snack accessibility really be. Try spending time abroad is way midder. Yes, dude. Yes. Exactly. People don't understand that this nation didn't hit the obesity rates that it did for no fucking reason whatsoever. That was hard fought. Okay? People do not understand. Like, we talk about food deserts, but that's like, yeah, food deserts is a major problem. That all the things that we just looked at in the Midwest is like born out of food deserts, okay? Food deserts, more like food desserts. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Japanese snack game is great too. That's a byproduct of Hiroshima and Nagasaki, 100%. That is like forcible American culture being instilled in Japan, 1,000,000%. Straight up. Yeah. Yeah, Japanese snack game is also out of control. And that probably comes from America force-feeding its culture into Japan by way of both atomic bombs and everything else.
Looking back on it, is it weird that you were having that conversation in the Oval Office of the White House?
Yeah, again, we're going into conversations that may or may not have been part of the grand jury testimony or my interviews with the prosecutors at the DA's office. So I'm going to sort of step aside from that. But yes, it would be.
If the more racist the country, the better the snacks were, then Israel would have the most dank snacks, and they do not. So South Africa and Israel exist. Therefore, no. Unfortunately, I will not say the more racist the country, the better the snacks are. Yeah. I don't think that's true.
You know, one of the things that I consistently say, I hear on, all the stations, including this one, we have to be concerned about Michael Cohen. He's a convicted perjurer. He's a convicted liar. Now, these are all great lines that Donald Trump has put out there for many people to continue to promote. What they need to do is to continue the sentence, which is the lie that I had provided to Congress, which was done at the direction of, in coordination with.
On Chapo, we watched a video of the two dumbest Ohio guys trying Israeli snacks, and they kept doing the Jeff Dunham style Arabic, la la la, very smart fellas. That's so funny. Yeah, I mean, in their minds, they don't fucking. I'm not defending Israel's racism, but Bamba and Bamba Nougat are fucking amazing. I mean, I don't know. I haven't tested out Israeli snacks all that much, so I can't speak on it, to be fair.
versus the guy who's lied to the American public over 35,000
I just think about like Israeli cuisine, which is just like literally cuisine from every other country in the region, and Palestinian food for the most part, but like watered down and not as good, which is why I don't know. Like when I think Israeli cuisine, I literally immediately go to Sabra hummus. I think of like chocolate hummus. You know what I mean? That's what I think of. Anyway, let's get to Michael Cohen.
This is obviously years before he announced he was running for president. If it was already public, why pay her money to keep it quiet? Was it just because people didn't remember or didn't notice the first time it was on the cover of In Touch magazine? If it's either In Touch or In Style, one of those.
I'm not sure. I don't recall that specific document or that newspaper. During that time period, there was something else that had transpired where there was a story about Stormy Daniels and Donald Trump in a online website called thedirty.com that ultimately was taken down. So I'm not sure about the article that you're referring to.
What did you think of the indictment today? What did you think of the strength of the charges and the strength of the case, given how much you have invested of your time to bring these facts to light?
Well, again, this is not Michael Cohen's case. This is an Alvin Bragg, District Attorney of New York case against the defendant, Donald J. Trump. I was merely asked to provide information, which I did. I provided not only testimony, I provided documentary evidence, something that I said going back to when I had spoken with George Stephanopoulos and said that my loyalty belongs to my wife, my daughter, my son, and my country. And I believe that it's important that everyone who commits a crime be held accountable. And if those crimes were relevant enough by the Southern District of New York to hold against me, then certainly it should be, it shouldn't matter that it's Donald J. Trump or a former president or anyone. Now, this is up to Alvin Bragg and his prosecutorial team to...
Bro, you did not just say shawarma are all delicious foods that originated in Israel to a Turkish man. Latkes I'll give you, but like it's still the cuisine of Jewish people from other parts of the world. But like you did not just come into the chat of a Turkish man and say shawarma is a delicious Israeli invention. What the fuck? Also, again, you're mistaking like different Jewish ethnic backgrounds and their foods, their individual foods, with food in Israel. Okay? But that is insane to me. Like, you gotta be joking, right? Brother, you know that's not true. Israeli and Jewish cuisine is unique and fucking gas. No, I'm not talking about Jewish cuisine. I'm talking about Israeli cuisine. Greek yogurt is Greek, by the way. Oh, here we go. Jesus Christ. The largest fucking Greek yogurt maker in the country is literally fucking... Oh, someone's going to say Kurdish, but... You know.
Things that he is saying against, again, the judge's family, prosecutors, and so on. That's not the way the system works. And obviously, Mr. Blanche should know that.
Well, one last question for you. Just having been in Trump world for so long.
If they sold it as
when
Turkish
he calls
yogurt,
the
no one would buy
the
it.
special counsel, rather, Jack Smith, when he calls him a lunatic, when he calls the district attorney Alvin Bragg an animal, when he criticizes Alvin Bragg for being backed by George Soros, when he criticizes the judge and the judge's daughter, is this just being pugilistic, just being a fighter? Is this just being attacking? Or does he actually want his supporters to go after these people?
Shawarma was sold in my family hometown in Saudi Arabia 50 years before Israel existed as a country. Yeah, like shawarma is literally the Arab version of doner. the notion that it's Israeli cuisine is pretty funny, considering that like the existence of the food group that we're talking about literally is like multiple times longer than the existence of the state of Israel. Okay. Craziness.
He wants, which is why he has this clown car of counsel right now representing him, because no legitimate firm wants to take him on, because you have an out of control client that doesn't listen to any advice, and at the end of the day isn't going to pay you either. So, this is, you get what you pay for, I guess.
One last question, Michael, which is Donald Trump and also a lot of his supporters in Congress and elsewhere are constantly talking about Alvin Bragg as being supported by George Soros, who is a very wealthy progressive who funds a lot of progressive prosecutors, clearly on the liberal end of the spectrum. George Soros is also somebody that is a Holocaust survivor. He's Jewish. And a lot of anti-Semites also happen to criticize George Soros. I'm not saying criticizing George Soros is necessarily anti-Semitic. It isn't. But do you think the way that Donald Trump and his supporters invoke George Soros' name, does that...
He said George Soros is progressive. Yeah, dude.
Any anti...
Yeah. I love when a liberal billionaire is a progressive.
And I think Donald knows that, and that's why he continues to do it. Look, we've seen Donald do things like this all the time. Every time that he refers, for example, to Alvin Bragg or to Fani Willis or to someone who's black, he calls them an animal. I mean, this is just the way that the man behaves. Again, it's why he's having such a difficult time in terms of getting competent counsel, because he refuses to listen to anyone. He allows his worst nature to come forward, and that's not going to help him in this case. It's not just this case. He knows that there's the Georgia case, the Fani Willis, the DA case coming down the pike very soon. You have both of Jack Smith's case also. And this notion that, well, why did Alvin Bragg go first? What's the difference? Why all of a sudden are we treating this like it's a horse race? Who's coming in first, second, third, and fourth? It shouldn't matter. If you break the law, it's called accountability, and it goes right back to the adage that no one is above the law, and that includes Donald J. Trump.
Michael Cohen, thank you so much for coming in tonight. Really appreciate it. Anderson?
Jake, Michael Cohen mentioned fact-checking a moment ago, and in the former president's rambling appearance tonight, he repeated a whole slew of lies, and as Daniel Dale is with us tonight.
The biggest lie that he fucking posted on his mid-ass speech was at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. Because it's a lie. It sometimes comes at 6:19, not just at the top of the hour. But fear not, the truth is that if you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe, which you can do for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account, where you get 1 free Prime subscription a month. Use it on your favorite broadcaster. Hopefully that's me. You can also get gifted a sub. Here's a 3-minute ad break now. I'm not going to lie. I've been literally Googling the history of doner and getting triggered over here because, like, Germans have tried to, like, own doner as their own invention for some fucking weird reason. And it's, like, pissing me off that, like, it's, like, pissing me off so much.
An organization that red flags the Constitution of the United States and the Bill of Rights as dangerous and triggering. Can you imagine? This is what we have to deal with. Even though that has absolutely nothing to do with openly taking boxes of documents and mostly clothing and other things to my home.
Truth hurts, puppy.
Which President Obama has done, the Bushes have done, Jimmy Carter has done, Ronald Reagan has done. Everybody's done. I was working with NARA very nicely until the raid on my home.
So 3 separate clips there replayed. This is a triple whammy of nonsense. None of that is true. On the first claim that the Presidential Records Act said that he's supposed to negotiate with NARA over the return of documents, absolutely false. That law is open and shut, clear cut. It says that the moment a president leaves office, the Archivist of the United States takes custody of presidential records. There is nothing in there that envisions a prolonged negotiation. The second claim that Obama, Bush, the Bushes, Reagan, and so on also took documents like he did has been debunked by the National Archives and Records Administration itself. It says that it took custody as required by that law immediately upon those presidents leaving office, and NARA itself was the entity that moved the documents to temporary NARA-managed facilities, so not like their own house club resort near where their presidential libraries would be built. And then the third claim that he was working very nicely with NARA until this August FBI search, that is obvious nonsense. Look, NARA had been trying for more than a year to get back these documents that were rightfully theirs. Trump did not even return all the documents, we know, even after the Department of Justice took over and issued...
Dude, Daniel Dale loves debunking so fucking hard.
Debatable,
He's like
but
nutting. He watched that fucking interview. I mean, he watched the Trump speech and he nutted
Talked
so
about
fucking
before,
hard.
the claim he said before about millions of illegal votes.
Yeah.
The millions of votes illegally stuffed into ballot boxes and all caught on government cameras.
Obviously, that is not true.
I mean, what more can we say about this? We've been dealing with this for...
I mean, that shit's lame, like, at this point. Like, he's such a sore loser. Like, I know Americans are also, in many respects, sore fucking losers that never give up on grudges that they hold. But I think, like, Trump's content needs to be revitalized a little bit. Like, this is not going to keep working for him.
Yeah, Daniel Dale, a lot more to get to. We will. Daniel, thank you. Joining the panel now, CNN political analyst, New York Times senior political correspondent.
Oh, hell yeah. Our queen,
Maggie Haberman.
Maggie Haberman.
First of all, Maggie, I don't know if you heard the rambling speech the president gave tonight. What did you make of that? What are your thoughts on the day?
The day I actually thought went as well as it could have gone for Trump in a lot of ways, because this was an indictment that did not have, as a bunch of people on his team put it to me, a ton of surprises. They felt as if they were able to deal with this well. And then he gave a speech where he didn't really talk about that indictment very much at all. He did do exactly what he was warned against doing by the judge, which is talked about the prosecutor and his family and talked about the judge and his family. And I don't know how that's going to go over. It has a feeling of Trump is almost daring the judge to issue a gag order, which a lot of Trump supporters had been predicting defiantly would happen. Trump, as we know, pushes the bounds of conduct over and over again. I expect you will see that here. Basically, his argument is what it has been, which is any investigation into me is unjust. I was really surprised at how much time he spent talking about the Mar-a-Lago boxes investigation, the documents case, which we know he is very preoccupied with and concerned about and talks about a lot. But that was much more top of mind for him tonight.
Caitlin, what are you hearing from your sources?
I mean, the documents thing really stood out to me, where he was talking about also saying that prosecutors or investigators are threatening people with jail time when they're trying to talk to people. We know Jack Smith, the special counsel, has been moving very aggressively, very tight deadlines, not just for Trump attorneys, but for witnesses that they've been subpoenaing. We confirmed the other day that they have called in members of the Secret Service to come in and testify as well. They're basically asking anyone and everyone. His comments tonight seem to indicate just such a high level of concern when it comes to the documents investigation in a really notable way. Obviously, the New York case is top of mind because that is where he was today. I think his comments about the judge were really notable, given that was what his legal team was most worried about going into today, was what he would say about that and about Alvin Bragg. But the documents thing, it really stood out to me.
Have either of you heard anything about what happened behind the scenes at the courthouse, in the court's building, what the president thought about the process of actually being under arrest?
He didn't enjoy it, Anderson. It was generally how I have had it described to me. I mean, he didn't speak to cameras, and Caitlin knows this, she was there, in part because the camera had been pushed very far down the hall, and I think he couldn't get close enough to it. But that was surprising that he didn't make an address ahead of time or after, because we had been expecting it. He was very angry. He was not enjoying it. There was some longer period of time leading up to him going into the courtroom while he was being processed, and I still don't know exactly what accounted for that delay, but something did happen there.
And can I just say one other thing today that also happened was there's infighting in the legal team over who is taking the lead on the New York case, and you could see it in the transcript where the prosecutors brought up Joe Tacopina saying that he may have a conflict of interest when it comes to Stormy Daniels, saying they got a letter from her attorney yesterday implying that. He denied it, I should note, to the judge today. It wasn't even a hearing focused on that. He went out of his way to deny it. That comes after they brought on that new attorney that was there today. So I do think there is a lot of legal issues as well as to who is actually defending Trump in the lead position on that situation.
I mean, the former president has been fundraising on this. I mean, I'm not sure at this point how much they have raised. I'm not sure how much more they raised today. They're now selling I guess, T-shirts with a fake mugshot that they have done. How do you think politically this plays for him in the coming weeks and months?
Listen, this wasn't a good day for Donald Trump, but he is the master of, taking lemons and making lemonade. He likes the theatrics. He likes to kind of build up the branding around this. We had heard, there were negotiations of doing something even more potentially scaled back than what we saw today. He wanted the mugshot. He wanted that imagery of the defiant leader, taking on the establishment. And it's working. That's the problem. Is we're seeing it. All the polls are showing he is leading. The fact that the other Republicans in the field are coming out and defending him. It is hard, at this juncture in a
Am I
primary.
gonna buy the shirt? Fuck no. It's so whack, dude. It's the lamest shirt. If it was a real one, if it was a real mugshot, I would. But
7 years into this endeavor, this isn't something where people vote for him purely on policy. It's the characters, the theatrics that follow him. He's taking up all the oxygen in the room, and I think he's making the most of it.
It also makes it impossible for other Republican candidates to talk about actual issues. He's not looking to talk about issues.
No, he's not. And I mean, look at the arc of the day. He starts off as a small guy in a small caravan, with a small entourage going into a big building. And you can see on his face that it's, he's gone from reality TV to reality, that this is real. This is not Judge Judy. This is a real situation. And
shut the fuck up. Van Jones used to be a Maoist, fell off.
And he gets to get in a big plane and go to his big resort and have a big event and get all this stuff. And there's something about what's happening to me that's very disturbing. That he's kind of slipped the noose even today and is somehow having the conversation he wants to have about all this nonsense he wants to talk about. He's not talking about the country. He's not even talking about the case. He's just, pulling people down into his own mirror world.
Sick.
And I'm afraid it's going to be working. I think it's up to Republicans to figure out how to get us out of this situation because this is not good.
They don't know how. If Republicans knew how to do that, I think that we would have seen it a long time ago. And I do think that is a point that you're making and is a point Alyssa's making. We hear a lot from people around Ron DeSantis, for instance, that he's not changing how he's behaving based on Donald Trump. He's going to run his game. Donald Trump is doing what he's doing. And that's fine, except that Donald Trump was carried live on Fox News tonight. That doesn't happen that often anymore. And that tells you a lot about how the oxygen is getting sucked. Yeah, and I don't think Republicans know how to go at Donald Trump. I don't think they have ever known how to go at Donald Trump. I don't think that's changed. I do think he has, in some ways, tightened his hold on the party, even as his support has slipped.
I'll just say that Alvin Bragg made it much more difficult today to go at Donald Trump. Alvin Bragg provided fodder for Republicans to say, look, this is what's going on. This is what's happening to Donald. Donald Trump can point to Alvin Bragg and say, I'm being attacked. And it's hard for Republicans to say, well, no, he's really not. When in fact, when Mitt Romney comes out and defends Donald Trump, there's a problem. There's no space for a Mike Pence or a Chris Sununu or someone else who's getting in the race to say, let me put some.
Oh no! What about Chris Sununu's take? Who gives a fuck, dumbass? Shut up. Nobody fucking cares about any of these people. There is no genuine opposition to Donald Trump within the party at the moment. Oh my fucking god.
Not breaking through. What's breaking through is the message is, law enforcement is being weaponized against us. The system is being weaponized against Americans. That's what the Republican base wants to hear, and that's what Donald Trump is selling them. You can't really break through on the policy substance.
Yeah, just ahead, New York Congressman Daniel Goldman joins us. More coverage, more conversation. What comes next at the end
Chris
of this historic day.
Omega Law.
Why did we choose Safeway?
Chris Sununu, dude. Oh man, they're not giving. To be fair, that's kind of what he's saying. There's no way, and no one who can currently actually oppose him or they're fucked. Yeah, but this move from Alvin Bragg has nothing to do with that. None of these motherfuckers have a shot. Brother, DeSantis doesn't have a shot. Okay? I just ate so many tacos and I'm so full, but I have one taco left. Should I eat it? Honestly, I don't know. I don't want to say anything. I always finish my food though. A Lannister always pays his debts, and HasanAbi always finishes his fucking. I lick the plate clean. You know what I mean? If you have courage and the power to, stop yourself, I suggest you wait and eat it later. But I do think that like the clean plate club attitude is legitimately an issue and has caused me to fucking gain weight in the past. You know what I mean? I thought things were I thought things were not looking that good in Wisconsin. This is not callable yet, but it's very, very difficult to see how Dan Kelly makes up the margins he needs here. This is a catastrophic start for him. And if these early returns show anything, he's on track to post awful numbers in the blood red Milwaukee suburbs. I mean, Wisconsin State Supreme Court election carries bigger policy stakes than any other race in the country this year. It will decide whether conservatives like Justice Kelly or liberals like Judge Protestors control the otherwise evenly divided court, which will determine the fate of abortion rights, gerrymandered political maps, and a range of voting rights issues in the battleground state. Wisconsin, with about half the vote counted in Sauk Co. Baraboo, a classic Wisconsin bellwether. Protestors, dude, I can't even fucking look. I don't want to be fucking anti-Polish, but it's very hard for me right now. Okay. Protestowicz. Protestowicz. Anyway, that is leading Kelly. They had to make the holes in their utility poles in Poland more narrow because guys kept getting their heads stuck. That's how you know the difference between their poles in Hungary. Oh, God. The anti-Polish behavior is a staple in, obviously, Eastern Europe and also the Midwest. That's like one of those things that doesn't really exist as much, I think, outside of the Midwest in the United States of America. How to pronounce the Wisconsin judge name. I've been teaching how to pronounce my name my whole life.
I'm going for Judge Janet Protestowicz.
Judge Janet Protestowicz.
Janet Protestowicz for Supreme Court.
Protestowicz.
I'm Judge Janet Protestowicz.
Janet Protestowicz. Donators from Wisconsin. Okay, can we stop with this, dude? I'm starting to trigger me a little bit. Polish are the original Native Americans. That's not true. Turks are. Because Turks are, Native Americans are Turks. That's why we eat turkey for Thanksgiving. We conquered the Turks. I always knew you were an anti-native racist. Wait, what? It's high praise. You're misunderstanding me. Try Cody Co's last name. Easy. Co. Duh. It's Co. What do you mean? Rap TV. Just in, Donald Trump is now facing 136 years in prison. I like this change of pace for Rap TV where they went in the liberal direction while, Adam 16's shop, No Jumper, is like literally going in the most insane, unhinged, reactionary direction it could. Every time I see a No Jumper video on my timeline now, No Jumper has basically turned into like the most unhinged. Like, it looks identical to like a Benny Johnson timeline. It's crazy. They were like shitting on Adam 16 has been like publishing the most insane shit. Rap TV turning into the Democrats' account. Spot him, got him, and Pooh Shiesty linked up. Retweet if you need this. Yeah. In honor of the Wisconsin Supreme Court race that's ongoing, here's a Wisconsin hidden gem.
More Midwesty than cannibal sandwiches, aka raw beef sandwiches. Basically, you're taking some rye bread, topping it with pepper jack cheese, raw ground beef, onions, salt, and pepper. This is super traditional, old school Wisconsin.
Wait, what?
Food.
That's a lie, right? No, you don't eat raw. Bro, you can't eat raw beef like that. What the fuck? Okay, I should have never said this. Oh, what the fuck? They're fucking with you? No shot. No, tartar is fine, but that's not like, bro, that is not raw worthy beef, dog. I love raw beef. You know this. I love steak tartare. I eat fucking raw beef. I ate a lot of raw beef in Japan. My favorite Turkish food is çiğ köfte, which is raw meatballs. But that does not look like you can eat. That's ground beef. Like, I don't think you could just eat that raw. It's machine cut and ground by 13-year-olds at 4 a.m. in Iowa. Yeah, like, that's not. You can't fucking have that raw, man. That shit does not look like you're supposed to eat that raw. This does not look edible. Like, you can have raw beef. I love raw beef.
Nothing more Midwesty than cannibal sandwiches,
Not
aka
this,
raw
though.
beef sandwiches. Basically, you're taking
No.
some rye bread, topping.
No. My grandparents used to eat these all the time. Ground beef is fine if it's all from the same cow and local butcher. You're low-key being racist, Sweaty. Honestly, I don't think you understand, but like, if you consider saying this is not edible racist, you're like doing a defense of racism. Like, 9 out of 10 people are not going to side with this. They would rather side with racism than this. That's like a big dub for racism. I've seen enough. Janet Proseyowitz, defeats Daniel Kelly for Wisconsin Supreme Court. The result flips the ideological control from the court from conservative to liberal. A huge victory for the pro-choice side. Jeff Tiedrich sends his regards. Dude, big day for the libs. Go ahead and say it. We know you want to. This is slander. It's just as bad as you saying the C word, and it hurts us just as much as you know the other word. I won't say it because you know what, cracker? I can say it. I got the pass. I got the pass. I don't have it on me right now, but I have this on me. So this is like also, I mean, this is like basically the pass. You know what I mean? Yeah, Nabisco certified, baby. From a Wisconsin Dem source, this is looking extremely good. Dan Kelly's path to victory is shrinking like Ant-Man. What? Oh my God. You seem very tired. Yes, I am very tired. I've been covering politics all fucking day, dude. Are you kidding me? Took a lot out of me. A lot of good stuff happened, though, so it's chill.
It goes to that, but it also goes to the question of intent, right? I took this material. I engaged in a negotiation with NARA, and I agreed to give some back, but I kept others. All that goes to the intent to obstruct this effort to return the documents.
We're having a logical, fact-based conversation about Donald Trump, which is dangerous. Andy's right, Dan is right, Abby's right, Jamie's right. It's not, but politically, we keep calling it an echo chamber. It's a parallel universe.
Bro, this lighting is not doing John King's hairline any favors.
You know, Hugo Chavez from the grave somehow manipulated voting machines and stole the election from Donald Trump.
Right.
Okay, the fact you have to say those things about explaining the people he's in the room with tells you something. But the strategy here for Trump is pretty simple. Keep the 35% he's got who believe it when he says it's a witch hunt, the deep state, they're out to get me. And he needs to keep them there because that's his 35%. Most smart Republicans think he'll get into the mid-40s among Republicans, a rally around Trump moment right now above this.
Yeah,
if he can stay there,
Wisconsin race
and you have 3 or 4 other candidates in the race, then he may well be the next Republican nominee. That doesn't mean he's the next president of the United States. But if we take this one step at a time, he's stronger politically today in the Republican cocoon because he keeps his core believing his lies.
And also, so few Republicans are willing to say what they really think about him and these charges. Coming up next, New York Democratic Congressman and former impeachment counsel Dan Goldman, as our special coverage continues. Stay with us.
I love that. Barbara said, let my people go. Did I miss you watching this yesterday? No, I did not. I did see Kid Rock machine gunning some Bud Light. He's very upset because Bud Light is working with, a trans influencer, Dylan Mulvaney. And, Kid Rock is a freak. Your clip went viral of your kindness towards me. A ton of people are reaching out. I wish Twitch had more awareness for gambling. Yeah, I hope you're doing well, brother. No, but good luck. Probably not going to happen. The reality is that addiction is a lifelong struggle, and that unfortunately, there is not going to be, gambling is taking hold of so many other industries, including sports betting, like a huge problem. But I believe in you. Watched Charlie debate XCC on gambling last night. Charlie and XCC debated gambling. Really? That's pretty funny. I think they debated. I thought they debated like, fuck. I thought they debated some other shit like, what is it? Moistcritical is confused by XC bringing up gambling during Fansly debate. I guess they did bring up gambling.
Children, I think that's incredibly disingenuous of an argument to push. I think
I don't know who's pushing that argument because that was not in that video at all. I don't know. I'm gonna be honest. I don't know how we got to gambling. I was gonna let you cook on it if you wanted to, but yeah, I didn't say anything.
Fansly versus porn on stream. What? I mean Fansly versus porn on stream. Like hot tub streams, 18 plus, perfectly acceptable. Straight up pornography, on the other hand, is ridiculous. Like there's a totally different categorization for it, and there's an obvious reason for that, right? They debated Fansly about a YouTube video that involved you and Cutie. Wait, what did I do? I've never even talked about fucking Fansly before. How am I involved in this? Yo, people always say, Hasan, you find yourself in drama all the fucking time. Meanwhile, motherfuckers that love making drama happen, add me or include me into like random shit where I have never, like, how am I even remotely involved in any of this? Here's the video they're debating.
Yeah, I've set the t-shirt to dark mode, which means it's time to go full throttle into the danger zone. No more granny shifting. We're gonna talk about a controversial topic.
They're discussing a video from an XC orbiter who makes hate videos about X and has a following in his community. There was a lady who made a YouTube video about the streamer award. She was saying you were hypocritical because you rallied against Aiden streaming porn, but Cutie advertised Fansly. What? Bro, I don't understand. I don't think people understand what hypocrisy is. I think they just, hypocrisy is like the cancel culture of our generation, of our side of the internet, where people just straight up just say you're a hypocrite and you're a grifter without understanding what either of these fucking words mean. And they just try to do like random and loose word association to bring things together to be like, well, this is a guy that a lot of people actually hate because a lot of other people have also said he's hypocritical. So I'm just going to tie him into it. I don't even know what the fuck. Why do men who jack off the porn constantly debate its ethics, Lamau? I don't know. Getting drama baited? Hypocrisy just means I don't like you for some reason. Yeah, no, it's like all vibes based for the most part. Yes, it's like learning the word disingenuous or goalpost. Yeah. None of these words mean anything. Like doing magnet word art until you make something that makes sense and sticks. I will tell you this much. If you have no way of like understanding issues as like standalone issues, I don't know what to tell you. You're probably going to find yourself constantly trying to find hypocrisy. It's a great way to cut propaganda, and I use it certainly for that reason. Okay? But I just want to let you know, like, you're being duped. If you are constantly looking for hypocrisy, you're also kind of being duped, especially when like, especially if it's not genuinely hypocritical, because a lot of genuinely hypocritical shit is oftentimes completely forgotten if the person engaging in that hypocritical action, as a matter of fact, is a liked individual. If you like that person, then you just don't really give a shit.
I have once again gotten myself into some drama. I'm kind of injecting myself into this one, but for some context, if you missed Moistcritical's video yesterday, he talked about some streamer drama that's been going on and gave his take on it. I'll just give you this first little intro.
We're going to talk about a controversial topic, Fansly advertisements on Twitch.
Now, that's the new hot drama to talk about these days, and originally I wasn't going to say jack shit about this. I wasn't mentioned at all in this video or really in any of the other conversations that I've seen, but it kind of felt like this because the entire conversation has stemmed from the Streamer Awards, my girlfriend's event, and all the Fansly hate has been directed at her, and then me with my chess boxing event that the primary sponsor, the biggest funder of it was Fansly, sleeping soundly, snoozing. So I figured rather than just lie down and imagine none of it's happening, I'd at least give my opinion, my take on it. And if you don't know, for a little bit more context, Fansly is like an adult-oriented site where you can subscribe to get like usually risque, usually pornographic content from creators that you might know because oftentimes those creators are also Twitch streamers. It's kind of like OnlyFans, but they've dominated the gaming space based off their marketing efforts and who is making the content on the website. That's it. That's the skinny of it. You get it. Bing, bang, boom. And it all started because during the Streamer Awards, which was also sponsored by Fansly, this ad was played.
Free trial of some of our hottest creators. On top of that, sign in using your Twitch account and see which of your favorite streamers are already creating adult content on Fansly. Fansly.
That is a wild ad. Straight up. I scanned. That's definitely wild. Okay. And not only is that wild, but like I thought Twitch didn't allow that kind of fucking promo. What the fuck? Twitch literally won't let hot tub streamers post their fucking OnlyFans. Twitch literally won't let hot tub streamers post their OnlyFans, but like I guess when it's a big ticket sponsor, they don't give a shit, right?
It has a whole algorithm dedicated to discovering new content and creators through the
Chatters are so funny. They're like, go back. I need to scan. I don't know if you can still do it.
Fansly For You feature. Swipe and discover today.
A very tame giggle as if someone came.
Yeah, and people were calling Charlie a hypocrite from this because he didn't admonish it, but he did admonish Aiden Ross showing porn to his viewers. And
wait, you didn't actually know what the drama was about? No, man. I literally have no fucking clue. I don't know how I missed this cut of drama. It seems like you guys did a pretty good job of not like letting me in on it, not keying me in on it. You are part of the drama? How am I part of this drama? Okay, so here's what I don't understand. How would I be part of this drama? What the fuck? Okay, listen, can I just say something? The fact that I'm involved in this drama, if I am involved in this, I don't even know that I was. You guys keep saying I am. Shows me that once again, all roads somehow lead back to Gamba. I feel like the worst mistake of my streaming career wasn't like saying America deserved 9/11 and then describing what I mean by that. It was that I spoke out against gambling, I think, on the platform, because now it's like whenever anything happens completely unrelated to me or unbeknownst to me, people are just like, wow, Hasan's silence on this matter is deafening. And it could literally be something that I have no idea about. You know what I mean? And they'll just be like, wow, seems like Hasan called out gambling, but not this. That's kind of weird. Very clearly, he's just, avoiding talking about it like the top of the hour ad break or something. Clear guilt is eating him alive. Because at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe, which you can do for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime. That's right. The gambling debate with U-Train, XU, and Ethan really was a cultural reset, to be honest. Yeah, it's just like things have gone so south since then. The original video was rage bait, and you usually say no free cloud. That's probably why people didn't bring it up to you. Oh, that's good. I actually do like that. Thank you for doing that, by the way. Keep up the good work on not getting me to see like random idiots As I'm saying, Elise's like, here, watch this video. No, man. No. I will be staying away from dumb shit that breaks my fucking brain, okay? Anyway, top of the hour ad break. Which, by the way, I don't know. I have no control over who runs ads on my stream. So if you are one of those people who is not subscribed, if you haven't gotten gifted a sub, I'm going to be honest with you, you might see an ad from like the American military. You might even see, depending on if Fansly's buying ads, you might get a Fansly ad. I'm just letting you know. Another reason to subscribe for $5 or for free, or get gifted a sub if you're lucky. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. On your part of the drama, because that girl who made the original hate vid made a huge part of you for some reason. You have to watch that original vid for the context, but it's super hateful. Saw it on XQC stream, and she's an avid XQC hate/love watcher. I actually used to think she was an AI. For some reason. I wonder what reason that could be. Morvin Matt, thank you for the 5 gifted. User 75276634197. Thank you for the 5 gifted.
Charlie basically spends 12 minutes just telling you 12 different ways why those are not the same thing. And then at the end also adds on that I also don't think it's okay to have Fansly as a sponsorship. So really, Charlie did nothing wrong in this situation. I'm watching.
What the fuck is this? The Hollywood of Twit? Yo, listen. Can I just say something? Okay. The moment this is a meme, right? Please tell me this is a meme. Please tell me this is not serious. If someone made a fucking meme like this, if someone made a meme like this, they immediately need to log off and get a healthy dose of lithium. Okay? Like, what the fuck? I want to go back. I want to go back to a world where, like, people that did stuff like this was laughed at. You know what I mean? Like, Charlie from Always Sunny in Philadelphia screaming about Pepe Sylvia. Like, that was... You were supposed to laugh at that. You were supposed to go, haha, that's a crazy person, right? Not go, hold up, let him cook. He's got some good fucking ideas, as a matter of fact. I think I'm going to go along with Charlie's Pepe Sylvia takes. Nothing is more serious than this, I suspect. What the fuck? Somewhere along the line, we just decided like the most insane person on the internet probably has some good ideas. We should definitely always take them seriously. It's cringe takes that you've heard before about Hollywood streamers protecting each other. Here you can see some of the top dogs of Twitch who happen to be YouTube streamers kissing one another. Excuses that porn is ruining the fabric of society. Seems like he's taking it seriously, at least as far as he can use it as a defense for Gamba, in my opinion. What the fuck? Moderation, moderation, moderation. XU started this drama and said yesterday that Fansly was worse than Gamba because it's ruining the fabric of society. That's how people brought you up. Again, worst mistake of my life was speaking out against gambling sponsorships from cryptocurrency, unhinged, unregulated gambling casinos that are built outside of like a shed in Curacao.
watching this, I'm eating my popcorn. I'm like, yeah, they are different. I do think showing porn directly is different than a website that could link porn. And then he was like, but Fansly sponsors are also bad. And I was like, oh, son of a bitch, I do those. I do those a lot, in fact. Now, to wrap up real quickly the Streamer Awards thing, here's Cutie reacting to the ad.
On top of that, sign
Probably should have seen these ads before he played them.
in using your Twitch.
Yeah, that ad is definitely. I mean, that's. It makes sense. That ad is not great. Okay, that's not a good ad. It's a bit much. A bit ridiculous that they literally were like, here, scan the QR code so you can go and look at so you can look at fucking all this other shit. Now, here's the major reason. Here's the major difference, though. There's supposed to be some level of, I assume, I've never been on Fansly. I've also never been on OnlyFans, contrary to popular opinion, despite my advocacy for sex work and sex workers in general. I would suspect that there's some level of paywall or something that stops you from, enjoying. Why is everybody capping? I talk about literally jerking off to Overwatch porn. Why would I lie about this? Do you think there's something that I have to hide with respect to consuming OnlyFans and Fansly content? Like, this is what I don't understand. Like, why would I lie about that? I tell you what I look at. I think that when you have a Super Bowl ad that's for Bud Light, right? There's a level of control there. Obviously, it's even harder to go and acquire alcoholic beverages, right? Because you have to go to a liquor store. There's way more regulation to accessing alcohol than there is to accessing pornographic material on the internet. Okay? You are literally subscribed to my OnlyFans. I think you are being duped by someone. But one level of regulation, at least back in the day when there was alcohol promotion, is they are supposed to look at your demographics. They're supposed to look at your demographics and look at the percentage of your demographics that's over the age of 18, or for alcohol in the United States of America, over the age of 21. So what they're supposed to do in that regard is at least do their due diligence and not work with content creators who have an audience that has, I don't remember what the exact percentage is, but they're not supposed to work with audiences that have a percentage that is like, overwhelmingly under 18. You know what I mean? I think that is what should happen for companies like Fansly or OnlyFans or other pornographic companies that are doing ads. Do I have an issue with a porn sponsorship, a porn company sponsorship? No, I don't. Do I think that porn is corrupting the minds of the youth? No, I don't. I have talked about pornography as long as it is done by consenting adults. Okay? There is no issue with that. I mean, yeah, the fucking 3% of the audience was under the age of 13. That's, yeah. Okay, there you go. Exactly. Isn't this community loves decision mostly 20 to 24 now? 2018 was a long time ago. Yeah, 3% of the audience is under the age of 18. 3%. That's there you go. That's it. That makes the most sense. No one is putting their age below 18 when creating an account. I guess that could be true, but There's no real way of getting around that beyond it. You're fucking delusional if you say porn doesn't fuck your brain up. I cannot speak on what unfettered access will do to developing minds. What unfettered access to internet pornography will do to young minds, I don't know. It probably isn't good, though. I agree. I don't think porn fucks your brain up, though. No, I don't. That's a ridiculous generalization. And more so probably a self-report. Having said that, however, I think having unfettered access to internet pornography, especially at ages that are like super young, the moment that you have a phone in your hand, that can't be healthy. I don't think that that's healthy. I will admit to that. Because, like, I wish I had more access to porn when I was younger, right? When I was growing up. But I don't know what those consequences might have been. But I'm being overly sensitive and overly fair here. Like, way more charitable than others would be. However, access to any kind of content that is completely unfettered as a young adult with a developing mind is going to be bad. Literally. Like anything. I would go so far as to say even video games, TikTok, social media in general, and numerous other points of consumption will break the brains of young adults and developing brains in general, for sure. I'm only like a year or two older than you, but I had to jack off the Wild Things too. Like all my friends are wait for a 90-minute download on Kazaa Lite, then immediately delete it after. Yeah, I mean, I'm old enough that I've downloaded a significant amount of malware into the fucking family computer thinking that I'm getting pornography on the internet from like Ares or LimeWire. You know what I mean? Like back in my day, we used to walk uphill both ways to school type shit. But like literally, it was really, really hard. And that was when it got easier. Pre-LimeWire, it was like you had to find it. You know what I mean? One of the homies in your class had access to like some pornographic material. Bro, I went analog. I fucking jerked off to like Denise Richards on what was it like? It was like a nude spread of Denise Richards on an FHM or something. So that's not like you will not understand that, okay? My most classic jack off to the sex scenes in W.B. Griffin World War II novels. What the fuck? That's insane. Bro, when you have to save that one photo on the floppy disk? No, I never did floppy disk. So, I don't have the answers to that. I don't. I'm being super clear and super honest with you. I actually don't know. I don't know what the consequences are. And I don't know what the answers to it are. Like, I don't know how to regulate it beyond ensuring that, like, if you have any kind of pornographic material that you are selling, that your audience should be above the age of 18. Obviously, there's always going to be people under age of 18 that are watching regardless. But I mean, like, look at the audience demographics and ensure that it's at least over like 75 to 80%. You know what I mean? Because it's, you know, it's impossible for it not to be. Kind of like thinking that the 18 plus link that you click on for adult content is you know, not clickable by people who are younger. Of course it is. Thoughts on only being able to access porn sites if you prove you're over 18 somehow? I think that's also kind of wild. I know that that's the direction that we're going towards. But like, I don't know if you want to upload your fucking license to a goddamn website. You know what I mean? That's what you do in Louisiana now. If you want to access porn, I think in the state of Louisiana, if I'm not mistaken, you literally have to upload a photo ID. Like, I don't feel safe or comfortable doing that. Anyway. So I don't know if that's a good solution either. But let's get back to this.
She's honest there. She said she didn't look at these ads before they're played, which sometimes that's how sponsors operate. But me watching them, I'm like, oh, okay, so chess boxing was presented by Fandly. Title sponsor, literally in the title itself. I had a whole dramatic reveal.
What's going on in the middle of the ring? Look up. Because we have the Fandly Sky table. Holy smokes!
I mean, you can't get more dramatic. Look at me.
This table.
I think it's also because it's cutie. You know, she's controversial. She's a woman. So, like, that's part of the reason. Germa has probably been sponsored by Fandly as well. I have never been sponsored by Fandly. I don't have an issue with Fandly or OnlyFans or Pornhub, obviously. I've talked about this pretty openly. But I would suspect that the real reason is because, like, people care more about valid, like, targets that they consider easy to attack. XQC has been sponsored by fucking Fandly. Yeah, right? XQC literally has been sponsored by Fandly. Juice, the show that he did was sponsored by fucking Fandly, no? Juiced. XQC did a show and partnered with Ludwig that was sponsored, and he had no idea what the sponsor was or what it entailed.
We'll be where the magic happens, not just for Super Smash Look at this.
I had people cheering for a goddamn table. And that's not where it's ended. I mean, obviously, Germa's used Fandly before, which he was on the stage with me. Fandly instant replay from his baseball event.
Just rips the cover off that ball.
And then in a show that I hosted with XQC Juiced, I got Fandly as the sponsor. That was the main sponsor that we were able to secure. Originally, the sponsor that I used to use all the time, the one that would always be reliable for me, was Coinbase. Coinbase sponsored my Mogul Money. They were supposed to sponsor XQC's Juiced, and XQC signed off on that. He was like, yeah, I love Coinbase. And then everybody was like, crypto's way too cringe. And Coinbase let go a lot of people, and they were struggling, so stopped using them as a whole. But here's a point to talk about. What is okay and not okay to use as a sponsor? And the answer, kind of boring. It's what is aligned with your ethics and morals, what you personally think is okay. And that should be different for everybody. But there's generally like a guardrail, like you're at a bowling alley, but you keep hitting the gutter. So you get the guardrail of what is okay and not okay according.
Porn is better than crypto? Oh, 100%. I think porn is better than crypto. Well, yeah, I will stand by that. I think porn is better than crypto. I think porn is better than gambling, definitely. Like, I don't have an issue with porn at all. I hope that came across as very clear. If we're going to talk about a separate side issue about, like, easily accessible pornographic material for young minds, and how much young people can access porn and how easily young people can access porn, I don't know what the impacts of that are, but I'm always an advocate for sexual education, and I do believe that it should not be left up to porn, which is just another type of artistic expression and consumption. I think it's, like, ridiculous. You don't learn how to fucking fly by watching Superman. You don't learn how to do math by watching movies. And you should not learn sex from porn. Porn is just a completely separate thing. Unfortunately, in a society where we do not have adequate sexual education, in a puritanical and otherwise patriarchal society, where a lot of these conversations are cast aside, not talked about, seen as a taboo, we do not have the adequate sexual education, so people do turn to porn and see it as like educational. Porn, on the other hand, and this is outside of the boundaries of heteronormativity, but porn, on the other hand, can sometimes be liberating for queer people with respect to learning about their identities and getting more comfortable within their own identities. This is a very commonly forgotten aspect of porn, and even then, it should not be left up to porn. It should be done through regular conversations, having open and frank conversations that parents should be encouraged to have with their children, and also on top of that, learning at schools. We do not have that reality right now as it stands, but that would be the systemic solution to any kind of additional complications that porn could possibly create. So that's it. But I do think that the concept of like porn sick, like these people are porn sick, these people have rotted their fucking brains, it's something that I see in Zoomers a lot. And I think that that is perhaps coming from the like I said, unfettered access, unrestricted access to pornographic materials from a very early age. And some people, unfortunately, do not know how to handle that. They do not know how to control themselves, and they do not know how to handle that, which is where regulation should come into play. Some form of regulation. Okay?
To like the public conscious. The way I determine it is the same way I just said it. It's what aligns with my ethics and morals. So it's kind of subjective. But I'll tell you before I jump into exactly what I'm cool with and not cool with about my ethos as a whole. Because when I switched over to YouTube, I made a specific mental switch that I would no longer get money directly from my viewers. And I put that in quotes because at the end of the day, I still only get money because of my viewers, but I get them from their views and their attention rather than their wallets directly. And before that, most of
I have a fucking counter to this. I think subscriptions are significantly better as a form of revenue generation. Not only is it more consistent, but it also leads to significantly more autonomy with respect to editorial control than relying on mega corporations to give you money. Here is one aspect where myself and Ludwig and even XQC, who I've talked to about this particular thing, actually are at a disagreement. Okay? I do not agree with that. I think that, I mean, it's great. For someone like Ludwig, for someone like XQC, that might be great. Okay? Ad revenue is pretty good. I would much rather maintain my editorial control and maintain my autonomy by getting subscription-based revenue. That's it. That has been my day one approach to this subject. Subs are why you shouldn't be in this drama. You don't take sponsor dollars. Yeah, that is part of it. I rarely ever do sponsorships. I oftentimes turn down massive budgets, massive sponsorship opportunities. I've talked about some of them recently, specifically one about poker. But yeah, I don't do it, but that doesn't mean that I don't have an it doesn't mean that I don't have an opinion on the matter. You still do ads, shut the fuck up, lol. Yes, I have a contract with Amazon. This is true. I have an exclusivity contract with Amazon because the platform that I primarily stream on is this one, Twitch. I have made this decision after thinking about it long and hard and considering that this is like the best platform for me right now in this particular moment to be on. That's it. You know, that's an entirely different conversation that we could be having, but this is not what we're talking about. What I mean by the sponsorships is not ads. Sponsorships is when you get a native advertising opportunity by directly talking to a brand, oftentimes conducted by a manager or some ad agency or maybe your agents. Okay? A lot of streamers do a combination of all three. They have subs, they run ads, and they have sponsors. XQC is a great example of this. He does all three, okay? And there's nothing wrong with that. I don't think that there's anything wrong with sponsorships, by the way. Let me just make sure that people understand. Let me be clear. There is nothing wrong with getting sponsorships, okay? That does not mean that there are certain sponsorships that I would consider to be not great or even outright unethical. Obviously, if British Petroleum was sponsoring streamers specifically to say that global warming is actually not an issue and you shouldn't worry about it, I would say that that is an unethical sponsorship. Okay? I think that that's not an ethical sponsorship. If you're doing a sponsorship for an unregulated crypto casino that is incredibly easy to access, no matter what age you are, but very difficult to take money out of, I would say that that is an unethical sponsorship. Okay? Raytheon. Getting sponsored by Raytheon to promote their latest missiles would be an unethical sponsorship. Okay? So, that's hot take. Ubisoft is just as bad as British Petroleum. Yes, I do not agree with that take. I love that. That is a take that you could only arrive at if you are so permanently brain broken by just being I don't know, Haas. It's debatable. Okay. No. No, you're right. Ubisoft is worse. They ruined gaming, which is significantly worse than fucking British Petroleum ruining the planet. Anyway, let's continue.
My money came from subscribers or donations. But since I've switched over to YouTube, I changed all of my subscribers or memberships to $1. And I stopped all donations. They're all capped at $10. And I don't even get any of those dollars anyway. They go directly to my moderators. It just felt weird to me to receive dozens, if not hundreds, if not thousands of dollars from an individual when I know I'm doing very well because YouTube signed me a big old paycheck. Thank you, Susan. Please sign it again. That's the gist. So I would rather be getting like a few pennies for your views and for your attention from different sponsors, from YouTube ad rolls, than I would money from you directly. Does that make sense?
I would love to see what Ludwig's attitude towards subscription revenue will be if the new CEO of YouTube doesn't, re-up his contract. For the record, I personally think that they would be delusional not to re-up Ludwig's contract. I think he's fucking great. He's a catch. He is a brilliant content creator. I will never say this to his face. If you clip this and show this to him, I will deny it. I will say it's AI. Okay? He is a massive pickup for YouTube, and he is a brilliant content creator in the space, and I appreciate all the stuff that he does. Having said that, however, if he were to lose the fat YouTube contract he currently has that covers everything and then some, I suspect he would not have this exact same approach as it pertains to generating revenue from subscriptions. Why'd you give away your defense? What do you mean?
That was a switch I made, which, by the way, people I think are more and more making a decision that they don't like advertising. They don't like free stuff. Maybe they prefer a paid subscription service where you don't have to watch ads. That might be like a cultural shift, which I would just have to adapt to. So anyway, let's get to my ethics and morals of what I think is cool, what I think is not cool. Why did I take a fancy sponsorship? If you guys don't know, it's kind of a downturn right now. There's not a lot of people who are out and about trying to sponsor events, at least not as many as there were a year or 2 years ago. It has dried up a lot. So Fansly has been one of the more reliable sponsors to work with. And honestly, I've been talking to them about sponsoring more events later this year. So, you know, I did say that I'm only guided by my ethics and morals. That was kind of a lie. I'm also guided by what the viewers would think is cool. For example, a sponsor wants you to look at their ad to maybe sign up for it. But if you guys all collectively decided, or the majority did, that the sponsor I'm using is super cringe, well, then it'd be a failure of a sponsorship. You guys would all shit on it. The sponsor would be upset. They wouldn't be happy with me. I wouldn't be happy because I'm not succeeding in creating a broadcast that's sustainable that I can do again in the future. So I would stop doing it. So there is another guiding principle, and that's all to say that your voice matters in this situation. If you're like, hey, Ludwig, Fansly's too far, or hey, Ludwig, I don't like when you did it with Coinbase, that'd be chill. In fact, that's part of why I stopped using Coinbase in the first place. Now, for me, maybe this is my European background. I care less about porn. I care less about nudity.
My European background. Oh my God, motherfucker, you grew up in New Hampshire, dog. It's your libertarian roots that is causing you not to care about porn. Yo, this yee ass motherfucker puts on a turtleneck, has his hair all coiffed, and he goes, maybe it's because of my European background. You know, it's like maybe that is the reason. Who knows? I like the tété, you know, retro tété. It's very nice. He said maybe it's because of my European background. Yes.
I don't have this in my mind. A group of kids.
But he's not wrong though. It is, Americans are insanely puritanical, and it's very odd. Like, it is, like, the rest of the world looks at it and goes, that is kind of weird. Okay, it's true. Like, anyway.
Kids who I'm concerned about saving, and that's how I decide every moral or ethical decision, is what these group of kids that are imaginary would care about. We should stop gambling because of the kids. We shouldn't show anything that's adult content because of the kids. We shouldn't advertise alcohol. I shouldn't do drinking streams because of the kids. I don't give a fuck about the kids. I don't cater my content directly towards kids. I do a lot of gambling. I do a lot of drinking. I do a lot of swearing. I wouldn't.
I for the record, I don't disagree with this. But this is very New Hampshire libertarian, by the way. Live free or die ass motherfucker talking about how he's European. Okay? Yeah, I agree. I agree. I don't disagree with this. It's like the idea that, like, oh, it's like fucking, especially if you have content that is not supposed to be tailored towards children, then, like, the idea that, like, oh, dude, think about the children is fucking ridiculous.
Say that if you're a kid, I'm a channel that you should necessarily watch. I maybe this one because it's more drama, it's more straightforward. But my main channel, yeah, I get it to some debauchery. I used to take a poker sponsor. I only stopped because not my ethics and morals, but it would be too hard to argue against sponsored gambling, specifically for slots, and then still allow sponsored poker, which I view as different. That's a different line to me, which some people might call me crazy for.
I don't even think that's all that crazy either, for the record. Gambling is still gambling. But yes, poker is still poker. I would put in a totally different category.
The way I see it is sponsored gambling, like slots or blackjack, has a house edge. You are guaranteed to lose money. It is an inevitable fact. The longer you play, the more money you will lose. And sponsored gambling is a little weird because I'm getting paid by this sponsor to gamble money I normally would not gamble. And then I would occasionally get wins I would not get and celebrate them as if they are as legitimate as any other one.
Like, even blackjack, I would put at a different, as someone who gambles, okay? You guys know this. I like gambling. I'm very haram, okay? I personally like gambling. I personally like drinking. I do all of this stuff, right? As far as, like, what I have done throughout my experience, I've done a little bit of slots. Actually won a lot of fucking money, weirdly enough. Do not do it, obviously. More money than I have ever gambling in my lifetime, fucking playing blackjack. But I would say that slots is the most on steroids. You're basically giving money to the fucking, you're basically giving money to the, you're basically giving money to the casino directly, versus blackjack, which is still, you're giving money to the casino directly, even though there is more skill involved to a certain degree, to poker, where you're not giving money to the house. You're literally giving money to whoever the fuck is significantly better than you at poker. So, yeah.
I think that's weird. I think all sponsored gambling should stop. Having said that, I've never been against gambling content as a whole. If you go back to any of the videos I made about gambling, I always said end sponsored gambling, not end gambling. I love poker. Poker is one of the main games I played in college. I allegedly ran an illegal online poker ring for a while. And so I took poker sponsorships because you're playing against another human. And oftentimes when I was sponsored, it's because the house takes a rake, so they get a little bit of money, but you can still be a very winning player if you have studied more. And of course, you have luck and variance on your side. Anyway, but that's kind of where my line is. I don't take a lot of sponsors for things that I'm against using. That's kind of where I make my line, right? It's like if I wouldn't play this gotcha game, then yeah, I probably shouldn't play it on stream for 2 hours because it's a little disingenuous. But sometimes I also break that too, right? I was sponsored by G Fuel for a while, but I was still drinking coffee every morning. Now I'm no longer sponsored by them because I think they're kind of a piece of shit company. But a lot of the streamers who are sponsored by G Fuel don't even drink that shit. It's way too much caffeine and taurine, and they just get a little cup of coffee in the morning, and then they pretend to drink G Fuel. Is that chill, right? What about people who are sponsored by...
I'm not even kidding. This is what I used when I was in Vegas. When I was in Vegas, when I was at the casino, I carry this in my wallet everywhere I go. The fact that this man thinks that I have it out for him is insane. I literally carry this everywhere I go. It's in my wallet every fucking day. Okay? And when I was playing slots for the first time in my entire fucking life, I would constantly put this and go, I'm going to get it twisted. And I would flip it to get it twisted. And I would place it on the button and I would hit it. Okay? I'm a very superstitious person. You guys know this. Turkish quality. I'm sorry. I'm a very superstitious person. I keep this with me at all times. Okay? And I literally believe that it brings me luck. I would smack this fucking thing on the button when I'm playing slots. So the idea that this dude thinks that I fucking despise him, thinks that like I hate him or I've had it out to get him from the jump is additionally hilarious. But, you know, it is what it is. Okay? Anyway, you're allowed to have one insane belief. Exactly. Which is that. That is my one insane belief. Hasan, train is down millions? Yes, but it helps me win millions. No, I'm just kidding. Anyway, let's get back to this video. Ludwig looks very sad. I don't know what's going on.
Gotcha games. You know, do you think that's chill? What about VPN services that overhype their quality? What about free to download extensions that save you deals but might also sell your data? Is that chill to advertise? I think the reality is that everybody will draw the line right below what they do and then maybe admonish everything below that line as well. And everything above that line is okay with them and they have no problems with. But the power of the viewer is to change that line. So if you see a streamer or creator that you like, that you think is being a little too liberal with where they push their line, then you tell them to lift that line. You tell them to get a little more strict. Hey, I don't like it when you have Fansly as a sponsor. I don't like it when you have Coinbase. I don't like it when you have a VPN. That's all very legitimate things to feel as a viewer. And the feedback, I promise you, is always read. And whether it's acted on or not is to the judgment of the streamer. And I'm an open guy, so I'm down. I'm down for a conversation to figure out what's what. In my mind, an adult-oriented site doesn't bother me. I think it's fine. I think porn is chill and people can look at porn, and a site like Fansly where the creator directly profits off of it as opposed to all the shit that happens on the more conventional sites like Pornhub is a wholly good thing. And I don't generally mind doing it. I don't generally cater my content towards kids, and I don't consider the kids when I'm making my content. When I'm making a literal event that people are supposed to punch each other in the face, where half the time I'm getting drunk on stream or taking a gummy and playing Super Autopets, I'm not thinking about the kids. I'm not like, oh, should I be a good influence here? All I'm trying to do is be a good person to the world and make things that I find entertaining and I watch. That's it. So anyway,
yeah, I mean, I understand why he's saying that. I get that. I still am kind of unsure as to what the fuck's going on with respect to like the perceived hypocrisy, but the one thing that is the worst thing you can do on the internet, remember, is be perceived as a hypocrite, okay? Hypocrisy only matters because it's vibes based. If people are uncharitable to you, they will say you're hypocritical. If they are charitable to you and like your content, they will overlook even if you are actually hypocritical. Ultimately, none of it matters. It's basically just a gotcha, okay? And that's it.
Fansly advertisements on Twitch. This is actually a war that I've been drafted into and tossed into the front lines, so I've been catching fire and getting called out, labeled a hypocrite, and morally flexible when it comes to things my friends do that I call others out for. So I kind of want to talk about this entire subject here because I feel that it's just a load of dirty barnacles to call me hypocritical when it comes to Fansly advertisements. So allow me to show you to your table and deliver your entree of drama that you've ordered. So, the situation in a nutshell. A couple weeks ago, there was the Streamer Awards that happened on Twitch. I was unable to attend them in person, so I received permission from QT Cinderella to watch party them. This was a massive event that QT Cinderella put together. And one of the advertisers for it, one of the sponsors, was Fansly. So during the stream, a Fansly advertisement popped up, and this was my reaction to it.
A free trial of some of our hottest creators. On top of that, sign in using your Twitch account and see which of your favorite streamers are already creating adult content on Fansly. Fansly has a whole algorithm dedicated to discovering new content and...
Bro, this shit is giving this particular sponsor so much more earned media, by the way. Okay. You missed it? Oh, here. This is where it is. Don't worry. Boop. Just kidding. Don't do it. Don't do it. Anyway. Yeah, this part of the fucking conversation is that, like, I think that this is definitely not a good ad, okay? You know, it's a little ridiculous that you're doing like a direct, like, go over there. Your favorite streamers are on there. I mean, everybody kind of knows, but at least like setting up one layer of like inconvenience is probably the right thing to do, you know, etiquette wise, because it is still a you know, platform that makes pornographic material. I don't have a problem with that. I think it's great. You know, good on these ladies for going out and making their own money on this. Do this while they're a whole ass primetime TV ads that mimic blowjobs and shove asses in your face. But yeah, I think the real inconsistency here is with Twitch. If you can't advertise your OnlyFans in your Twitch bio, then this ad is absolutely against the rules. Exactly. I think that, you know, people get mad at advertising putting your OnlyFans on your Twitch bio, but this is like, you know, this is pretty much the same thing.
And creators through the Fansly For You feature. Swipe and discover today.
A very tame giggle as if someone came up and playfully tickled me for a moment. And people were upset because I didn't start spitting and shitting, taking up arms about how disgusting it was that Fansly was being advertised.
You would agree, though, that we should be able to link our OnlyFans and Fansly, right? Well, people already use Linktree for it, and I think that is a very good compromise on the matter. Like, as long as you go to a separate place Like, it's basically about like making it a little bit less accessible, right? It's not like a real fucking safeguard or anything like that. And I think that if there was to be regulation surrounding it, it would probably be over-encompassing, and it would most likely be compromising as far as your own personal data or your own personal privacy, right? But at least like adding an additional click there makes it a little bit better. Exactly. Any layer of inconvenience makes a difference. What do I always say about guns? Any layer of inconvenience makes it less accessible. That's why the Veterans Affairs used to run ads on this fucking platform about suicidal veterans and how they should buy a gun lock. Okay? Because any layer of inconvenience makes you second guess yourself. Any layer of inconvenience makes a big difference. Okay?
On this broadcast here.
I'll watch the
Reason
ads
being
hands
is
up.
because prior I had made a video talking about a couple of things. One of them was Aiden Ross when he showed porn to his audience. My statement was that Aiden Ross went on Pornhub in front of his audience, which a lot of them are kids on the younger side of things. So I said that was weird. That was a weird thing to do. So when I giggled during the Fansly segment, it was used as a smoking gun to call out and attack me for being a hypocrite. Because it's the same principle. Fansly was just shown on stream to an audience that undoubtedly had kids watching. How is that any different than Aiden Ross going on Pornhub? Charlie is a fucking hypocrite. He called it out for Aiden Ross, but doesn't do it when it's his friend QT Cinderella. When I first heard this argument, I thought it was just a bunch of fish paste. I thought it was being used satirically, because it didn't even compute that people tried to compare these two things. Going on an actual legitimate Pornhub...
Yes, that is absolutely fucking insane, okay? That is fucking insane. Making a comparison to Aiden Ross purposely and willingly fucking knowingly showing pornographic material on his stream literally is not only completely ridiculous, but maybe even possibly illegal. Okay? And we're not talking about like, oops, I clicked on a link and I saw horse cock. Okay? I'm not talking about some forcing shit. I was a big advocate for forcing not getting banned, especially not having a long-ass fucking ban when that happened. It's not like I am friends with Forsen or even have similar worldviews with him or anything like that. But I thought that it was a wild thing that he was banned for a month at the time. You can go back and find clips of me talking about it. I thought that it was fucking ridiculous. Okay? Clicking on a link and accidentally showing something is, again, very different than openly, knowingly, and deliberately turning on porn. Okay? On your stream. I think there's a genuine concern of gamification of this kind of porn, and also addictive nature of parasocial relationships that especially young minds are vulnerable to. In that way, I can see there being a similar ethical concern around this form of entertainment as we do apply to gambling. What you're describing is literally just Twitch streaming too, though. You understand that, right? Like, the ethics conversation doesn't go away. You're describing social media. The only issue you have with that is that it's porn on top of everything else. The issue you have, once again, in many respects, is around sex and the portrayal of sex and not all the other stuff that you added onto it, because all the other stuff that you added onto it is an issue that is almost universal. What's up, bro? Are you leaving? Where are you going? Akşam yemeği yiyelim hep beraber istiyorsan. Okay. All right. Have fun. All right.
Out of nowhere in front of your audience and just having porn, real porn being played, versus an advertisement, which does lead to porn, but the advertisement itself has more clothes on than a lot of things that are already freely broadcast on Twitch that are easily accessible. I didn't think these two things deserve.
Not everyone watching wants to see porn on their gamer streams. A safe for work ad is way less offensive. What do you mean? Yeah, I mean, yeah, that there's also the consent conversation, because like you might not want to see that, you know what I mean? But I guess that's a little bit larger of a philosophical debate. My friend, I know, I am aware, I've been live this entire time. I know that Israel stormed the Al-Aqsa Mosque. If you think that 9 hours in, I'm going to cover breaking news, okay, I'm going to let you know there's nothing I can do about it, and I will not be covering it until tomorrow, okay? It's literally 9 hours into a stream, El Grumpion, okay? Not all Fansly accounts are porn. I don't know why it all gets lumped in together. I mean, yeah, but it's like softcore for the most part. It's like OnlyFans. OnlyFans has non-pornographic material on it too, but it doesn't matter. Like the primary consumption for the website is mostly porn. In many respects, the reason why Twitch is not considered a porn site is because it doesn't allow hardcore pornography or even softcore pornography. The most it will allow is, hot tub streams, which could be considered a form of sex work, but certainly nowhere near the same barrier of entry. That's because porn sites are regulated in an entirely different manner. And they should be regulated in an entirely different manner, for the record, because there are a lot of ethical issues that arise when you are hosting pornographic material on your website. Look no further than the complications that Pornhub got into when they let shit fucking slide for many, many years, despite the fact that sex workers, porn stars themselves, routinely demanded Pornhub take action. Okay? They didn't do that until push came to shove and a bunch of fucking psychotic Christian zealots decided to take matters in their own goddamn hands. Because, of course, no matter what happens, Pornhub is run by MindGeek, run by a capitalist corporation that's not going to fucking do the right thing until it has to. Okay?
Deserve to be on the same playing field, but that's where I was wrong. I clearly failed the CAPTCHA here and was labeled a bot, because a lot of people do view these in the same category, in the same wheelhouse. A YouTuber named MewKitty made a whole video on it talking about Twitch streamers and their hypocrisy, a video that I make an appearance in towards the end, and it's exactly what I just talked about, where I said it was weird when Aiden Ross pulled up Pornhub, but I laughed.
This is the schizo video, I suspect.
When Fansly was a sponsor.
I am here for some reason.
Of the Streamer Awards. And not long after her video, Scott Schaefer made content covering the same topic, where, once again, the Hunger Games Mockingjay Part 1 superstar Charles White comes into the frame once again with another banger cameo. And the argument is the same. Charlie called it out when Aiden Ross pulled up real porn, but didn't call it out when QT Cinderella advertised porn. And he did it because she's his friend, thus he is a hypocrite. And on stream, I talked about this last night. And
yeah, this is Charlie's worst. I think this is Charlie's worst quality. You're so right about this, M. Hood. Charlie is addicted to saying the names of the biggest clout-hungry motherfuckers. I don't know why he does this. Perhaps it's because he hasn't really been shit on that aggressively as the foremost commentary channel on YouTube that has been able to ride the waves without getting harmed too much. But I genuinely don't understand why he will offer people who are very clearly rage bait, hate farming, a massive, perhaps the largest fucking content. It's odd. It is odd. I don't know why he does that. He likes to dunk on them. You can dunk on them without giving them any sort of credence or any sort of fucking clout. Let's be real. Like, it's really, really, especially because, like, to be fair, a lot of clout chasers aren't as unhinged as the type of ones we've dealt with that have aggressive communities that will latch on to any comment about them and harass you for multiple years. True. Certainly true. But I do think that it's because Charlie hasn't upset those communities yet. One day he might, and then when that happens, he will probably learn the hard way not to do that ever again.
And I'll go ahead and get this out of the way right away. During that stream, and in the exact same video Mew Kitty has posted on one of her channels, I outright say both are bad. It's pretty clear from reading her comments, not like her personal comments, but like the audience comments, that the majority of the people didn't even watch the full statement. Which isn't her fault, and I even don't blame the audience, because right now, the human race is being plagued by brain rot, parasite, short-form content, which has ruined the attention span of people.
It's also the fact that he's platforming people without huge core communities. Their presence is on life support, and it's him. Yeah, I don't think he recognizes that he does that. But I think that, or maybe he, like, lends a helping hand so he knows that they won't fucking target him as much. Especially when, like, people do that shit when he's like, well, you know, I understand where you're coming from with this. I understand where you're coming from with this. Like, when you say that about someone who's like a clout-hungry content creator who knows that you have like an untarnished reputation regardless by all of the clout farmers or the hate farmers, they probably will think twice before attacking you next time. So I assume that there's a tactical advantage on that end too. Like, I don't think it's like, you know, I don't think it's you know, as naive. And for people saying, like, just don't think he cares or all this shit, like, I don't, you know, I don't think so. I think he does. I think he's, like, doing it tactically. There was another point that I was going to make, and I'm not remembering. Oh, someone said, aren't all content creators clout perverts? Okay. Yes, they are. Another thing I routinely talk about is that there are two different types of networking on the internet, positive networking and negative networking, okay? If you're going to think about it like clout or networking, one thing you can do is just like be an otherwise fun person to be around, be a social person, genuinely, you know, make content that people want to watch, make content that is like otherwise interesting, unique, different. Or there's the other route, which is farm hatred. Target communities with pre-existing hater audiences, specifically so you can develop an audience of your own off of the backs of the haters that hate the other much larger content creator. You could say that I do the same thing for Ben Shapiro and Steven Crowder. There's obviously an additional reason. I ideologically am not aligned with the likes of Ben Shapiro and Steven Crowder. This is part of the reason why I criticize them regularly, because I think that what they're doing is bad, what they're doing is immoral, what they're doing is wrong. One might make the same argument about myself, but they rarely ever talk about what that is on real terms, in the same way that I can describe to you what is really, truly so awful about Ben Shapiro. Does that make sense? I can tell you exactly what's wrong about Ben Shapiro's worldview. I can tell you that about most right-wingers. Many people, when they talk about how bad I am, they might even say, I agree with him. I just think his vibes are shitty. And then you look at their YouTube channel and they've made like 100 videos. And, you know, 25 of them are of me. And those are the only ones that have gotten the highest amount of views. And they're oftentimes very, very... What? Don't have sex with a male streamer. If you're a streamer, you will be screwed. Deflecting, stop deflecting. You okay? Don't ban me? I don't even know what you're saying. The formula is the same, but the intention is different. There's a system in place to elevate drama, but why you get involved is important. Anyway. So, as I was stating, a lot of people basically tackle the issues that aren't really issues in most circumstances that large streamers or people who have been declared the main person on Twitter or, you know, the main villain on internet by internet standards, specifically so they can ride the waves of the hate that person is receiving to elevate their own brand. That's fine. I don't think that is a successful way to build an audience for yourself, and plenty of people that do that are not doing a good job with it. There's a difference between you and CoffeeZilla. There's a difference between you and Danny Gonzalez. There's a difference between you and Cody Ko, even Ethan Klein, right? The people that you're picking and choosing to criticize and attack, you're not doing a good job with because you're just going after the flavor of the month. You do not have an ideological reason for going after them. You're just doing it because other people are going after them for one reason or the other. Does that make sense? Your reason for attacking Crowder and Shapiro is a good one, though. You point out their bullshit and educators combating terrible shit. Yeah. And when Steven Crowder falls off or Steven Crowder does not have the same level of prominence, I stop talking about him. There are Nazis that I will refuse to talk about until it reaches a point where their platform is so elevated that I have to address it. The reason why I do that is because I care about who I am elevating. Does that make sense? Are we bashing on Charlie? No. I'm not bashing on Charlie. I am, however, criticizing him on this note. I don't like that he does this. And he does it all the time. And I think he does it for a specific reason. I think he does it so that those guys don't come after him and that he, you know, they just don't give him the same headaches that they give to other people who they might have an ideological difference with. Charlie is a Nazi then? No, I never said that. You're being a fucking weirdo freak, or at least a drama pervert, and trying to get me to be clipped out of context. I don't believe that at all. What the fuck is wrong with you? Anyway.
So I don't necessarily find it shocking that they didn't watch all 10 minutes of what I was saying. But in that clip, I outright say both can be bad, but they are not the same to me. Thus, I disagree that it's hypocritical that I made statements about Aiden Ross and the porn thing being really weird, and I didn't make the exact same statements for QT Cinderella's Fansly sponsor. I'll go ahead and prove that it's there right now, real quick, before getting into why I think they're so different, but ultimately both are not a great thing to be advertising to an.
How are you calling out drama posters but spent forever on a big news day engaging with fake Fansly outrage? Maybe because I spent the first 8 hours and 30 minutes of this 9-hour broadcast covering the big news of the day, and am now allocating the last 30 minutes of this broadcast to some drama that I guess I was involved in without even realizing, considering that this has like fucking 2.8 million views and I didn't even know about it. Do you think so? Do you think that's adequate, my lord? You give me $5 a month to avoid the top of the hour ad break. Obviously, you have all to say in what kind of content I create, right? What I choose to cover is up to you. I will do your bidding, my lord. I love having micromanagers who literally just give me $5 so they can avoid the ads at the top of the fucking hour. The ads are 3 minutes long. You can choose not to give me $5 and use different methods to avoid the ads at the top of the hour if you want. You can also maybe even luckily get gifted a sub. Here's a 3-minute ad break now.
An audience that is undoubtedly going to have children watching. Of course, advertising Fansly, OnlyFans, or anything in front of an audience that has younger children on it, it's always going to be not a great decision. It's one of those things, yeah. Now let's make like an egg and hard boil this subject real quick. So, the difference between Aiden Ross pulling up Pornhub and Cutie Cinderella bringing up a Fansly sponsor is very clear right off rip. If all of you in the classroom right now have your thinking caps on, you'll notice a huge difference. I was able to play the entire Fansly ad as it aired because they are all clothed. You are not getting immediate nudity or pornographic content. It is an advertisement for pornographic content going to the website, yes, but unlike Aiden Ross's moment with real Pornhub just being there, actual fucking full-blown porn, you got pussy, tits, everything all right there immediately. That is not what you got with the Cutie Cinderella Fansly sponsorship. Thus, immediately, those two are already different. Showing the porn to an unsuspecting audience out of fucking nowhere is a lot worse than advertising a service that has porn on it. And that's something Scott Schaefer does touch on in his video. His is more of a deeper look at the subject, and MewKitties is more memeing with it. I always thought her content was supposed to be silly and over-the-top trolling, but she does seem genuinely upset at me, and I imagine...
Yeah, Charlie's been sponsored by Adam and Eve, yes. Dude, he has the fattest fucking cocks anyone's ever seen that he, like, rides on.
I imagine it's because of my statements, and I also did say I'm not the biggest fan of the way she edits her content. I called it Zoomer editing, which sounds mean-spirited when I really didn't mean it to be. She edits her videos, like, very chaotic, on purpose, where it's a lot of sound effects, you know, like a fucking gong being...
Yeah, this is the reason why so many people have a charitable opinion of Charlie, because he gives charity to people that, in my opinion, are very deliberately and maliciously cutting content that they want to make to drive hate clicks. And he turns around and gives them charity. So I think that they don't do that to him ever again. It's probably a very successful way to keep a lot of the other smaller commentator channels at bay. Very diplomatic. I don't think it's a good thing to do. I think not responding to it, not feeding the trolls, if you will, is a better way to make sure that this space is a little bit more habitable. But anyway, he would have been called a bigger hypocrite if he didn't respond at all. There's a way to respond to this without responding to it like that, in my opinion. Like, this has turned into, I guess, legitimate conflict. I wasn't even familiar or aware of what the fuck was going on. You're wrong. This is why you have more haters. My friend, like, suckling on the teat of every single person that comes in and says unhinged shit against me and against others, my friends, against other content creators who I don't know but I think haven't done anything wrong, is going to create an incredibly toxic space. As a large content creator myself, you know, my goal is to not do that. I'm sorry. Especially when this kind of stuff doesn't end with like someone making a YouTube video, but instead, you know, doxing, swatting, harassment of family members, harassment of other friends, harassment of normies in their lives. And as far as like just protecting the top streamers goes, this was the most important part that I forgot to mention. A lot of this kind of commentary is done under the guise of accountability. Okay? As a content creator, I know that that's not the case. There is a way to engage in constructive criticism And then there is a malicious way to farm hate clicks. It's a very easy way to say, oh, these guys are farming hate clicks. That's why I'm not talking about it. But for the longest time, I was a firm believer in tackling these issues head on. That is the reason why I have so much, such a vast array of different forms of haters from all different circles and ideological backgrounds. Because I gave in to the perverts. I tackled it head on. I tried to turn around and say, you're wrong. Here's what the truth is. And then I realized it's not about that at all. Every single time you tackle it head on, you're literally just engaging with people that aren't really interested in the truth at all. You're not. Most circumstances, they do not care about the truth. All you're doing is offering people a larger audience so they can create more content off of it. Because they just want drama and publicity. And I know that maybe even after speaking on these kinds of issues for as long as I have, I probably have less charitability for any kind of interlocutor because I have no capacity of viewing constructive criticism from that lens. And I'm sure that there are people out there that engage in good faith constructive criticism, but as soon as I see it, I shut it off. Probably one of the worst aspects of it. It's the same as the way I conduct this chat, right? I have usually a 10-minute follow period. That's it. You follow me for 10 minutes, you can write in this chat. You can speak all day, every day. A lot of people take advantage of that. I want to make sure that this is as democratic a process as possible. I want to make sure that there's no subscriber only paywall. I want you to be able to contribute to the conversation. I want you to be able to ask me questions. A lot of people often will use that to address their narcissistic desires. They don't care about learning about a new thing. They don't care about a genuine issue that's in their lives politically. They utilize this to come in and say, you did this. Actually, I'm not even going to mention one of the people that we just banned. Like, I saw the mods ban a person. I'm not even going to do that. I'm not even going to fucking mention it. Okay? But there are people who take advantage of that. And they try to derail the content. I haven't stopped the way that I operate because I don't want those guys to ruin this. Okay? But it's the same way I see commentary and accountability on the internet. I wish that we could all be more charitable to one another. Charitability is something that I definitely try to, maybe even fail sometimes, but try to instill in myself, in my audience, whenever I see someone who is behaving in a manner that is inconsistent with my worldview. Okay? But that doesn't mean I'm going to sit here and, let people shit on me with false allegations or just like completely made up bullshit that they made up in their minds or heard from other spaces that they're inside of that are pumping their head full of anger and fake bullshit. Okay? In a lot of circumstances, like I said, in the commentary space, there are plenty of wonderful people, awesome content creators, And then there are people who like to go after what they perceive as easy targets because other people are shitting on them. Sometimes those people are deserving of the criticism. In a lot of instances, those people might be deserving of the criticism. And then there are plenty of instances where they're not. I think that people, especially large content creators, should have a better moral compass on who they are lending credence and legitimacy to. I saw someone I've known online for 11 years say some seriously nasty shit about you, and it's completely based on his thought that he's anonymous, so I DM'd him with his full name and said it's time to stop posting now. Yeah. Never argue with an idiot. They'll drag you down to their level and beat you with experience. Yeah.
Getting hit pretty often, or like really loud blasting music pretty often, and that's just never been my cup of tea. But I never meant it as an insult on her honor. It's just not something that I'm personally a huge fan of, the same way that she doesn't like my content. I didn't mean it to be mean, and I apologize that it may have come across that way. I certainly didn't mean it to. But the whole point of me mentioning this right now is I do want to say that Scott Schaefer did also talk about the difference between playing porn versus advertising the Fansly. He did touch on that. Last night I made the comparison that the Fansly ad actually had more clothing on the people in it than what you would already find on Twitch right now in the hot tubs category, where it is bikinis and very, very
Hans X the Donnie, thank you for the tank of the subs.
Very revealing clothing. And that is a category that Twitch itself advertises. If you go to Twitch when you're not logged in, a lot of the recommended channels are hot tub streams, so Twitch itself does peddle content that is clearly sexually charged. My point with this statement was to draw the immediate comparison that this Fansly advertisement wasn't immediately exposing young viewers to sexually explicit material, and it's even more easily accessible for them on Twitch already by just going to the category right next to the fucking Just Chatting one. That was the whole point of that. That's something XQC didn't quite understand, calling me wrong, saying that there's not a bleached butthole right away or something on hot tubs category, thus checkmate. Hits me with the scholar's mate. That wasn't my point. My point was the ad itself didn't contain any explicit imagery or anything highly sexual, at least nothing that was worse than what is already currently being advertised on Twitch in that category. And when you go to Fansly, there is still not immediately ass and titties in your face right away. Thus, I didn't think by scanning the QR code, people would immediately just be fucking blasted with porn all over the place like Charles Xavier jacking into Cerebro. So I viewed the advertisement very differently than a lot of people, because even when you scan the QR code, you still don't immediately get porn. There's already a lot of degrees of separation and a lot of obstacles to go through, as opposed to Aiden Ross, which just pulled up porn as a jump scare during fucking stream, right? It to me still is very different. I also was under the assumption that Fansly was only accessible to 18 plus after you verified your age. I don't use the platform. I thought you had to verify you were 18 plus in order to even get to the pornographic content. Thus, I thought it was even harder for children to have got porn out of that advertisement if they weren't of age. Not only would they have had to leave the platform to get it, they would then have to verify their age and make an account for it. I thought there was a lot of steps to it, making it very difficult for them. But according to some research now, it actually seems like Fansly is extremely easily accessible for anyone of any age. There's not a whole lot of security to it based on the things I've read, which is knowledge I didn't have last night. So, I made the comparison that the Fansly advertisement reminded me of all of the strip club billboards that are spaced around all of the major interstates. Anytime I go up north to Pennsylvania, there is hundreds of strip clubs being advertised, and on those advertisements, there are women in bikinis and very, very revealing lingerie. And they tell you exactly where to go for the strip club. Well, when you're driving through, there's a good chance a lot of those cars are going to have kids in it and see those advertisements. So I compared Fansly to a strip club billboard because, in principle, if Fansly worked the way I thought it did, where you had to be 18 years or older.
This part is fair, I think. Like, it's on Fansly to make sure that there's accurate safeguards in who gets to access their content. And I think after a certain point, there's always going to be people that can break through that access. but there needs to be a reasonable effort to ensure that there is like some level of safeguarding, right? Because, you know, you're never going to stop kids from looking up pornographic shit on the internet, right? Especially on websites where there's no safeguards at all. Ultimately, though, if you are to come to me and tell me that porn is worse than gambling, no, it's not. That's crazy. Porn is content. Content is content. Gambling is not content in the same way that porn is content. Gambling can be content, like, for example, when you watch Ocean's 11. In that regard, gambling is content. Do I think that children should not watch Ocean's 11? Of course not. I don't give a shit. Okay? The idea that these two concepts could ever be brought together on a fucking video game website is mind-boggling to me. Why? It's mind-boggling to me because you know what else is content? Fucking video games. I thought as gamers, we all understood that the Hillary Clinton style video games are causing violence narrative was fucking idiotic. I thought that we all universally recognized that the idea of a violent video game causes violence in children was a stupid one. But for some weird reason, we lost touch with that reality. And now when it comes down to pornographic material, it's like, no, actually, porn is making people violent, or porn is making people sexually violent, or whatever the fuck. And that is really stupid. Okay? Yeah, it's like Tipper Gore style fucking attitude towards whatever kind of content people should be able to consume or should not. It's crazy. Weird.
Older to enter, it's kind of like a strip club advertisement because a kid could see that but still couldn't access the content because the strip club would obviously turn them away. Ideally, assuming you're not going to some kind of fucking shady, corrupt strip club. And I thought Fansly was the same way. But apparently that's not the case, so that comparison doesn't work anymore. And I recognize that now. And I also made the comparison to the old GoDaddy commercials, which were highly sexualized content that was broadcast during like Super Bowl, during sporting events, where it was things like a girl with huge honkers, you know, her straps like breaking off, and like she's in a courtroom and like judges going, oh boy.
Dude, not even that. Fucking like Super Bowl commercials with like what's the fast food chain? Fuck, what is it? It's like a classic. Is it Hardee's or Carl's Jr.? Yeah. Like people have been using sex to sell. Sex sells is a huge, I mean, it's a cliche at this point. I don't understand. Since 1995, the U.S. sexual assault rate has dropped 44%. 95 is around when internet porn began becoming easily accessible. I mean, correlation does not mean causation, and I don't know. I would need to see like an actual study on the matter. And I fear that most studies conducted on the matter are going to be done by either, you know, websites that stand to make a lot of money off of a wide accessibility of porn to all ages versus psychotic Christian fundamentalists who think that if you jerk off one time, you're going to go to hell. So, you know, I don't know. I would much rather trust the porn corporation over the psychotic fundamentalist because I know what the psychotic fundamentalist take is. It is one that does not align with my worldview. Oh, this is what I was thinking of. Yeah, Kate Upton. God, I'm so old. This is a 2014. My point of reference was a 2014 Super Bowl commercial with Kate Upton. Like, that's how fucking old I am, dude.
Southwest patty melt with jalapenos, pepper jack cheese, and spicy Santa Fe sauce.
Now that's a woman. That's an E1 reference.
Just got a whole lot hotter.
This breaks your oruç in two different ways. One, because you just nutted, and two, because it makes you want to eat a burger. Hoochie mama. Anyway. Yeah, back during the Fabining when her and Verlander's news got leaked and his ass was bigger than hers. What? His ass was bigger than her? What the fuck? Anyway, humana. Again, there's like a lot of different conversations to be had on the subject. But I cannot state this enough. I do think that it's very, very stupid to constantly try to engage in this Tipper Gore style, weird, puritanical, censorship focused attitude that a lot of people have. And also on top of that, porn absolutely is nowhere near as damaging as gambling is. Okay? It's you need to moderate your consumption. You need to ensure that you're not going fucking bananas mode on it. If you have a problem, you might, and some people certainly do. Like, if you're one of those guys that's like, I stopped fucking watching porn because I was, tugging it fucking 10 times a day or whatever. Yeah, like, you should definitely stop watching porn. It seems like you had a serious issue. Okay? Like a serious fucking issue. Almost always, the people that talk about, how damaging porn is are talking about their own personal fucking issues with porn. And they just turn around and make it everybody else's issue for some weird reason. It's like, bro, that's a you thing. Okay? Maybe you should calm down. It's probably good that you stopped jerking off, Anyway.
And then, like, she's trying to say something, and the other strap's, like, wiggling. And then it's, like, right when it breaks off and about to reveal the giant milkers, it says go to GoDaddy.com to finish it. And I wasn't really making a big point out of that. I just wanted to point out that, man, it really does feel like the early 2000s again with a lot of the internet arguments we get into these days. It's shit we've had for years. History really does kind of repeat itself. Because I do still think that's a pretty fair comparison. That's fundamentally like the same thing. The argument back then was, think of the children. They were watching this sport, and then all of a sudden, sexual content advertisement. So that's all I was really...
We don't need to minimize porn addiction to emphasize how gambling is worse. First of all, God, no, I'm not having this conversation, dude. If you're a porn addict, I'm glad you stopped watching, okay? Like, I am not going to advocate for abolition of prohibition because people get addicted to alcohol, okay? I myself have struggled with alcohol addiction. I'm very frank about that. It would be insane for me to go, oh, well, I didn't have a healthy relationship with alcohol, so no one should drink fucking alcohol. Okay? That's insane because I'm not a fucking freak. You might be. I'm starting to get fucking pissed off. Okay? This notion that everyone else's fucking issue, your issue is everyone else's issue now is a narcissistic, insanely fucking selfish, American exceptionalist take. Okay? Sorry. Jesus Christ. I had the same rant on a stream a few weeks ago when we were making a little porn addiction joke. Yeah, it's just like so weird. And also, look at who you are aligning yourself with. All of the fucking anti-porn weirdos are such unhinged fucking freaks, dude. You don't ever look at those guys and go, God damn, these are the guys I'm with? Like you're like with Aiden Ross and surprisingly Andrew Tate, even though he's a fucking grifter and literally was creating unconsensual pornographic material, allegedly, according to the Romanian court system at least. Like, come on now. It's also just so funny for me. It's not like someone's being like, you're being ableist. It's just guys speaking up going, yo, I couldn't stop jerking off for months. You're making fun of me, bastard. Ha ha ha. Yeah. Yeah, you're not even like targeting like a specific thing in that regard. Anyway.
Saying with that one. But yeah, in closing, I feel like there is no real good faith argument to be made that I'm hypocritical because I called Aiden Ross pulling up Pornhub weird and didn't immediately start calling out how weird it was for Fansly to be a sponsor of the Streamer Awards. I feel like the two are...
I mean, he took this issue that's like, that he could have made like a much larger conversation about and just only talked about his own perspective and how he's like not hypocritical, which kind of in a weird way dumps a lot of, offsets a lot of the fucking blame over to Cutie Cinderella and others. You know what I mean? He's not doing that, actually. I'm not going to say that. I don't think he's like, dumping all of the major point of contention over to other people, but like he is purposely fucking washing himself away from this. It is a lukewarm take. It is a very centrist take, and especially odd coming from a guy who has Adam and Eve sponsorships, which he neglected to mention in this YouTube video, which I don't think is sponsored by Adam and Eve, but you know, others have been. And that's what I'm saying. It's like, come on. You clearly have your own personal boundaries on this issue. I think you should be more open and more honest about it. Like, own it, you know? Own it. There's nothing wrong with it. There's literally nothing wrong with it. I say this as someone who's never actually had a pornographic sponsorship or a sex work sponsorship, who has personally defended sex work and has been getting absolutely fucking ass railed by some of the most unhinged, psychopathic, schizophrenic radfems, turfs, and swerfs nonstop for it.
Aren't really comparable. Blasting porn, real porn, immediately to your audience out of nowhere, no warning, and right in their face, just on stream, is completely...
Adam and Eve is not a pornography website. It's for sex toys. Yeah, it's still sex work, though. I mean, there's like an element of sex toys. What do you mean? You think those guys fucking don't... You think the very same people have no issue with sex work? Who the fuck is literally drawing the line at porn but are like, hey, you know what, though? The same, like, pussies that the porn stars make, the same molded pussies that the fucking porn stars make, that's fine, actually. We don't have an issue with that. Like, come on. And if you think that, I mean, I don't know anything about Adam and Eve, but I suspect they sell more than just sex toys. I suspect. Maybe they don't, though. Sex toys and porn are conflated. Who is selling the fucking sex toys, brother? What the fuck do you mean? Like, what are you talking about? I can't speak on Adam and Eve in particular, but if you think that like Adam and Eve or sex toys in general are not made of like pussy molds of specific porn stars, for example, I don't know what to tell you. They used to sell DVDs. Maybe they still do. I don't think they do anyway. I mean, stores are probably fine with sex toys, but not porn. I know. They sell adult games and male masturbators, dildos, sex games and books, oral sex toys, batteries and accessories, pussy pumps, lubes and sexual wellness, lingerie, sex toys, women's sex toys, vibrators, which, by the way, I have no issue with. I think it's great. It's awesome. Okay? You know too much? I'm literally looking at it right now. Like they sell love dolls, brother. What is this? Rebecca Love. Miko realistic love doll. Blow ups granny love doll? What the fuck? What the wait, what? I gotta show you this. What the hell is this? is not TOS. What the fuck is this, bro? Anyway, again, people love fucking talk about perceived hypocrisy. There's no hypocrisy here. I want to state this one more time, maybe 10 more times. Okay? There's nothing hypocritical about what Charlie's doing. I don't think that there's anything hypocritical about doing sex work, advocating for sex work, selling sex toys, being sponsored by Adam and Eve. There's no issue there. Okay? Why are you giving this argument air? It's disingenuous outrage from Aiden Trainwreck stance trying to push back on Aiden's kick porn streams. I know. I realize that is what people are upset about, which is so ridiculous because as much as I am an advocate for sex work, I wouldn't just fucking throw on porn, okay, on the stream. Adam and Eve VOD is their porn video subsite. They also have their own porn studio. You were looking at their main site. Okay, got it.
Different than an advertisement to a platform which does have porn, but a lot of things that they'd have to do in order to access it. Granted, I've now learned that it's easier than I thought it was. I still think the two are drastically different. So I still just don't think it's hypocritical. As I've said, neither one of them is great. I don't think either one of them is an amazing thing to do, but they are just not the same, and it's really fucking silly to pretend that they are. They are very different. And yeah, that's about it, really.
Anyone who thinks an ad to an adult site is the same as blasting porn on a stream is a lunatic. I know, but there are a lot of lunatics. And what do I always say? What do I always fucking say? When there is enough lunatics on the fucking website, when there's enough lunatics out there, it doesn't matter. They make the argument valid. And there are plenty of fucking freaks on the internet. Okay? No socialist would call themselves an advocate for sex work. You are literally supporting the exploitation of the working class, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, you got it, bro. You're so right. You're right. You're right. Who have to sell their holes for a living dog. Always like, bro, we'll be talking about fucking literally like some American woman living in Iowa, okay, deciding to turn on a fucking webcam and play with her pussy, okay, to make money, more money than they ever have, okay, more money than they ever have made, and enjoy the process and enjoy the autonomy, okay? And then these motherfuckers are literally like, why are you advocating for sex slavery in the third world? It's like, of course I'm not advocating for that. Shut the fuck up. You said sell their holes. It's so fucking stupid. And when you say it's still exploitative, every aspect of work, every aspect of wage labor, or every aspect of labor as a commodity, labor as something that you're selling is still inherently exploitative under a global capitalist organization of the economy. Okay? Please, I am begging you to read sex workers, to talk to sex workers. At least watch one fucking YouTube video from a sex worker talking about their own perspective on the matter instead of whatever kind of rabid dog shit that you're seeing in the dumbass fucking places of the internet that you congregate in. Holy fuck. And there are plenty of sex workers who also are leftist, Marxist, Leninist, anti-capitalist. Shut the fuck up and just listen to what they have to say. But it's very difficult for you to escape the world in which you think that all matter of sexual intercourse happening under a patriarchal construct is akin to rape, pretty much. Sex is something that women are doing, not for their own pleasure, but to pleasure you. It's always super heteronormative. That's why we never talk about like male performers. That's why we never talk about gay performers. That's why we never talk about trans performers. We only talk about how women are being fucked over, because it's all swerfs for the most part that are dictating this conversation from their unhinged rad-lib perspective. Okay? It's so fucking frustrating. Clearly, someone who is being coerced into like sexual labor is not the same as someone who's consensually making a decision to do sex work on their own. Oh my fucking Lord. One is illegal, the other is not. One should be illegal, is incredibly fucked up, and the people doing it should be punished. Being sponsored by Adam and Eve, which is predominantly used to purchase sex toys on the internet, is the same thing as being sponsored by a website predominantly for porn. Can't get a clear take. Terrible posture. You're doing this thing where you think that I'm giving you an issue that it does not exist. I don't have a problem with Charlie getting sponsored by Adam and Eve. Do you think that that would be, I don't know, relevant to the point of contention if we're talking about hypocrisy, or if we're talking about people engaging in like sponsors that literally sell sex work in some way, shape, or form? Now that we have also found out that Adam and Eve is making sex toys that they sometimes collaborate with sex workers on, or that when Adam and Eve itself has a studio where they also are creating pornographic content, are you so desperate to have a conversation with your wife about how it's okay to purchase sex toys but not porn? Is that what the issue is here? Is it your own personal moral conundrum? Because there's a very easy solution here, okay? It's not bad. None of it's bad. This is the reason why I said, your wife and you. This seems like a you and your wife type of conversation to be had. Is it not economic coercion? There is no aspect of labor under a capitalist organization of the economy that does not pertain to economic coercion. We all make these decisions on a daily basis. Economic coercion is not going to be eradicated anytime soon, no matter what happens. You don't have a problem with the economic coercion side of the conversation. You have a problem with sex work if you are singling out sex work. Okay? You would not advocate to abolish restaurants as a concept in and of itself, because people that work in the restaurant business overwhelmingly are getting exploited and are at the bottom rung of economic coercion. They are the ones who suffer the most from it. You do not advocate to abolish the education system, because teachers are getting fucking ass blasted nonstop. Everybody has bills. Everybody has debts to pay. Everyone is taking on a job that they don't need to do. The only difference is you're talking about abolition on a particular sector, specifically because it involves sex. You don't have an issue with work. You have an issue with sex work. Or you have an issue with work, but you have an extra issue with sex work. That's it. I hate this issue. I hate this issue so much. It's like it's one that people have such a personal experience with, and it makes it almost impossible to have a serious, charitable, productive conversation around. It is so deeply personal, and it is unfortunately maddening. And I even understand where a lot of people come from with respect to what their perspective is. Okay? I support sex workers' right, but I do find personally that a lot of men who are enthusiastic sex work consumers tend to have extremely misogynistic views of women. But then again, that is related to patriarchy rather than sex work, and it's not the fault of sex workers themselves. Okay, but also, once again, that is anecdotal and your own personal opinion on the matter. I am a man, so I feel like I know more about women. I know more than women about when women are being exploited or not. No, I think I know a little bit more than you do about the subject matter of sex work because I actually listen to the women that do sex work rather than speak over them and rather than make up my mind on the issue. Just understand, okay? You are a woman, I suspect, not doing sex work, and you are speaking over women who are doing sex work by using me as a more penetrable and approachable a vector to shit on rather than actually tackle the issue on its own. That's why a lot of swerves, whenever they talk about fucking sex workers or whenever they talk to sex workers, will take this like incredibly paternalistic, patronizing tone, like they don't know any better. Like you're a victim. Let me save you. Let me save you, you victim. And everyone understands where that's coming from. Okay? Have you ever talked to a male sex worker? Yes, of course I've talked to male sex workers as well. I used to be anti-sex work, pro-sex workers, but you changed my mind and helped me realize that my grievances with the industry are rooted in misogyny and not with the sex itself. Yes, in more circumstances, in a lot of these circumstances, it often comes from structural issues that you are you're upset at, but you're using sex work as a vector. And it's a very easy one to target, very easy one to shit on because there's no defense for them. Half the time, even in otherwise like progressive spaces, when you choose to defend sex workers, people call you a fucking rapist. So, you know, because the people that don't want you to defend sex workers are so fucking unhinged and so insane and so motivated that they make it personally impossible to discuss openly. It's fucking nuts. Anyway, on that note, I'm going to end it here, okay? Because obviously I have a dinner to get to. It's Todic's last night here. I love you all. And I will see you tomorrow, bright and early at 11 a.m. You already know what it is. Hopefully this was relatively informative and you guys understood my perspective a little bit better. Like I said, I always just ask for charitability. That's it. Just a little bit of charitability from everyone. And on that note, I will see you tomorrow. Peace.
Her sun is streaming. Her sun is streaming. There he is again. Her sun is streaming. Her sun is streaming. Review in the P.O. box. Uncle Uger's face. Sudden discord agitprop. Great names take embrace. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, Ane at your door. richly crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-Day Fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction on mass riot at DC. There he is again, Hassan is streaming. Hassan is streaming. There he is again, Hassan is streaming. Hassan is streaming. Reading a live stream, fair comments, Austin show chat advice. And all the ways the right-wing pipeline can suck you in online. JC